Good morning, Dr. Edwards.
Good morning.
For the record, could you please state your full name?
Kathryn Margaret Edwards.
Have you been deposed before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. How many times have you been deposed before?
5 or 6.
And what did those matters typically involve?
They involved adverse consequences of hospitalizations in patients with toxic shock, with infections, with other kinds of unfortunate events.
Were you a party? Were you a defendant in any of those cases?
No, I was not, sir.
Okay. Were you an expert witness in those cases?
Yes, I was a treating physician in several and an expert witness in some.
Okay. In the cases where you were a treating physician, you weren't a listed defendant?
No, I was not.
Okay. Did any of those cases involve a vaccine?
No, sir.
None of them involve an adverse reaction to a vaccine?
No, sir.
I'm going to go through a few rules. Now, you've been deposed before, so you probably heard this, but we'll do it nonetheless. The court reporter, as you know, has just placed you under oath. Under oath. That is the same as a court of law. So you're testifying under penalty of perjury. Do you understand what I mean when I say perjury?
I do, sir.
The court reporter is going to make a record by typing up all the questions and your answers. When answering questions, please speak audibly. The court reporter can't take down nods. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, mhms and you're familiar with that. Those kind of verbal incantations are also they're not responses. So yeses or nos or it sounds like you're familiar with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you don't understand the question, please let me know before answering, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm sure there are times where you will predict my question before I finish it, but I kindly ask that you wait till I finish the question, so this way we have a complete record of what I asked before you answered, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we're not asking you to speculate, and if you don't know the answer, then state as much, but you should provide your best recollection, even if vague or partial, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One special instruction is that under normal circumstances, if we were sitting in a room, I would hand you exhibits. So you'd have an opportunity to flip through pages. In this format, I'll be putting the exhibits on the screen. So if you'd like me to scroll up or down, just let me know. I'm happy to do that for you, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you taking any medications or under the influence of any other substance that might affect your ability to testify today?
No, I'm on antihypertensives and vitamin D.
Okay. Do you believe those would affect your ability to testify today?
I do not.
Okay. How did you prepare for today's deposition?
I reviewed the medical records and reviewed the medical records and the medical literature.
Okay. When you say you reviewed the medical records, I presume you mean the medical records of Yates Hazelhurst?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were those the only medical records you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Who provided you those medical records?
Those were provided by Mr. Saunders.
And for what period of time did those medical records encompass, approximately? Or up until what age?
The records that I have were provided information up until depositions in 2016. That's the last that I have.
Okay. And what was the scientific literature that you reviewed?
Um, I reviewed the Red Book. I reviewed several articles about autism. I reviewed the Danish study about autism and the lack of association with MMR. Those were the main ones. I review the literature extensively about all kinds of things. So, I'm pretty much always reviewing the literature.
Mm-hmm. When you say you looked at the Red Book, what edition or year did you review?
I reviewed the 2000 Red Book. I reviewed the 2015 Red Book, and I reviewed the most recent Red Book.
And in terms of the autism articles, do you recall specifically which ones you looked at?
I'm sorry, sir. The authors of the articles that I reviewed?
Oh, no, I apologize. The autism articles that you looked at, you mentioned autism articles. Do you recall which ones you looked at, the titles, or sometimes people refer to them by name of the first author?
No, sir. I can pull them up if you'd like me to, or send them to the PDFs if you'd like to review them.
Sure, we could do that after the deposition. We'd happily take copies of those. And then you said you reviewed the Danish study. That was a pretty recent study. Is that right?
It was in 2019 in the Annals.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else that you reviewed paper-wise or digitally?
Not specifically that I recall, but I did review a number of articles, and that's kind of what I do all the time. So
yeah, understood. You got a lot of published articles as well. Okay. Did you meet with anybody to discuss this deposition?
Mr. Saunders and I talked about sort of the mechanics of the deposition. There were a couple of documents that I wanted him to provide me, which I didn't have, which he also did.
Okay. And did you meet in person or did you do it digitally?
No, sir, we did not. We did not meet in person. We met by Zoom.
Okay. And other than Mr. Saunders, did you meet or talk with anybody else about today's deposition?
No, sir.
Okay. So before today, you didn't have discussions about this deposition or this case with anybody but Mr. Saunders?
No, sir, I did not.
How did you first learn about this lawsuit?
When Mr. Saunders contacted me to ask me if I would testify.
And since that time, the only person you've spoken to was Mr. Saunders about this lawsuit in any way?
That is correct.
Okay. Just to close the circle on that, you have not spoken or communicated in any way, either electronically or otherwise, with any of your colleagues who are infectious disease doctors or vaccinologists about this case in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to go through a list of acronyms, and for the record, can you please state what you understand each to stand for? This way, as we use those acronyms in this deposition or terms in this deposition, we have a baseline understanding. These will seem very obvious to you, but not necessarily to everybody. HHS.
Health and Human Services.
Right. That's the United States Department of Health and Human Services, correct?
That's correct.
The cabinet level department within the federal government. I'm sorry?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. CDC.
Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Okay. FDA.
Food and Drug Administration.
NIH.
National Institute of Health.
HRSA.
HRSA.
Right.
You,
I never use the full name either.
well, you'll have to tell me and I'll say if that's correct.
Health Resources Services Administration?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. It sounds right?
Yes, sir.
ACIP?
Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices.
Right. ACIP is the committee within the CDC that effectively decides upon the CDC's childhood immunization schedule, correct?
For the use in the public sector, yes.
Right. Meaning what, pediatricians, for example, would typically use in their to administer children in private practices.
Correct.
And VRBAC?
Vaccines and Related Biologic Products Advisory Committee.
And VRBAC is the committee within the FDA that effectively decides upon which vaccines to license, correct?
Not exactly. The VRBAC committee answers questions that the FDA poses to the committee that are related to the effectiveness and the safety of the vaccines. The ultimate decision to license a vaccine is solely that of the FDA.
That's right. But the VRBAC is the committee that will vote to make a recommendation on whether to whether the FDA should or should not approve a vaccine for licensure, correct?
The questions are posed: is this vaccine efficacious? And then the people vote on that. Is this vaccine safe? The people vote on that. So then those decisions are taken into account when the vaccines are licensed. So if a vaccine is safe and efficacious, the recommendations would be for VRBAC that vaccine could be licensed, but the FDA licenses it.
Right. The VRBAC will make a recommendation to the FDA whether to license or not to license the vaccine, but it's up to ultimately the commissioner of the FDA to choose whether to license or not license, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any instance in which VRBAC has made a recommendation to license a vaccine and the FDA commissioner did not license the vaccine?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Now, the CDC, FDA, NIH, HRSA, ACIP, and VRBAC are all within or part of HHS, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does IOM stand for?
The Institute of Medicine.
Okay. Do you consider the IOM and all the agencies and committees we just listed as reliable authorities with regards to vaccines?
I think that the reliability of each of the agencies must be judged on the specific question that you're asking.
So there are instances in which, for example, the CDC is not reliable when it comes to vaccines?
I think that you asked me a blanket question about all of the agencies of HHS, whether they're always efficient and effective. And that's really a very broad general statement. I think that the Centers for Disease Control have responsibility to provide the guidelines once vaccines are licensed for how they will be used in the public sector. When they do that, they use skill and they are the authoritative source for those recommendations.
So you would consider the CDC a reliable authority with regards to vaccines?
Yes, sir.
Next question.
In general.
And you would consider the information that the CDC produces with regards to vaccines to be a reliable authority with regard to vaccines, correct?
I think that there are so many recommendations. If you want me to ask about any specific ones, I will address whether I think that is reliable or not.
Okay, so you believe there are instances in which the CDC may not be reliable with regard to information it provides regarding vaccines?
The recommendations for the CDC are what is implemented and in general are reliable.
It sounds like you're saying that there could be exceptions. Is that right?
Well, let me give you an example that's not vaccines. So at the beginning of the pandemic, the CDC said, do not wear masks. You do not wear masks, you take the mask from the people and do not wear masks. So with additional information, the CDC says wear masks. So you're asking me to answer a question that is inclusive of all time and all recommendations. And I don't feel that that is a focused enough question that I can answer it in an affirmative or a negative.
Understood. Well, fair enough. So what you're saying is that, for example, the CDC at one point said, don't wear masks. Now it said it can wear masks. And so, you know, it's possible the CDC gets things wrong in an area that wasn't vaccines. And
it's possible that a recommendation is made when there are inadequate facts to make a definitive recommendation. So when more information is available, then one makes a recommendation in another way. Let me give you a vaccine example.
Sure.
Vaccine example would be oral polio vaccine. Oral polio vaccine was used for many years, was highly effective in preventing disease. But every year between 4 and 8 children would get vaccine-acquired polio. Because that polio was eradicated from the hemisphere, it was decided that that would be a risk that was not acceptable for the prevention of polio in the United States. So at that time, the CDC said we will use IPV, inactivated polio. So if you say that the recommendations when we were using OPV are correct, they were correct for that time, but the reason that we've changed them is that additional information becomes available. So if you want me to say something is authoritative and correct, I need to know what the question that you're asking me is.
yeah, I wasn't asking about anything specifically. I was asking just generally, do you consider the CDC a reliable authority with regards to vaccines?
In general, yes, that's what I said before. Thank you.
Okay. And is that true of the FDA as well?
In general, yes.
Yeah. In general, do you consider it a reliable authority? Would that also be true of the NIH, HRSA, ACIP, VRBAC, and HHS itself?
Given the question that you're asking, to be specific, I would need to know the question, but in general, yes.
In general, you would consider those to be reliable authorities regarding vaccines?
Yes.
What does GSK stand for?
GlaxoSmithKline.
What is the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986?
It is a no-fault compensation system that is paid for by the excise tax on vaccines. It is a system where special masters review the information related to an adverse event, and depending upon whether they're table injuries or injuries that are associated with adverse events, then if indeed the special masters and the process deems that that an adverse event has occurred, then the plaintiffs will be compensated for the adverse event.
Right. So when you say table injury, what you're referring to is an injury in which it falls into certain injuries that occur in a certain period of time after certain vaccines, then the burden shifts to the government to show the vaccine didn't cause the injury, correct?
There's a table of injuries that are placed on, and I don't have it in front of me. I certainly could pull it.
I'm sorry for using so much. I'm sorry for the law lingo. Let me ask you a simpler question, and we'll come back to the table of injuries. Right, the National Childhood Vaccine Act 1986. I'll refer to that as the 86 Act. Okay.
86 Act. Okay.
The 1986 Act.
Okay.
Okay, so this way we can use that as shorthand. Now, this is the law, and this is the law that in addition to creating the vaccine injury compensation program, as you mentioned, it also gave vaccine manufacturers immunity from economic liability for injuries caused by vaccines, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. In 1991, you became a professor of pediatrics at the Division of Infectious Disease at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine, correct?
I think it was 1991. I don't have my CV in front of me. I came to Vanderbilt in 80.
Okay. But you still hold that position?
I do, sir.
Okay. 2008, you became the chair of the pediatrics at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine?
No, I'm not the chair of pediatrics. I have an endowed chair, which is a chair that is funded by the endowment of the university that pays a portion of my salary. I'm not the chair of pediatrics. I am a professor of pediatrics and have an endowed chair.
Thank you for that clarification. And in 2001, you became the vice chair for clinical research in the Department of Pediatrics at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine?
Yes, sir.
In that year, you also became the director and the scientific director of the Vanderbilt Vaccine Research Program, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've received dozens of honors and awards related to your work in infectious disease, pediatrics, and vaccines.
I've received some awards, yes.
I'm looking at your CV. Whew, got almost a full page of awards and honors, but I appreciate your modesty. You've been invited. You've been an invited speaker to over 250 events on these topics all over the world, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have over 500 publications, most in peer-reviewed journals, and most regarding or relating to vaccinations or the infections they're intended to prevent.
Yes, sir.
You've been a member of numerous committees, including at the FDA, CDC, and WHO that voted upon or related to national policy with regard to vaccinations, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're on the editorial board or reviewer of some of the most prestigious journals regarding vaccines, including the Journal of Vaccines and Clinical and Vaccine Immunology, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're a member of the National Academy of Medicine, which was formerly known as the IOM, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are the principal investigator of the CDC's Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment Network?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've conducted clinical trials to support the development and licensure of various vaccines, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've spent much of your career evaluating the safety and effectiveness of vaccines.
That's correct.
You're an internationally recognized expert in vaccinology, correct?
Yes, sir.
The medical textbook on vaccines is called Plotkin's Vaccines, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's got 4 names on the front of it, right?
Yes, sir.
And what are those 4 names?
Well, one of those is my name. So I'm an associate editor of Plotkin's vaccine textbook.
And the other 3 individuals?
As is Dr. Paul Offit, as is Dr. Walt Borenstein, and Stanley Plotkin is still an active member of that as well, and myself.
What's the name of the plaintiff in this case?
Mr. Hazelhurst.
Okay. And what's the name of his child?
I think his first name is William, but I think he goes by Yates.
Okay. Have you ever physically examined Yates?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you ever met Yates?
No, sir, I have not.
Is it your opinion the vaccines Yates received played a role in his autism?
I am of the opinion his vaccines played no role in his autism.
Is it your opinion that the vaccines Yates received collectively played no role in his autism?
I believe that none of the vaccines played a role in his autism.
Neither individually nor collectively.
Neither individually nor collectively.
Okay. What vaccines did Yates receive?
He received a number of vaccines. I have his vaccine record here. I can read it for you. He received a DTP vaccine, DTAP vaccine. He received HIV vaccines. He received Prevnar vaccines. He received IPV vaccines. He received hepatitis B vaccines. He received MMR vaccines. He received varicella vaccines.
Okay, thank you. Who manufactures the varicella vaccine that Yates received?
Merck.
Okay, and the MMR vaccine?
Merck.
Okay, and the hepatitis B vaccine?
There are two different manufacturers. Do you want me to look? I can read it. It's right here. I don't know.
Please.
SKB or GSK, SmithKline Beecham.
Right. SKB stands for SmithKline Beecham.
Correct.
And you said or GSK because it became part of GSK, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the IPV vaccine he received?
The IPV was from Connaught.
And that was merged into what company?
Well, it's a international company now, and it is part of an international conglomerative with Connaught and
Sanofi, correct?
Sanofi, yeah, Sanofi Pasteur. Sorry.
No problem. And the brand name of the vaccine is IPOL, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. It's just written down as the lot number and the name, but yeah.
Yeah. And the brand name for the Hep B vaccine is Engerix-B, right?
I guess, yeah.
Is that right?
I believe so. I don't, yeah, I believe so. I don't have the package inserts in front of me.
That's okay. I mean, it's. I know it's not uncommon that, most pediatricians and doctors have talked, they typically refer to it by the manufacturer, not by the brand name. But I just want to develop a complete record. So, right, SKB and GSK, they've got Engerix-B, right, and then Sanofi has Merck has a Hep B product. As you said, there were two. Engerix-B would be the one that's sold by GSK, formerly SKB, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the way, the official brand name for the MMR vaccine is MMR2, correct?
Yes, but I don't know whether the MMR2 was this, whether MMR2 was what was given here or not. Let's see.
Wasn't MMR2 licensed in 1978?
I don't know, sir, the exact year that it was licensed.
Okay. We'll take a look. If you think it might be the first MMR, let me know.
The MMR, it says MMR #1, but I think what that means is that they're just noting that there was the first MMR that was given. The varicella vaccine says it's Merck here, and let's see, the measles. It doesn't say the exact.
That's all right. The initial MMR had a different rubella component, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what the difference is.
Okay. If you don't know, then say you don't know. That's fine.
I do not know.
Okay. Are you aware that the initial MMR vaccine was licensed in 1971?
I didn't know the exact year it was licensed, sir.
Are you aware that the initial MMR was replaced by MMR2 in 1978 when the rubella component was changed with the one developed by Dr. Stanley Plotkin?
I didn't know what year it was, but thank you for telling me.
Okay. Yates received his MMR in the year 2001, correct?
That is correct, sir. Is it your testimony that Yates could have received the initial MMR vaccine, the MMR1? No, sir. I think that, I'm sorry, but what I'm saying is that what the medical record says does not say any more about what kind of MMR other than it was provided by Merck. So if the MMR2 was available, then I'm sure that's what he received. I just don't know which year those vaccines were changed.
Understood. Okay, fair enough. You just didn't know whether MMR1 was still being used.
I don't know which MMR that Yates got, because what it says is MMR number 1. I trust that was the first dose, but I don't have any other characterization of the MMR vaccine that he received from the medical record. I'm sure that it was the one that was approved and licensed, however.
Right. Presumably it would be the one that was the only one in use in that year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The brand name for the varicella vaccine MR makes is called Varivax, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also said that Yates received a Prevnar vaccine.
Yes, sir.
And who manufactured the Prevnar vaccine?
It's made by Wyeth. It was first licensed for use in 2000. Before that time, there was not a pneumococcal conjugate vaccine.
All right. So it was manufactured by Wyeth Ledrell, and that correct?
Letterley, Wyeth Letterley, yes. Letterley,
thank you. So it happens when you only read things and nobody never speak them out loud. And Wyeth Letterley then became part of Pfizer, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And the initial Prevnar was called Prevnar, or sometimes referred to as Prevnar 7, correct?
That's correct, because there were 7 of the 100 serotypes of the pneumococcal organism. There were 7 that caused most disease. So those were the vaccines that were included in this, the Prevnar 7. It currently now is 13, and there are efforts being made to make it 20.
Right, because they're finding serotype replacement, right? Meaning these serotypes that are not in the vaccine are becoming more prominent as the older serotypes are being pushed out, correct? Okay. And then you said you received a HIV vaccine. Who manufactured that one?
There are several different kinds of HIV vaccines. The ones that he received were Letterley.
Right.
On their differences are in what they are conjugated to, which proteins that the capsular polysaccharides are conjugated to.
Right. So Wyeth Letterley is the manufacturer of that vaccine, and it was called HIV titer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, he received a DTaP vaccine. And who manufactured that?
That he received DTaP. It was Infant Rix, which is GSK.
And at the time you received it, though, it was sold by Wyeth Letterley, correct?
No, it wasn't, because it says Infant Rix, and Infant Rix is made by GSK. All of the GSK vaccines have Rix at the end because they are all made in Rijnsart, Netherlands. Right. And so Infant Rix was made by GSK at Rijnsart.
Do you see in Yates' medical records it says Letterley next to the manufacturer of his DTaP vaccine?
No, I see that that he has DTaP 1, 2, 3, and it says Interix. Now there are he may have had boosters No, I see on the next page that it's DTAP Infrarix 4. Now there may have been another, no, I don't see, all that I see are Infrarix. There, yeah, I see, that's all that I see in the.
Understood. I'm going to share my screen for a moment.
There is one DTAP number 1 that says that it was made by Letterly. So that's 407. So it looks like the first dose, again, it says on 4766816 that the vaccine was made by Infrarix. And then there is one place where it says the DTAP was made by Letterly.
Okay. Are you looking at his?
Letterly doesn't, time out. Letterly does not make DTP vaccines at that point. They used to, but they don't anymore. Now, whether they were still making it at that time, I'd have to check.
Okay. Are you looking at his handwritten immunization record?
I'm looking at the handwritten, and I'm also looking at a typed immunization record.
Right.
So I'm looking at 2 different records.
Okay. Understood. Okay. And you're correct. The first dose says Letterly, and the other doses say SKB next to them, which became GlaxoSmithKline, as we talked about. Okay.
No, correct? SKB doesn't become GlaxoSmithKline. SKB is GSK, and GSK makes Infrarix, and Infrarix is made in Rixentar, and it's never been part of Letterly.
Perfect. Okay, great. Okay, so those are the 7 vaccines, and I think we've established who made them, what their brand names are. With that, we will move on. At what age did Yates receive his first vaccine?
Excuse me, Dr. Edwards, I don't think did we hear that?
Oh, Dr. Edwards, you're muted.
So I'm sorry, would you ask the question again?
No problem. At what age did Yates receive his first vaccine?
He received his first DTAP vaccine and his Hib and his IPV slightly less than 2 months of age.
Okay. And at what age did he receive his last vaccine?
The last vaccine that I have record of was received on, let's see, the last vaccine. Let's see, would have been, the last vaccine I have a record of would have been the varicella vaccine, which was 8/17/01. Now, whether there was another, that's the immunization record that I have here. So,
right, based on the immunization record you have, the last vaccine was on August 17, 2001, and that would have made him around 18 months old, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you received any payments from Merck?
I have served on one advisory board and received some payments from Merck for the advisory board. I am not on the advisory board now, and I will be being asked by Merck to be on their data safety and monitoring board for the evaluation of a new vaccine.
Data Safety and Monitoring Board, otherwise known as a DSMB, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And those are boards that review the safety and efficacy of the data that's produced during the course of a clinical trial, correct?
That is correct. That is a member of an independent group of individuals who are deemed to be vaccine experts or statisticians that are a part of the trial, but they are independent of the investigators and independent of the company. They review all of the adverse events that are associated with a vaccine under study, and they are at liberty to halt a study if there are adverse events that are worrisome or there are concerns about the safety of the vaccine.
Right. So the members of the DSMB are independent of the company that's actually conducting the clinical trial.
That is correct, sir.
And that's why it's often referred to as an independent DSMB as well, correct?
That is correct.
And so what you're saying is you're going to be on the independent DSMB for one of the clinical trials that Merck is going to be conducting, and that it will then, will you try to, which clinical trial it will then, it hopes to submit to the FDA to license a product, correct?
Well, that would be the ultimate goal of the evaluation of a vaccine, would be that it would be licensed.
And this independent DSMB that you'll be sitting on, is this for a COVID vaccine?
No, I'm actually on a number of data safety and monitoring committees. I'm on a COVID vaccine safe DSMB for Pfizer. I'm on an NIH DSMB for the use of monoclonal antibodies for the prevention of COVID infections. And I'm on an international DSMB from the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness for a number of vaccines that are being studied in developing countries.
So for Pfizer, that's for the COVID vaccine they're developing.
That is correct.
That's the one that they're doing in conjunction with, who was that?
With a German manufacturer.
Is that BioNet?
Yes, sir.
That's going to be a mRNA vaccine?
It is an mRNA vaccine.
And the board, these independent DSMBs that you're sitting on, you said for the outside of the US, are these also for vaccines?
Yes, sir, they're for COVID vaccines.
They're all for COVID vaccines. And which companies' products are under review in those DSMBs?
Well, there are a number of different companies that are being evaluated in that regard. We go over all of them. The one that I'm specifically working mostly with is Inovio, the DNA vaccine.
Okay, so going back to my specific question, so I believe you said you have received payments from Merck, correct?
I have received payments from Merck. Okay.
Over the course of your career, what would you say total in terms of payments have you received from Merck?
I'm going to object to that question. I don't think any specific amounts of money that Dr. Edwards, any of the defense experts receive beyond what they're paid in this case is discoverable.
She is here testifying regarding whether a product that Merck manufactures and sells did or didn't injure my client. Nothing could be more relevant than proffering an expert and the question of whether or not they receive payments from the very company whose product is at issue in a case and cause an injury. So you're free to make that objection. You have it on the record.
Yeah, she's not going to answer those questions. We can take that up.
There's no privilege. There's no basis for not answering a question where there's no privilege.
It's not discoverable.
Okay. Merck manufactures the MMR vaccine. Merck sells the MMR vaccine. She's here testifying that Merck's product didn't cause autism, the central question in this whole case. And you don't think the payments she may have gotten from Merck are relevant to whether or not she has any bias in this matter?
Sir, I don't think it's discoverable in this case. We can take it up with the court.
So let me get this straight. If you brought an expert on a car defect case regarding a Ford car, and the question of whether the expert got money from Ford is not discoverable? Well, look, Dr. Edwards, Mr. Sanders here is not your attorney. He's attorney for the defendant. You know, there is no, are you asserting any privilege here? Did you have a discussion with your attorney? Is there any kind of, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have attorney for this case. I'm simply being asked to be an expert witness.
That's right.
I have worked for some companies. I've worked for a number of companies, but not extensively and not until recently. And at the time that that these events happened, I was not at all been paid to do anything for these companies. And I do have a lot of expertise. I have a lot of experience, and they call upon me to provide information. And I don't do this extensively, but I do this. And if you can ask everyone that I have integrity. I am looked upon as being an objective, careful scientist. And the amount of money I have received is trivial.
Well, then how much was that?
Dr. Edwards, you're free to answer if you want to.
I really don't
She
know.
already characterized the counselor. She already characterized it. You said trivial. How much was the amount?
$5,000.
In your whole career?
Yes.
How much did you receive, let's say, last year in 2019?
Same objection.
The objection is noted, counselor. That's fine. Please answer the question, Dr. Edwards.
I don't feel that my financial story is relevant to this.
But that's not for you to judge. So I'm asking you, how much in 2019?
Who are you asking from, Mr. Siri?
From Merck.
About $5,000.
Okay, so you're saying the only payment you've ever received from Merck was in 2019?
Object to the form of the question.
Is that right? Dr. Edwards?
I don't have all of my financial records out to be able to say that. And I'm not going to perjure myself because I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. I think that this is the only money that I've received from Merck.
And you said that you've only recently been involved with receiving payments from these companies. Is that right?
That's correct, because when I was on the VRPAC, when I was chair of the FDA Advisory Committee, it was imperative that I had no conflicts, and I had no conflicts. This was 2 years ago, and I served on the committee for several years. So I had no conflicts at that time. The reason that I have been involved in recent conflicts is because we have a national pandemic. We are having, and we need people who know how to evaluate vaccine safety. And I spend a lot of time doing that. I spend every day from morning until evening helping on that effort.
So so what you're saying is that, for example, when you were on VRPAC, you weren't a consultant to any vaccine manufacturer?
No, sir, that is correct.
And you weren't an advisor to any vaccine company?
No, sir, that is correct.
And you weren't on any speakers bureau for any vaccine company?
I have never been on a speakers bureau, thank you.
You are currently an advisor to Merck, correct?
I am not an advisor to Merck. I serve on an upcoming DSMB, which has not yet begun.
I'm going to share my screen. And let me see if I can do this without messing anything up. Okay. Now, I'm going to mark this as plaintiffs 1. Ms. Cohen, and I'll proceed. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Edwards, are you familiar with this article?
Yeah, I wrote it.
Okay. That's your name on the first page, correct?
That is my name, Kathryn M. Edwards. That's my name.
And this article was published this year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it says that you serve as an advisor for Bionet and Merck, correct?
Okay. Yes. I have recently been removed as an advisor, and now I'm on the DSMB. So as I said to you before, I was an advisor to Merck.
Okay.
I'm no longer an advisor to Merck. I am also an advisor to Bionet, which is a Thai pertussis vaccine manufacturer. They have a pertussis vaccine that is genetically engineered, and I am an expert for that. I meet once a year to go over their portfolio with them with a bunch of other experts, including Dr. Plotkin.
Wonderful. Dr. Plotkin is an advisor and a consultant for all the big vaccine manufacturers. Oh, now, are you paid fees for being an advisor to Merck? Were you paid fees for being an advisor to Merck?
I told you that I was paid to be an advisor to Merck. I told you how much I was paid.
Okay. And so you were only paid in 2019. You weren't paid in 2020.
No, sir, that's correct. I was paid one time.
Okay. And you've been a consultant to Merck, correct?
I am on their, I'm going to be on their data safety and monitoring committee, which is different than being a consultant. I was a consultant and an advisor at that time on that paper, but I am currently not.
Okay, so you were a consultant for Merck. Said a yes or no? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And you received personal fees from Merck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've received research funding from Merck, correct?
I'd have to look over my CV to see whether I have in the past or not. I've done a lot of vaccine studies, you know, some of those are funded by the NIH. I've had a long-standing vaccine evaluation contract with that, but I also have done intermittent trials, and those are trials that support the nurses and the people that do the clinical trials. So I don't know, I would have to look at my CV. I can't remember for sure. I've been doing this for 40 years.
Sure. By the way, do you recall how many lunches Merck paid for you to have in 2019?
I had breakfast and lunch at the meeting. Do you want me to tell you what I ate?
I'm just asking you to recall how many lunches in 2019 Merck paid.
I had one lunch and one breakfast.
Share my screen. I'm gonna mark this as plaintiffs 2. Taking a look at this list, this is you, correct? Kathryn M. Edwards?
Yeah.
And this is information from Open Payments Data.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this government database?
No, I'm not, sir.
Okay. You're not aware that this government database is one in which pharmaceutical companies report all of the, travel and meals and consulting fees that they've paid to doctors?
No, sir, I'm not. This is something that I generally look at. Thank you. But thank you for telling me.
No problem. So you can see the first two entries over here for 2019 provide around $5,000, as you said. You said you had one meal, but if we scroll down, we can see there's far more than one meal, correct?
Well, I was only there a night and a day, so I don't know how I could have eaten that much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well,
I mean, I'm not a very big person, so it's hard for me to imagine that I could have eaten several $100s in a day, but.
They're reported that day. That doesn't mean they're all happened that day.
Okay, well.
My 6-year-old's pretty skinny. He eats a lot too. All right, let me ask you. Okay. You said you've never been on any speakers bureau, correct?
Not that I know about. I don't know what, I mean, I've given lectures for people that have asked me that maybe they have been paid by a company, but I'm not on a speakers bureau.
And what years were you sitting on VRBAC?
2016 to 2018, I believe.
And weren't you also on VRBAC between the years of 1996 and 2000?
I believe so.
That's what it says on your CV. Would you like me to pull it up?
Okay. No, I hope that you're being honest.
Well, it's like we can pull it up then if you'd like.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Share my screen again.
I think you do need to understand that sometimes people are asked to speak at various places, and it's not always clear how the financing for those places have arrived. So often, you know, people will ask me to come speak, and I'm not quite sure exactly how the compensation was provided. So, but go ahead, let's see what you're going to show.
Okay. Now. So this is an article in which acellular pertussis vaccines, correct? You're familiar with this article?
I've written a lot about acellular pertussis. Is this one of my articles?
Mm-hmm. It was listed on your CV as well.
Okay, then I probably wrote it.
Okay. And do you see the date, February 1998, that it was published?
Yeah.
And it was published in Pediatrics in Review?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with that journal, correct?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with that journal, by the way?
Because I wrote an article for the journal, sir.
Okay. Go down to the disclosures in this article. And we're going to mark this as plaintiffs 3. Do you see what it says in yellow?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Can you read that, please?
Yeah, Dr. Edwards has funding for research from Connaught and Letterly Praxis and is on their speakers bureau. She's also a consultant for SKB.
Okay. And this is from 1998, correct?
That's what it says, sir, and I'm sorry, I just didn't remember that. As I said before, I've been doing this for 40 years, so I haven't been on a speakers bureau recently, but obviously that's what it says.
So you have been on speakers bureau for pharmaceutical companies, correct?
That's what it says there, sir, I guess. Yes, I'm sorry, I did not remember that.
And you said before this past year, you didn't have involvement as a consultant with any pharmaceutical companies, does this reflect your memory that in fact you were a consultant for pharmaceutical companies before this past year? Let me ask it to you this way. Let me ask you again. Before last year, have you been a consultant to a pharmaceutical company?
Yes, I have. But what I said before was I said that I was not a consultant to a pharmaceutical company when I was on VRPAC recently. I hadn't reviewed my status when I was on VRPAC before. So again, I misspoke. So you've shown some information here that I was a consultant for them and that I was on the Speakers Bureau at that time.
So while you were sitting on VRPAC, you were on the Speakers Bureau of at least 2 companies and a consultant for one of them, correct?
I would have to look exactly at the date, sir, because one of the things about these is that you are often asked to state what's happened in the last 5 years. So
now, while you were on the Speakers Bureau for CONAT and can you kindly pronounce it for me again?
Cannot and letterly practice.
Letterly. Okay. While you were on the Speakers Bureau for these companies, you were also conducting clinical trials for their products, correct?
That's correct. I believe. Again, sir, I can for my CV if you want me to tell you when exact times that I conducted studies for all of these companies. I'm happy to do that. That's what
we're doing right now, Doc. That's what we're doing right now. Now, you're a consultant for CANOT, correct?
It doesn't say that here. This says that SKB.
I'm asking you if you were a consultant from CANOT.
I don't recall whether I was or not, sir.
Okay. Share the screen again. This is an article that you were an author on, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to mark this as plaintiffs 4. This article is from 2000, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the Journal of Pediatrics?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please read the item in yellow?
Is a consultant for his vaccine trial contracts from Pasteur, Menier, Connaught, Smith, Klein, Beecham, and Wyeth Letterly. She also gives lectures sponsored by Pasteur, Menier, Connaught, and Wyeth Letterly. So yes, thank you so much for pointing that out. I didn't realize that I needed to go back and look for all of those in the past 40 years, but thank you so much for doing that.
You're here today to testify about vaccines given to Yates in 2000 and 2001, and correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, and including vaccines made by these specific companies, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't think that your relationship with those companies were relevant?
That's a formal question. You can answer.
All right, I'll strike the question. I don't care. Now, were you a consultant for Sanofi after Connaught merged into Sanofi?
Well, you seem to be able to find out whether I am or not, given my paper. So maybe you could just pull that up. I'm
asking you, were you a consultant for Sanofi after merging to Connaught?
I don't remember, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. If you don't remember, that's fine. You're an author in this article, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Published in 2005, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the New England Journal of Medicine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir, I am an author on the article. Thank you.
Okay. Can you kindly read the yellow?
Dr. Cherry and Dr. Edwards report having received consultation and lecture fees from GlaxoSmithKline and Pasteur Mayur and grant support from Sanofi Pasteur.
Okay. So you were a consultant for Sanofi in 2005, correct?
That's what it says there. Thank you.
Okay. And you received payments from Sanofi?
I don't know what I received there. I guess I received lecture fees. So fees generally mean some money. So yes, I guess I did.
All right. And so in lecture fees, usually it means you're on the Speakers Bureau, correct?
Not necessarily at all, sir. Thank you.
And you've received research funding from Sanofi through the years, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Have you ever taken trips that were paid for by Sanofi?
I have gone to meetings where I have been asked to participate in the conference and to provide information to do lectures, and they have paid for my travel to those meetings, yes.
Okay. And where did you go on these trips that Sanofi paid for?
It depends to where the meeting was held. I would go to where they were held. Sanofi, Pasteur Mérieux has a office in France, so sometimes the meetings would be in France. And I was on a DSMB for a pertussis trial that was done in Senegal, in West Africa in the 1990s. For Pasteur, they paid me to go to Senegal. So I'm not taking pleasure trips, but what they're asking me to do is go and work in these areas, and they pay for me to get to where I have to work.
Does Sanofi pay for you to take a trip to Ireland?
I don't recall that, but they did. It's not a trip. It's a meeting. I go to the meeting, and they pay for me to go to the meeting.
And these meetings are typically about, I presume, something that relates to one of their products, correct?
They're generally about vaccines or vaccine approaches, or thinking about what might be an important approach to vaccines. They're obviously they're on products, or they're about diseases that they're interested in, for sure.
And have they typically been about pertussis?
Well, they certainly were about pertussis in the 90s. And so that was a lot. That was, a lot of meetings and efforts. There were several at the WHO in Geneva and as well. But since that time, pertussis has been less of an issue, and some of the other vaccine preventable diseases have been more issues.
And Sanofi sells pertussis vaccines, correct?
They do.
And after these meetings in these various foreign locations, it would often be a paper that would be published with regard to what transpired at the meeting, correct?
Sometimes they would be, sometimes they would not be.
Isn't it true that when their papers are published, they almost universally call for expanding the use of pertussis vaccine or otherwise increasing pertussis vaccination rates?
The articles that are generated, if my name is on them, must pass my scientific review. So if science is overstated or inappropriately stated, I would not put my name to that paper. I think that they're yeah.
Let me share my screen here for a second. And then we'll come back to the trips, because we'll finish up that topic. Are you familiar with this paper?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay. This is a paper from Carnegie Mellon on the study on bias and physicians accepting money, which was published by the AMA, correct?
I can't see the lower publication.
Right there, American Medical Association.
It looks like a JAMA editorial, yeah.
I'm going to read. I'm going to read a portion of this and then ask you a question. Okay.
Yeah, I'm perfectly capable of reading as well, sir.
That's okay. I'll read it. The medical literature dealing with conflicts of interest bears similarities to the social science literature reviewed herein. Like the participants in the studies who did not view themselves as biased, physicians typically report that they are not biased by financial arrangements with pharmaceutical companies, although a large body of research suggests that they are. Although most physicians do not perceive themselves as biased, they do admit that conflicts of interest might compromise other physicians' decisions. A recent study of medical residents found that 61% have reported that, quote, promotions don't influence my practice, end quote, while only 16% believe that the same about other physicians' practices. Clearly, it cannot be true that most physicians are unbiased and that most other physicians are biased. Are you familiar with this?
No, sir, I don't remember reading this, but certainly I've heard this discussion before.
Do you agree with what I just read to you?
This is a discussion of an article, so, you know,
Do you agree with the substance of what I just read to you?
I think that they have a point. I think you know nothing about me. You know nothing about what I have been doing for 40 years, and you are trying to make it look like that I have conflicts and what I say is not true. So you can do whatever you want. I have a strong moral core, and I think that I have integrity. And if you want to continue to do this is just fine. I'm just fine. I think you'll have to, you will have to continue, and I will just continue as well. I'm just fine with this.
Okay. I'm just trying to create a full record of what your interactions were with the companies that made the vaccines that my clients received. This is typical of what occurs when an expert comes into a case. Now, I asked you before, has Sanofi paid for your a trip that you took to Ireland in 2014?
I don't know, sir. I can't remember. I've been, all over the world, and I don't know. I think if they did, it was because I was going to go to a meeting to talk about a disease that they have an interest in. Because I'm an expert, and they want me to be there because what I say is important and honest and noteworthy.
Is there somebody in the room with you, Dr. Edwards?
My husband passes through. We're home.
Is there anybody who's assisting you in answering these questions, Dr. Edwards?
No, sir. No, sir, there is not.
Okay. All right. I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to mark this as the next plaintiff's exhibit, whatever that number is. If somebody knows, please announce it.
I believe it's 5.
5. Thank you. This is from Open Payments data, and it shows a payment in 2014 for travel to Dublin, Ireland, in the amount of $6,600. Does this refresh your memory of the trip that Sanofi paid for in 2014 for you to go to Ireland?
I do remember the meeting. It was 15 years ago or so I don't remember exactly. I do travel to the meetings, and these expenses are paid for my travel. If I wouldn't be going, then they wouldn't be paid.
Right. So this was 6 years ago, though, right?
I thought it said for 2014.
Right, 2014, which would be
6 years ago. Yes, 6 years ago.
So you're saying it was a while ago. Okay, what about in 2015? Maybe that's sooner. Do you recall that Sanofi paid for a trip for you to go to Amsterdam, Netherlands in 2015?
There was a meeting in Amsterdam. It was about maternal immunizations, and I don't remember who paid me to go. But if you have records that it was Sanofi, then that's probably what happened.
I'm going to mark this as the next exhibit. That'd be number 6. This is travel to Amsterdam in the amount of $4,500 paid for by Sanofi, correct?
That's what it says, sir.
All right. And do you recall that Sanofi paid for a trip for you to go to Cancun, Mexico in 2017, which would have been 3 years ago?
Yes, there was a pertussis meeting in Cancun.
Okay, and Sanofi paid for you to go to that meeting as well, correct?
Yes, sir. They paid for my way to go to that meeting.
Okay.
These are airfare and hotel room. There were no, I did not accept any honorarium.
Okay. The trip to Ireland, that was about pertussis?
Yes, sir.
And it was about promoting the use of pertussis vaccines, correct?
It was about the appropriate use of pertussis vaccine, and yes, the appropriate use of pertussis vaccine.
To help increase pertussis vaccination rates, correct?
Focused a lot on the burden of pertussis in adolescents and babies. Because there were still a lot of children that were getting infected with pertussis, and so I had been part of a large WHO study about pertussis, and so we needed to think a little bit about how we needed to better control pertussis, and so that meeting was about how we could control pertussis for the world's children.
Right, and the way you control pertussis, at least as discussed in that meeting, would have been to increase pertussis vaccination rate, correct?
Well, I think that was one option, but one option that was begun to be discussed was whether the babies that were succumbing to pertussis, that if we could vaccinate their mothers and give them antibody at the time they were born, that there would be a reduction in the global death rate from pertussis, which we knew to be quite large. So that was also something that was not yet implemented broadly, but was being discussed as well. So the meeting was to talk about how global programs could be used, and the vaccine could be used in different populations to reduce the burden of pertussis.
So these meetings collectively were about increasing vaccination of pertussis in pregnant women and in adolescents, correct?
Yes.
When I said pertussis, I meant pertussis vaccination, right? You understood that?
I presume that's what you meant.
Thank you. Okay. And through the years, pertussis has paid for many meals that you've had, correct?
Pertussis I have spent a lot of my professional life working on pertussis. I started the initial trials that compared the new vaccines to the old. And so pertussis, I have spent a lot of time working on pertussis.
Was the answer yes?
What was your question again? I'm sorry.
I said through the years, isn't it true that Sanofi has paid for many meals that you've had?
Sanofi has paid for some food that I have eaten through the years. Yes, thank you.
Well, I'm going to mark this as plaintiffs. I believe it's 7. Let me ask you something. This is the open payments out of 2017 for, oh boy, it's frozen. Wow. Let's try that again. Okay. That's not good. Stop sharing, see if I can fix this problem. Give me just a moment, please. Wow. Looks like I'm having technical issues. Great.
We want to take a break and see if we can fix it. We're about an hour and a half in already.
Yeah, let's just take I'm gonna just restart my computer. So let's come on and back in just 1 minute. See you guys in 1 minute. I'm just gonna reboot.
All right, we're off the record at 9:31 a.m. Central.
Dr. Edwards, were you going to say something? You're muted.
Yes, I wondered if I could have permission to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break? How about that?
That's good. We'll take a 5-minute.
I'm ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank
All right, we are back on the record at 9:37 a.m.
I don't see Mr. Siri.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, that would be good. I thought he. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. He went off, and I had to admit him.
There we go.
Okay. All right, well, I apologize for that technical issue. The computer just froze up. So I was sharing my screen and was trying to get an exhibit on there. Here we go. And this will be plaintiff's exhibit number, I believe it's 8. In any event, again, Dr. Edwards, that's your name, correct?
Dr. Edwards, you're muted.
you. That is my name. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And this is your address?
Yes, it is.
So if we take a look down here, we can see there's a food and beverage for $322 on November 13, 2017. I was just curious,
I have no idea. I have no idea where that was. I have no idea, the cost. I have no idea. As I said before, I am not a bidder, and so I have no idea about what the cost was for. It was wrong, maybe, but I don't know. I cannot comment on that specific comment.
Yes. You think all these charges, well, let's strike that. All right. I was, having seen your profile picture. I was curious what, I've eaten Nobu, and I'm a big eater. I never hit $300. Okay.
I think that, I don't think you need to say that. I think that I don't know the content of that. I don't know. And I think that I am a very frugal person. Again, you know nothing about me as a person.
It's true. That's what we're here today to do, is learn about it. And you'll have the other side will have a chance to direct and say all the wonderful things that I that you want to say, though you're not sparing time to interlace those comments. So now you have also received personal fees from Sanofi, correct? You're muted, doctor.
I'm not quite sure what that means, whether that means payment for some, I don't know what you're referring to, but I'm happy to see what you provided so I can address that.
Sure. This is a disclosure form that you filled out, correct?
Yes, I have filled out a number of those.
Under here, it says personal fees, correct?
Yes, I wasn't quite sure what you're referring to, but yes, and as those are outlined over here, I've already talked to you about those. I'm a scientific advisor for BioNet. It was not related to the meningococcal vaccine. I'm a scientific advisor for Merck. I was at that time, but it's not related to the meningococcal vaccine. I'm on DSMBs for Sanofi, for X4 Pharma, and if you go down, I think there's a couple others.
And you said that, you know, all your conflicts with pharma were in the last year, and that you had done nothing with pharmaceutical companies before that, correct?
Check the form of the question. You can answer, Doctor.
I think that you have presented evidence that I have had other interactions, and so, you know, I will address each one that you'd like to bring up. I'm happy to.
Sure. Were you a consultant for SmithKline Beecham, SKB?
On this form, I don't know. Can you go down? I can't remember whether this is on this form.
Not in this form.
Okay, so I wasn't for that. I am truthful about what I do. I try and be truthful.
I'm going to mark this one as well as plaintiff's exhibit. You recall we looked at this article?
Yes, sir. I do recall that.
Now, we were discussing CONAT and the first two companies, but do you see the last sentence? It says that you're also a consultant for SmithKline Beecham, correct?
At that time, that was the case. But what happens with these forms that you just went over is there is a time frame. It's not for 40 years, it's within a time span. So that article in the New England Journal of Medicine was a commentary about meningococcal vaccine that was published in 2019.
Right.
So
far we've seen that you're a consultant for a pharma company in 1998. We've seen one article that you were a consultant in 2000. We've seen one from 2005. We've seen one from 2020. And I think there was one other year, correct?
you have shown a number of articles that list the conflicts, which I have provided.
Okay. Do you deny that those are accurate?
No, they are not. I do not deny that they are accurate. They published them, so they are accurate.
Okay. While you were a consultant for SKB, you were also conducting vaccine trials for SKB. That SKB was then trying to use to license a vaccine. Isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that what you're saying. Could you please repeat that?
Absolutely. Please
be specific, because obviously I've done a lot of studies, and so I don't know exactly which one you're referring to. So if you tell me the specific trial, the exact date, then I will try and answer that.
My question is, have you ever conducted a vaccine trial for SKB while you were also a consultant for SKB?
I may have. I just don't recall the specific trial, but I may have been. But I may have been.
You're an author of this study, correct?
Yes, I am, sir. I'm the senior author of the paper.
And this one is from 2000, right?
Yes, sir.
It shows that you were a consultant for SmithKline Beecham. It discloses that you were a consultant for SmithKline Beecham, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then your CV also discloses that you were conducting a trial for them at that same time in 2000, correct?
Again, the CV says that, and that's what it says here too. So again, I can't remember all of the trials that I've conducted for 40 years.
You were also consultant for GSK after SKB merged with GSK, correct?
Perhaps, I don't know. Why don't you give me the specific examples or show me the paper so then you can confirm that's what I did.
So are the only industry positions, consultantships, advisorships, fees that you believe you're going to recall during this deposition are ones that I can specifically prove?
Sir, I am going to base my testimony on what I know to be medically factual. I'm going to use the literature that exists to discuss that. And if you however you want to take that, then obviously that's how you will do that.
So does that mean that doesn't answer my question. My question was, do you believe the only conflicts that you have with pharmaceutical companies are ones, the only conflict, strike that. Do you believe the only conflicts with pharmaceutical companies that you will be able to recall today are ones I can specifically prove?
Check the form of the question. You may answer, Doctor.
Sir, I'm happy to go through my CV with you.
Okay.
I'm happy to go through the papers with you. I am happy to. I obviously...
Not a complicated question. I mean, I'm just asking you, do you think you'll be able to recall any conflicts that you have with pharmaceutical companies today at all without a document being presented to you?
I've listed several conflicts that I've told you about.
Well, only after I present the documents to you. So, this would go a lot quicker if you, just confirmed what those were. But let's move on. Let's move on. Now, I asked you, were you a consultant for GSK, after SKB merged with it? This is an article that we looked at before. You confirmed that you authored it. It's from 2005. And as we saw earlier, it does say that you were receiving consultation lecture fees from GlaxoSmithKline in 2005, correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were a member of the Speakers Bureau for GSK, correct?
At that time, I don't know. It doesn't say that there.
Okay. How about in 2000, before I pull up the article?
Sir, I'm sorry, but I cannot remember.
Okay.
All of these things, and I'm happy to have you bring them up and have to discuss them. And I would have been happy.
Dr. Edwards, we got a lot to go through today. Have you ever been a member of any advisory board with GSK?
I have. I don't know. It says that I was consultation for GSK and Sanofi. I've received grant support. So.
Familiar with this article? You're an author of this article, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, this article is from 2019, correct?
Right.
It says it says KME, that's you, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Been a consultant to Moderna, Roche, Sanofi, and X4 Pharmaceuticals, correct?
Okay, and those are for DSMBs, which I told you about before. Those are data safety and monitoring boards for all of those things.
In 2019, you're claiming you were on the data safety monitoring board for these companies?
Yes.
So you're saying when it says you were a consultant, it doesn't mean you were on the data. You're saying that meant you were on the data safety monitoring boards?
I was consulting to them on the data safety and monitoring board. Yes, that's correct. I have been on the data safety and monitoring boards for those. I currently also am still on those DSMBs.
Okay. So you're saying, because there's lots of disclosures that specifically say data safety monitoring board, and separately there are disclosures that say you're a consultant. Are you claiming the term consultant here doesn't mean consultant? You're claiming it means that you're a member of the Data Safety Monitoring Board?
I think that it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit in terms of definitions. And so I would say that providing data safety and monitoring input to for a study, it could be discerned as being a consultant. And so if that's how you would like to refer to it, I am fine with that.
Well, that is not, my understanding is that's not the way it's referred to. So for example, you know, as an example of how they're almost always listed separately. You familiar with this article? You're an author of this article, correct?
Yes, sir. I've written almost 600 articles. It's hard for me to remember exactly which one.
But you can recognize your name, correct? That's your name?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And this is from 2005, correct?
I don't know.
Bottom right corner, can you see that?
Yes, it is, sir. It's from Pediatric Infectious Disease Journal.
Okay. Where did it go? 1 second. Oh, sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. I meant to pull up this one. Just strike that exhibit for now. That's your name, correct?
Yeah.
You're an author of this article?
Yeah, that was exhibit 1, I think.
Okay, so let's come back to it. So it says here, it says that, let's look potential conflicts of interest. Dr. Edwards served as an advisor for Bionet and Merck, right? So that's one category. And separately, and on the Data Safety and Monitoring Board for Sanofi, X4 Pharmaceuticals, Seqirus, Moderna, and Pfizer. Do you see how they are distinguished in conflicts of interest disclosure?
Yeah, I think one of the problems sometimes, sir, is that the journals will sometimes revise some of the statements in terms of that. So they may have, and again, I don't remember exactly, but it may have been a possibility that they, changed it in some way. And also, as you see, sometimes people classify things in different ways. So you looked in the personal fees in the copyright things, and sometimes things are put in different bills. So it depends a little bit in terms of how.
You're the attorney for the other side will have an opportunity to ask you questions, and you can say talk about that kind of stuff then.
Mr. Siri, you do need to let her finish though, if her answers.
I respect that. I do. I just don't want to run out of time, and when she's going off on a bit of a tangent, respectfully, I just want to be efficient about it. I wouldn't want to have to go over to another day. Okay, so but absolutely, I do certainly want to let her finish. I do want to get her complete answers. I agree with that. Now, if you take a look at this, I think we looked at this one earlier, right? Just in case we didn't, this is your name. You're an author of this article, correct?
Yes, sir. We just looked at this article.
Right. Now it says you're in the advisory board of GSK, correct? What is that board?
I'm not exactly sure. I think that was for a flu. That was for a flu trial. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And what did you do on the board?
Provided input in terms of the design of a flu study.
Okay. Have you ever received research funding from GSK?
I'm pretty sure that I have, but again, I can't. We could look up. It's on the CV if I have.
Were you on the speaker bureau for Wyeth Ladero?
Wyeth Ledderly?
Ledderly. I'll get that right one of these times, but no promises. Yes, were you on the speakers bureau for Wyeth Ledderly?
I can't recall, but that doesn't mean that I wasn't. So if you want to show me something else, I can read it for you.
looked at this earlier. Dr. Edwards was funding for research from CONAT and Wyeth and Letterly, and in their speakers bureaus.
Yeah, I think this was exhibit 3, maybe. I think we've already looked at this.
Okay, so you were on the speakers bureau for Wyeth Letter.
That's what it says. That's what it says, sir.
Okay. And you were a consultant for Wyeth Letterly, correct?
That's what it says. I can't see it now because you took it away, but I think that's what it says. That's okay. I think it's.
Were you a consultant for Wyeth Letterly?
I think that's what it said, although I can't see because you took it away. But if that's what it said, then it's true.
Sorry, let me share the screen again.
Lectures sponsored by Pastor Mayor Connaught and Wyeth. So I have delivered. That's slightly different than a speakers bureau, but that's.
We're not talking about speakers bureau anymore. That was the other exhibit. This one is about. I asked you about whether you were a consultant for Wyeth Letterly.
That's what it said, sir.
So were you a consultant?
So if that's what it said, yes, that's true.
You had a contract with Wyeth Letterly for $255,023 per year from 1996 to 1998 to conduct a clinical trial for one of its vaccines. Is that correct?
Sir, if it's on my CV, that is correct. But again, I don't have my CV in front of me. And it probably the CV tells what the name of the vaccine that I was studying. So that is a contract that pays for the nurses, that pays for the study to be conducted with one of their vaccines. So if that's what it says on the CV, that's correct, sir.
And so while you were a consultant and on the speakers bureau for Wyeth Letterly, you were also conducting trials for the same company for one of its vaccine products, correct?
Yes.
And you're an advisor to Pfizer, correct?
So when are you talking about that? At that time of that study or currently?
Well, Wyeth Letterly eventually merged into Pfizer. So I'm talking about Pfizer, let's say this year. Have you been an advisor to Pfizer this year?
As I told you early on, I am on the Data Safety and Monitoring Committee for the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Are you paid for being an advisor?
I'm paid for the time that I spend in the DSMB.
Who pays you?
Pfizer pays me.
Now, being part of the Speakers Bureau for a pharmaceutical company means you provide presentations regarding one or more of their products, correct?
That's what being on a speakers bureau usually means, although sometimes the companies will pay for vaccine or lectures about vaccines that are more general in terms of that. But whenever I'm on a speakers bureau, what I speak is my work. I do not allow anyone to make changes or alterations to what I say.
Are you familiar with the article entitled Academic Freedom and the Management of Promotional Speaking at Academic Medical Centers, published out of Tufts University School of Medicine?
I think that I've read it, but I haven't recently reviewed it. Thank you.
Take a look at it.
It's 10 o'clock. Huh?
Dr. Edwards, who were you just speaking with?
My husband asked me a question. I'm sorry. I won't.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'm just
He
curious.
has a telemedicine appointment, and he just asked me a question. So I'm sorry. I will bail
No,
out.
that's okay. I'm just wondering because, okay. So this was an article. I read the title before, and it was written by Associate Professor of Public Health and Community Medicine and the Assistant Dean for Conflicts of Interest Administration at Tufts University School of Medicine, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Yeah, okay. As well as a few other individuals in that department, professors in that department. Now, I'm going to read you a portion highlighted in yellow, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay? Numerous medical associations, such as the Association of American Medical Colleges, the American Board of Internal Medicine, and the Institute of Medicine as a profession, and governing bodies such as the Institute of Medicine have recommended that medical schools and teaching hospitals prohibit or strongly discourage faculty from participating in so-called industry speakers bureaus. Pharmaceutical company speakers bureau are a marketing enterprise wherein physicians and other professionals are engaged and trained by one or more companies to give a lecture about a medical condition or drug treatment to an audience of prescribers towards the end of promoting the company's drug which treats that condition. These speakers are generally required to use company-created or company-approved slides and are expected prior to their presentation to collaborate and review the slides with the company medical officers. The process is intended to focus the speaker on the most positive aspects of a drug, thus increasing the familiarity and appeal of that drug to the speaker, as well as the company's marketing message. It is widely argued that physicians who participate in speakers bureaus are essentially just paid marketers or spokespersons for industry who use, indeed exploit their roles as physician leaders to influence their colleagues to prescribe the sponsor's product. The sentiment that speakers bureaus are promotional rather than educational is reinforced by the fact that the bureaus are funded through pharmaceutical companies' marketing budgets. Here's my question. Do you disagree with the finding of the experts from the Tufts University School of Medicine in this article?
Yeah, I think that as time has evolved, I think that speakers bureaus have been looked down upon, and we at Vanderbilt University every year have to talk about all conflicts of interest that we have. And I think over the years there have been increasing concerns. So we are not allowed to be on speakers bureaus anymore. So again, I don't remember exactly the time that I was no longer on a speakers bureau from all of those articles, and certainly could review that. But I think that is true. Although I must say that and insist that there was never a time when use the slides that the company made me provide. And there was never a time that I said something that was not consistent with my research and my findings. So I think that is a concern, but that is not how the way I personally operated. And I think that the Speakers Bureau issues have become much more, there's been concern about them, and they are much, much less common than they used to be.
Are you willing to produce, within a week of this deposition, the slides that you used in your presentations on behalf of the pharma company speakers bureaus?
That would be hundreds of slides, sir. I think that's a lot, but
Yeah, if you want to make a request for anything, Mr. Siri, you need to do that through me.
I can also ask her if she'd like to do it, but I sure can convert it into a formal request as well, Counselor.
I think you just deal with Mr. Sanders. That would be helpful. That would be helpful for me.
That's a separate question of whether you're willing to provide them. And you're saying there are hundreds of pages. How many presentations were there approximately?
I've given hundreds of presentations, sir.
For the
in all kinds of venues. And I don't remember the last time I gave a speakers bureau. Just this week I've given 3 presentations to hundreds of people about COVID vaccines and about the vaccine safety assessment of COVID vaccines. So, and I include, my conflicts on the slides.
And you always disclose your conflicts on the slides for each presentation?
That's what's required, yes. Now,
And
whether one presentation that I have forgotten to do it, I can't say for that. I've done hundreds of these.
you're saying there might be some in which you forgot to do it?
There may be, goodness, yes, there may be one or two, or, obviously I am, yeah, but that's the goal, is to have the title slide, to have the conflicts, and then to have the goal of the presentation. That's generally the format of my slides.
And the most important conflicts to disclose are typically ones with pharmaceutical companies whose products are implicated by the presentation, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Now,
And wait, time out. So it is also imperative that any kind of presentation that provides continuing medical education, that there is a conflict of interest statement that has to be provided to those that provide CME. So every time I give a CME, I disclose my conflicts, and those are reviewed by the CME agency to allow me to proceed. So whenever I give a lecture for a group, I am asked, usually a month ahead, for me to put together what my goals will be, what I will be talking about, what my conflicts of interest will be, and those are reviewed by the CME group to make sure that there are not conflicts that there are conflicts that would make the CME event not one that should go forward. So that is a routine procedure.
meaning it's a serious process to make sure that conflicts of interest are actually disclosed.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you.
Okay. All right, good. And going through that whole process, it's really important to make sure that by the time the presentation happens, that all of the conflicts that are relevant are disclosed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we discussed earlier that when an ACIP votes to, we discussed earlier about, when an ACIP votes to recommend a childhood vaccine for universal use, it effectively adds it to the childhood immunization schedule. My question is, when it's added to the schedule, and if a child cannot, or a parent of a child cannot afford to pay for the vaccine.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Oh,
Your internet's unstable. I can't understand what you're talking. I can't.
No problem. Can you hear me now?
I can't understand your question because the internet was unstable.
No problem. Rob, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Siri, I can. It may be
I'm wondering if it's on Dr. Edwards' side.
yeah, it may be just a slowdown on her internet, possibly.
It looks that way because she's glitching a little bit. Hey, Dr. Edwards, can you hear me now? She appears frozen.
I can hear you now. Can you hear
great.
me?
Yes. Okay, let's see if we can continue. Now, ACIP, when it votes to add a vaccine to the childhood schedule, it would also vote to include it in the Vaccine for Children's program, typically, correct?
That's correct.
And the Vaccine for Children's program assures that irrespective of the parent or child's ability to pay, the pharmaceutical that the company will still get paid for the sale, for the use of that product, correct?
I'm not exactly familiar with how the pharmaceutical companies are paid in the Vaccines for Children program. I know it's an entitlement program that allows children to be given the vaccines, but I'm not familiar with how the companies are paid for the VFC vaccines.
But the VFC program it does assure that every child will be able to get a vaccine irrespective of ability to pay, correct?
As long as they are VFC eligible.
Of course, meaning if they didn't have the ability to pay.
Well, there are certain criteria in terms of the VFC eligibility. And so if the child is VFC eligible and the VFC doctor and the doctor is associated with VFC, then the vaccines can be given by VFC.
Now, you were a member of ACIP from 1991 to 1995, correct?
I believe those are the years. Again, I don't have my CV in front of me, but if that's what my CV says, yes, I was, sir.
And as we discussed earlier, you were a member of VRBAC from 1995 to 2000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What vaccines, now strike that. When you joined VRBAC in 1991, there were only 3 vaccines, effective vaccines that were recommended for universal use on the CDC childhood schedule, correct?
I believe, sir, but again, I would have to look at that time for the schedule in 1991. And, again, I want to be truthful, so I have not looked at that. But if you're saying that's what the schedule said, then that's correct.
Yeah, let's take a look.
It's also important for you to realize that with the CDC and the FDA, they also assess conflicts of the members of the committee as well. And if there is a conflict that is deemed to be disqualifying, then people cannot speak about that. So that's also another check that the CDC and the FDA have on conflicts.
Right. Can't speak about the recommendation, for example, potential product, or vote on it too, I presume.
If there's a significant conflict, yes, sir.
Okay. So does this look familiar, Dr. Edwards? I'm going to mark this as plaintiff.
Well, it says 1989 childhood immunization schedule. So yes, that's helpful. So there's the DTAP, the AP has replaced, or let's see, no, this is the DTP. So this is not AP, this is wholesale. And the oral polio and MMR, and then the Hib polysaccharide, or the Hib polysaccharide conjugate vaccine, and then TD. Yeah, so this is, that's correct.
Right, now the Hib polysaccharide vaccine was found to not be efficacious, in particular for children under 18 months, so it was eventually replaced in 1991, correct?
Correct. And so this also says here that the conjugate is preferred over the polysaccharide at 18 months as well.
Right. So between 1991 and 2000, while you were on ACIP and VRBAC, what vaccines were licensed and added to the CDC vaccine schedule?
Sir, I'm sorry, I can't tell you all of the ones. You probably have them listed, and I'll be happy to read them, but I just don't have that right in front of me.
No problem. I'll add I'll add this as another plaintiff exhibit. Let's just to do this efficiently, Hep B vaccine was added to the schedule, correct? In that period? The varicella.
Also, DTAP was added. So we had wholesale before, now this is acellular with it.
Okay. And the varicella vaccine was added.
And we have IPV instead of OPV.
And we have IPV and OPV, and the varicella was added, correct?
Yes.
And rotavirus was added, correct?
No, there's no rotavirus on here. Hepatitis A was also.
Thank you, you're right. Hep A vaccine was added?
Yeah, that was for selected areas. However, that was for the native populations, and it was not universal at that time.
Right. And then the Hib vaccine was added 4 doses, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that in June 15, 2000 report of the United States House of Representatives Committee on Government Reform found that with regard to VRBAC, quote, the overwhelming majority of members, both voting members and consultants, have substantial ties to the pharmaceutical industry?
No, I'm not familiar with that document.
Okay. I assume then you're also not aware that this report concluded that ACIP reflects, quote, a system where government officials make crucial decisions affecting American children without the advice and consent of the governed.
The ACIP is,
I'm just asking if you're aware of that quote.
I'm sorry, where was that? Where's that quote? Was in the same article that you just, okay.
Yes, it's in this report, and let's mark it so that Dr. Edwards will have an opportunity to review it before trial. And so you'll have a chance to read this document. It's 25 pages, and you read what the conflicts of interest, what the majority staff report from the Committee of Government Reform of the U.S. House of Representatives found with regard to VRBAC and ACIP as of June 15, 2000, which was, at the end of your tenure at ACIP and VRBAC from 1991 to 2000. Now, are you familiar with a vaccine named RotaShield?
Yes, sir, I am very familiar with RotaShield.
The RotaShield vaccine was manufactured and sold by Wyeth Ladero.
Wyeth Ladderly.
Good God. Ladderly Vaccines and Pediatrics, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
In February 1998, you were on VRBAC and voted to approve RotaShield for inclusion in the CDC's, you were on VRBAC and voted to recommend licensure of RotaShield by the FDA, correct?
That is true, sir. I remember that very clearly.
Okay. When you voted to approve Wyeth Ladderly's vaccine on VRBAC, you also had a contract with Wyeth Ladderly for $255,023 per year from 1996 to 1998 for the study of another of its vaccines. Isn't that correct?
I don't have my CV before me, but that may be correct. That probably was a pneumococcal vaccine. And not the RotaShield vaccine, but that may be correct.
Okay.
I voted for the rotavirus vaccine because it had enormous impact on diarrheal disease and hospitalizations in children in the United States.
Right.
It was licensed. We also had a big discussion about.
Dr. Edwards, there's no question pending. So I've got a lot of material to go through, and that's not. We just have to get through this, and you're the attorney for the other side, can ask you questions about other things if you'd like. Now, at the same time that you voted to recommend approval of the Wyeth Ladderly vaccine, you were, in addition to having a contract with them for a study, you also were on the Wyeth Ladderly Speakers Bureau, correct?
You're muted, Dr. Edwards.
I think you showed information that was on one of the that was the case. I guess.
And as you said earlier, you don't deny that that's the case, correct? You've said that if the article discloses that you were on the.
That is correct. I do not lie in print. Thank you.
Okay. And while you were at VRBAC, you were also a consultant for Wyeth Ladderly, as we saw before, correct?
I believe that was the case, although obviously that wasn't listed in one of the conflicts of the right there.
Okay. So does the document need to be directly in front of you for you to confirm what all right, just strike that. Look, we've already confirmed it earlier. Let me ask you this, okay? You said earlier that, conflicts are critically important, that especially when VRBAC is voting, they make sure that nobody can vote that has a conflict. Strike that. Let me ask you this. To your knowledge, has your name ever appeared in a congressional report regarding vaccines?
Not that I know of, but it looks like it did appear here. My name was in this since you highlighted it. So I guess, yeah, I don't generally read the congressional reports. So.
Are you aware that this congressional report only identified one of the conflicts with Wyeth Ladderly, the contract you had to conduct a vaccine trial? but that they completely missed that you were a consultant for this company, that you were on its speakers bureau, and that you were on its speakers bureau?
Well, obviously I had never seen this before, so I wasn't aware of that, no.
Okay, well, you'll have an opportunity to review this document before trial.
Good.
Okay. And I presume you'll do that, correct?
Yes, sir, I will, thank you.
Okay. Now, you're aware that when companies, strike that. Are you aware that when companies make a product that injures someone, the company may get sued for the harm on the basis of product liability?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that this threat of liability often drives companies to ensure their products are safe before they are put on the market?
Check the form of the question. You can answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
I think that all of us in vaccines, from pharma to investigators to pediatricians, we know the power of vaccines, and we know that they have a great impact on disease. But we also want to make sure that the vaccines are safe, because if there is an adverse event, then depending upon the frequency and severity, that the risks of the vaccine must be weighed. So all of us want safe and effective vaccines.
Would you agree that the threat of liability that a pharmaceutical would have for an injury caused by one of their vaccines would help ensure that the products are safe?
Check the form of the question. You may answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
I'm not a lawyer, sir. I don't know what they're.
Okay, that's fine. Would you agree that, like government regulations, are often intended to also help lead to safer products?
That government regulations are intended for safer products? Is that your question?
Right, that government regulations can also help propel safer products on the market.
Yeah, I think that FDA has rigid standards, and going over and reviewing those are important. Yes.
Are you aware that in the early 1980s, pharmaceutical companies were being forced to exit the vaccine market due to high liability they faced from their vaccine products?
Yes, sir. I am very aware of that.
Okay. And we've already discussed earlier how the 1986 Act provided immunity. Let me ask you this. Are you aware what court a person injured by a vaccine can bring a claim?
Yes, my understanding is that the vaccine court, that the claims need first to go to the vaccine compensation court, and then if they are, if after they're adjudicated there, if the claimant is not happy with the results, then the claim can go to the regular courts.
Right. Now, when it goes to the regular court, okay, can they sue the pharmaceutical company for design defect claims, meaning for claims that the vaccine could be made safer?
I don't know, sir. I'm not a lawyer.
That's fine. Now, in vaccine court, as you mentioned it, the respondent, the defendant, so to speak, is the Secretary of the United States Department of Health and Human Services, correct?
That's correct.
Excuse me, Mr. Siri, you might want to stop the screen share if you're not sharing screen.
Ah, thank you. Appreciate that. Are you aware that when the 1986 Act was passed, most of the claims were table claims and settled quickly?
Check to the form of the question. You may answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
I'm not sure that the number or the majority were table claims. I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. That's totally fine. And are you aware that in the 1990s, the HHS amended the table such that now 98% of new claims are off-table claims?
I am aware of that, yes, sir.
Right. And as we discussed earlier, in off-table claims, the injured child must prove that the vaccine was the cause of the injury. Correct?
The actual determination of causation, I'm not quite sure exactly what the wording is, and so I would just have to defer to that wording.
That's fine. So what that would mean, of course, is that if HHS or any of its agencies admits or publishes any study that supports that a vaccine can cause a certain injury, the lawyers who represented people injured by vaccines would then use that as proof against HHS in vaccine court to establish liability, correct?
Back to the form of the question. You can answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, sir. I'm sorry that I just don't know all the nuances
No
of
problem.
it.
So if the CDC conducted a study that showed that a vaccine caused a certain injury, do you think that evidence could be used in vaccine court to show that the vaccine caused that injury?
Object to the form of the question. You may answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
Yeah, I think that what's important is that one takes a body of literature that addresses an issue. And as we see, there can be individual studies that may suggest some kind of event. And when it is looked at in additional populations, when it is looked at in more inclusive studies, that it isn't shown. And I think that's one of the issues that we often find with the large lake databases in terms of adverse events, is sometimes signals will be seen, but then when we have larger numbers, there are not.
I'm just asking you if the CDC admits in a study or a report that a vaccine causes a certain injury, would that be, do you believe that could be used against CDC, against HHS in vaccine court to establish liability?
Object to the form of the question. You may answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
I will refrain from answering. I think I've answered the question already.
So well, you haven't answered the question, but we'll come back to it later. Oh, what did I do? Oops. Can you still see me on your end?
I can see a list of files that you have in your computer, but now I can't see them.
Yeah, okay. So what is the Advisory Commission on Childhood Vaccines?
It's an advisory, you're talking the advisory group to the compensation system. That's
Right.
what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, it's an advisory group that meets intermittently, that advises the compensation system, and the meetings go over what's happening with the compensation system and any questions or any concerns that are going on.
And it's known as ACCV, correct?
That's right.
Okay, let's move on to something else. What is a vaccine information statement?
The vaccine information statements are statements that are put together by the Centers for Disease Control. They're a part of the vaccine compensation system, and they're required to be given to the recipients of the vaccines.
And they're often referred to as VISs, correct?
That's correct. That for vaccine information statements, yes, VIS.
Okay. And the CDC develops a VIS for each vaccine, correct?
It does. It generally does it in consultation with others to make sure that they're clear, but it does come from the CDC.
And are you aware that federal law requires each VIS to explain the risks of each vaccine?
Yes, I'm
Back to
very
the
aware.
form of the question. You may answer.
I'm very aware of the content of the VIS.
Oh. And only risks that are supported by available data and information may be included, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The CDC routinely denies petitions to add risk to the VIS for various vaccines when there isn't evidence to support a causal relationship, correct?
In order to say an adverse event happens, there has to be some documentation and confirmation that that is correct. To be part
Right.
of, yes.
So the VIS's, so the CDC's policy is to only include risks on a VIS where there's evidence of a causal relationship between the vaccine and the listed reaction, correct?
That's correct.
Now, we talked about earlier, you work at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, pull up your profile. I'm going to mark this as another plaintiff's exhibit. This is your profile from the Vanderbilt University Medical Center page, correct?
It's from one of the websites. This is one of the Vanderbilt websites.
Okay. And this is your profile, correct?
That's my picture, and that's what I'm a professor of pediatrics.
And it provides information about you on this page.
It does.
It's intended to tell the public about what you do, correct, and who you are.
Yes.
Okay. This profile states that you received grants from the NIH, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it says you received grants from the CDC.
Correct.
It says you're a frequent advisor to the NIH and the CDC on vaccine policy, correct?
Correct.
And it states your affiliation with certain medical societies, correct?
Yes, sir.
You remember those clearly, right?
Those are pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I mean, that some, provide your funding for, those are a little different than individual pharma grants. So,
each of these grants from CDC, NIH, those also happen by individual grants, correct?
When the NIH, the CDC issues requests for proposals. And then as a part of that response, then an investigator works with their medical center to propose a response to that request. So with the NIH Vaccine Evaluation Center, that was a multi-million-dollar contract that involved a lot of parts and generally was several hundred pages in length in terms of what was included in that. And that was sort of the mainstay of most of my funding was the NIH funding. In addition, over the past a decade and a half, we've had a major input in terms of vaccine safety with a large CDC grant. I also had a very large CDC grant to look at pneumonia, the cause of pneumonia, and the outcomes of pneumonia in children and in adults. So I've had I've had a number of very large contracts from NIH and CDC, and those were supplemented by smaller grants from pharma, but the bulk and the majority of my funding was from NIH and CDC.
Well, I'm going to make a request that all your funding contracts for all your grants, be produced so that we can substantiate that assertion, and we'll make that in writing.
Yeah, you can present any of those to me, Mr. Siri.
Sure. And I assume, Doctor, you have no problem producing that, correct?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Other than the work that it will require to do that in the midst of a COVID outbreak. Other than that.
But you have had multi-year contracts with pharma companies to conduct trials for their vaccines, correct?
As we've talked about before, I did have pharma contracts as well.
And some of those spanned conducting clinical trials over a number of years, correct?
Most of them were 1 or 2 years, and certainly the amount of funding that was provided by those was substantially less than the NIH and CDC contracts.
Is it that the reason that on your profile page you don't disclose any of the grants you receive from pharmaceutical companies?
Yes, sir, because it's, this is a vignette of what I've done. And certainly there are many parts that, many large grants that I haven't talked about the pneumonia study. I haven't talked about pertussis. I mean, I haven't talked about lots of other things. So this is, and I didn't write this. Somebody just took this from, what they had, so again, it wasn't, I selected to be in this. Someone else wrote this. And this is just a summary of the work that I've been doing for 40 years.
You've never reviewed this before?
No, sir, I haven't.
Now, I'm going to mark your CV as plaintiff's exhibit, whatever the next number is. Patricia, what's the number so I can try to be more?
Right now, I have this exhibit as plaintiff's 12.
Okay, thank you. So looking at plaintiff's exhibit 12, this is your CV, Dr. Edwards, correct?
And could you give me the date that this was, Craig, was this okay. All right. So this is a year behind. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. This would be so August 14, 2019, would that be the last time the CV was updated?
Of course not. I have a current CV, which I can send you, or Mr. Sanders can send you after this deposition.
Appreciate that. But in terms of the CV that I was provided, this CV that we're looking at right now, that's been marked plaintiff's 12 for this deposition, it was last updated on August 14, 2019.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And this CV is 53 pages long?
That's what it says. Yep.
Okay. And it discloses your educational affiliations, correct?
It does.
Did you leave any out?
Not that I deliberately did, not that I know.
Your education.
Actually, my education is up further at the top, and then my academic appointments are after that.
And then these, right? Did you
Yes,
leave
sir.
any educational affiliations or academic appointments out?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Have almost a full page of honors and awards, correct? Full page of professional activities, correct? Almost full
Yes, sir.
page? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And your educational activities spans, let's see, starts on page 3 and goes through 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Would you say you were meticulous in documenting each one of your educational activities?
No, I don't. I wouldn't. I also have a job to do besides to keep my CV up. So there may have been others that I didn't include on there, and their omission was not in any way deliberate. It's just a lot to keep all this up.
And there's another 40 pages or so in the CV, right?
Yeah, I have a number. I have a lot of publications.
Your CV does not disclose that you have been on the Speakers Bureau of Pharmaceutical Companies, correct?
I don't know, sir, what it says.
Okay.
That's not generally part of, the CV is.
If you don't know that, that's fine. Your CV does not disclose you receive personal payments from pharmaceutical companies that sell vaccines, correct?
No, sir, that is not part of a CV. The CV format is dictated by what the medical center wants one to include, and it's generally used for purposes of promotion and that as well.
I'm sorry, who dictates what should be in your CV?
Well, the format of the CV is generally what the university has suggested, and the content is, and it's generally driven by promotions and assessment of one's scholarly activities.
When you say promotions, what do you mean?
Promotions from assistant to professor to full professor.
Mm-hmm. Now, we talked earlier how important, disclosures are. This CV is intended to be provided to others, but you're saying your university policy and your university format doesn't provide in any way to disclose any consultancies you had for pharmaceutical companies?
Yes, but it's done in a different way. There are conflicts of interest statements that we need to, that are prepared and we submit every year to the medical center, so they are aware of what we're doing.
And so you're saying there's a university format that would preclude you from including all your consultantships, advisorships, affiliations, personal payments, and speakers bureaus, involvement with pharmaceutical companies on the CV?
Object to the form of the question. You may answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
It would not preclude what else you wanted to put in your CV. But 53 pages is a lot. And some people, when I send my CV, say it's too long. So again, I'm just trying to be parsimonious with space, but I'm not trying to be deceptive.
You're not trying to be selective by leaving out every single consultancy advisorship?
That's not the goal of the CV, sir.
What's the goal of the CV?
As I just commented, it's a document that puts together your academic portfolio, your education, your educational outreach, your grant funding, and the manuscripts that have been submitted to peer-reviewed journals.
And you provided this CV to counsel for the defendant in this case as part of being an expert witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was one of the uses of the CV, correct?
I was asked to provide my academic CV, which is what I did.
So you were asked specifically to only provide an academic about...
No, I was asked to provide my CV. This is my CV. I've been providing this CV for 40 years and people have found it acceptable. So that's what I sent.
And nobody's ever asked you about pharmaceutical affiliations that were left off of this CV?
No, sir.
Back to the form of the question. You may answer, doctor.
You're the first person. Thank you.
This is the first case in which you appeared as an expert witness with regards to vaccines, correct?
That's correct. I'm not, I do not usually do this.
Okay. On July 29, 2020, you gave a presentation to ACIP regarding COVID-19 vaccine safety considerations, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
ACIP's expected to eventually vote regarding recommending a COVID-19 vaccine, correct?
Yes, sir, that will be their goal.
Your presentation was intended to educate ACIP voting members about the COVID-19 vaccine safety considerations, correct?
Yes, sir.
You began your presentation with a disclaimer, correct?
You're muted, Dr. Edwards.
I don't have my presentation in front of me.
Okay. Let's pull it up.
Okay.
Oh. A lot harder doing this over Zoom. Almost there.
Would you like me to pull up my own slides?
Sure, if you got the disclaimer slide, that's great. In the meantime, let's see who gets.
Well, I guess I'll just, I'm afraid I'll lose my Zoom, so you can just pull it up. I'm sure you're capable of that.
Sure. Well, whether I'm capable of it is about to be tested. Can everybody hear that?
I can see it. I can't hear it.
Rob, remind me again what I need to do so that everybody can hear it.
All right, just before you hit share screen, you'll need to check the box that says audio, or
Thank you.
it may say accentuate or audio when playing audio.
Yep,
Audio
I got it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, here we go. Let's try this one more time.
Edwards, Kathryn Edwards, to please come to turn on her microphone and to talk about COVID-19 vaccine safety considerations. Please, Dr. Edwards.
Well, good morning, and thank you, everyone, for this invitation, Drs. Romero and Cohen and members of ACIP liaison members and those that are present witnessing the streaming. So I'm very pleased today to talk with you about some safety considerations for COVID-19 vaccine. Next slide. So I'm the principal investigator on the CDC-funded CISA assessment project, and also want to say that my findings and conclusions are mine and don't represent the official position of the CDC in that role. Next slide.
Okay. So, Dr. Edwards, that was your disclosures of conflict for that presentation, correct?
Check the form of the question. You can answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
That was my disclosure, and it was in reference to the fact that I wanted to address that any potential conflicts, because I was speaking at the CDC and I was being funded by the CDC. So those were the context in which I presented the disclaimer.
And you didn't disclose your current and prior affiliations with pharmaceutical companies that sell vaccines, correct?
Not on this disclaimer, no, sir.
And many of those companies are also developing COVID-19 vaccines, correct?
They are, but the content of the talk was really a review of past information about safety, and really about what was happening with the concerns about safety signals. So it appeared to be more relevant to the CISA contract that I was funding, and that's why I mentioned that.
Your presentation, as we discussed, was intended to help educate the ACIP committee regarding the safety, potential safety for the various COVID vaccines under development, correct?
That's correct, sir.
I'm going to play you a short clip from that meeting, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can get this to work.
There'll also be an active effort by the DSMBs that will, be looking at each adverse event as phase 2 and phase 3 studies are rolled out. That each adverse event that may be unusual will be looked at in great care by the DSMBs that are independent of the investigators and the manufacturers. That there will be a clear understanding of what the background rate for these adverse events will be in the population. If the rate of an adverse event in the normal population is 1 in 1,000, and we see that rate in the vaccine study, then that may not be as worrisome. But if the rate is 1 in 1,000, and we see it in 1 in 10 of the people that are in the vaccine study, that certainly is a concern. So that is also.
Dr. Edwards, that's you speaking in the video, correct?
Yes, sir, that is me.
Okay, and you created the slide that was presented as part of this presentation?
That's correct, I did.
Okay. Who decides what the background rate is for each adverse event?
Well, that's something that I'm also working on very hard with the, you know, to try and help and understand. There's that is determined by looking at the medical records, by looking at large link databases, and trying to assess what that background rate is. So that is a process that takes a lot of time and effort, and statisticians and medical record experts and large link databases are addressing, but it can be a daunting effort.
Does that list get created, you know, like before the trial starts? Is there let me not ask two questions at once. Doesn't a list of background rates already exist?
There are a list of background rates. I think that we, however, have to make sure that those background rates are relevant. I think we need to make sure that those background rates are relevant to the population that's being studied. And I think that we need to make sure that the background rates are relevant to a time when COVID is circulating. And so there have been a lot of implications with social distancing for other kinds of respiratory events and other kind of infections. So it looks very much like that social distancing is reducing the burden of a lot of diseases. And so we will need to assess those in the context of a pandemic. And so that will be important in terms of how that is assessed as well.
Like, for example, the mortality amongst infants has gone down dramatically during this period of social distancing.
Well, not necessarily. I think what I'm saying is that
no, I know. I'm just you said there are changes that occurred. I'm just saying that's an example of a change, correct?
I think the changes that, again, I'm not aware of exactly what the mortality.
Oh, then that's fine. Then let's move on. If you don't know it, then let's move on. So then to do something more specific to what you're saying, for example, you said that the background rate needs to be relevant to the population under study in the trial. So for example, if the study only includes healthy adults, you would need to know what is the background rate for the particular condition of interest in a group of healthy adults for the relevant time period, correct?
That is the goal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, who decides, who ends up actually deciding what the background rate is when these trials are conducted?
Well, I think that those are rates that we have some general idea about, and then as time goes on, as we gather more data, they may be assessed with different rates. But I think we have to take the rates that we currently have. We also have to assess whether they're unusual reactions, whether they're reactions that we would see that we haven't seen before. So it's not only the frequency, but it's the character of the reaction, and it's also whether other kinds of events can be identified as a cause of the reaction.
And who decides whether the event is related to the experimental vaccine under study in the clinical trial?
Well, the assignment is generally by the investigator, and they relate the adverse event, and then they say that they think it's related or they think it's not related. I think that those are, you know, obviously they're usually in the position to do that most effectively because they have the whole picture there. But each of those are assessed individually by a DSMB. And if there's any question about the assignment of that, then there could be additional details that are asked for.
And when you say investigator, you mean the principal scientist who's conducting the trial on behalf of the pharmaceutical company whose drug or vaccine is under review, correct?
It's the principal investigator, yes.
Yeah, and the principal investigator is compensated from the pharmaceutical company whose drug or vaccine is under review, correct?
That is how it generally is funded, although as you're probably aware with COVID, that has been somewhat different in that their operation Warp Speed has provided funding for a number of the vaccine studies. So that's a little bit different in terms of Warp Speed.
That's true, right? It's definitely, it's a deviation from the past in that BARDA has, and HHS and U.S. government have provided funding directly to the pharmaceutical companies for conducting these clinical trials, and the pharmaceutical companies then spend the money that they're provided to pay for the clinical trials, correct?
That's for those vaccines that are evaluated within that process. There are some that are being evaluated outside that process.
Which are those?
Pfizer is being funded by Pfizer, not by the government, although the manufacturing of the vaccine, if it's proven to be safe and effective, is provided by Pfizer, or by BARDA.
Okay, so with the Pfizer vaccine, the payments to, like the principal investigator, you're saying are going directly from the government to the principal investigator?
No, sir.
Oh.
The Operation Desert Storm COVID vaccine studies that are run through the NIH are being paid for by BARDA to the investigators. The independent studies, such as Pfizer, is funding the study itself. However, Pfizer has been given money to build manufacturing capabilities for the vaccine if it were to be proven effective.
Now, in a clinical trial, you have the individuals that are receiving the vaccine under investigation, and that's typically called the experimental group, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you will have a control group that is not receiving that vaccine, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So going back to background rates, why not just compare the rate of the adverse event between the experimental group and the control group?
Certainly that is being done all the time, so that you're comparing the adverse events that occur with the vaccine and with the control group. But you're also, I mean, this is a 30,000 people study, so it's a large study. And so you will also be looking at, let's say there was an episode of Guillain-Barré, and you would say, well, what is the expected Guillain-Barré rate in that population? And if it were consistent with the overall rate, then you would say, well, we need to assess, it seems that it could be a chance occurrence, because in that particular population with this number of people vaccinated, you could see Guillain-Barré as a background rate. And the reason that this is important is because we need to make sure that an event is indeed causative. And if we're going to stop a study, which can certainly be done if there's an adverse event or a hospitalization or a death, certainly we need to consider that, but we also need to consider whether that may just be a chance occurrence. And so certainly we know that that more time that we delay the licensure of vaccine, that there are downsides as well. So this is done, so we compare both vaccine groups, but we also have an understanding or assessment of what is the overall background rate of that adverse event in the population.
So what you're saying is, for example, if there are, let's say, 3 instances of Guillain-Barré in the experimental group and 0 instances of Guillain-Barré in the control group, that doesn't end the analysis. It's not that means that, let me just finish the example. That doesn't mean that the vaccine caused Guillain-Barré. That's not what the study just doesn't stop. If then the principal investigator, you're saying, will then look at the background rates and make a determination of whether or not they believe the Guillain-Barré is actually causally related to the vaccine that's being studied?
No, that's not correct. So what you would do in that situation is that there is a cluster of adverse events in the vaccine group, and there are none that are seen in the control group. So
Okay.
that would be very worrisome, the unequal distribution of the adverse events. So that would trigger a DSMB to say, wait a second, this looks, looks suspicious. But we also have to realize that there are specific criteria for the diagnosis of an adverse event. So there is a collaboration called the Brighton collaboration that makes diagnosing firm way so that we can say that Guillain-Barré is indeed the case. So if we have 3 cases of Guillain-Barré that are diagnosed with the proper qualifications in the vaccine group and none in the control group, then we would be concerned about that. And regardless of the background rate, that would be a cause of concern. And if indeed that is the case, then the study may be stopped.
Can you repeat the last part of that?
I'm saying that if indeed 3 cases of documented Guillain-Barré with all the criteria that establish the diagnosis clearly would happen in the vaccine group and none in the control group, then it's likely that the vaccine study would be stopped by the DSMB.
So the Brighton collaboration is establishing the criteria for making the diagnosis for various conditions?
The Brighton collaboration is a very interesting group that has been in existence in over a decade that actually works very closely to make a definition of an adverse event so that everyone will agree with it. And there are various levels, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 is a level that everyone would agree that the definition is correct. And so it's important when you say that the adverse events are indeed adverse events that you have confirmed that that's what the case. So let me give an example. Right now, we're looking at background rates in some large databases, and we look at background rates and comes up in the medical record that all these people have Guillain-Barré or have had Guillain-Barré. So in the medical record. So then when we look in the medical record, the diagnosis was history of Guillain-Barré. And so the patient does not currently have it. So there are criteria for making the diagnosis. And if we're going to clearly associate a vaccine with an adverse event, we want to make sure that the diagnosis of that adverse event is correct.
So that relates to the timing, but
it doesn't relate to the timing.
Okay.
It relates to a definition. So it relates to the symptoms that you have. It relates to a spinal fluid protein. It relates to, to the exclusion of other ongoing events such as Campylobacter or other kind of viral infections. These are rigid diagnoses that everyone would agree that this is Guillain-Barré. And this is very important to make sure that you are diagnosing things appropriately. So the Brighton collaboration has a number of these guidelines. They are currently working on adverse events for COVID for guidelines as well.
And so these guidelines are specific to assess whether a vaccine causes a particular injury, or they're just guidelines generally?
These are guidelines for the definition of the adverse event. It does not assign causality.
Okay, understood. It's just to diagnose, it's just to assess whether or not the person in fact had the adverse event claimed to have occurred?
It is to assure the certainty of the diagnosis that you are making.
And so if the 3 cases, and I'm going back to our example of Guillain-Barré, were confirmed to meet the Brighton collaboration criteria for in fact being Guillain-Barré syndrome, and all 3 occurred in the experimental group, and none occurred in the control group, would that be then used to make a conclusion that the vaccine can cause Guillain-Barré, or is there another process that occurs before that conclusion can be reached?
I think causation is exceedingly difficult to prove. And I think one of the issues that you would need to make sure of is that there was not another reason for that to be, for Guillain-Barré to occur. So you have a case that is clearly defined, but the Brighton collaboration does not say that it is vaccine related. Now, how do you confirm that a vaccine causes an adverse event? Well, there are a couple ways. For instance, when we had polio, we could confirm that we had vaccine-acquired polio by isolation of the polio virus from the spinal fluid of the child that had the paralysis. We know that children that have severe immune deficiencies, which fortunately we're much better able to diagnose now with newborn screening, but we know, for instance, that some of those children would have dissemination of a virus and cause severe disease, such as measles. And they would have virus isolated from their blood or their lungs or their spinal fluid. So the actual determination of causation is often the exclusion of other entities, but unless you have the ability to actually isolate that virus from a person who's ill, causation is more difficult to determine.
And who makes the determination of whether or not there is some other potential explanation? For example, those 3 cases of Guillain-Barré in our example.
Yeah, well, I think that the DSMB would have to look at that. I think that, for instance, they may be asked, for instance, let's say one of the patients had diarrhea, and you could say that, you know, there is an entity called Campylobacter, which is associated with Guillain-Barré. So if you found that that individual had Campylobacter in their stool and they had Guillain-Barré, then you would be worried. But again, these are not easy things to do. And I think that you try and get as much information to exclude things. But sometimes when an adverse event happens, it's so after the adverse event that some of these things cannot be tested for, such as Campylobacter.
So when what you're saying is, I mean, when a clinical trial is conducted for a vaccine, it has limitations on what adverse events it can determine before licensure, correct?
Yes, it does. And it's dependent upon the number of people enrolled in the study. So certainly a study that has 200,000 children enrolled into it, which is a rotavirus study, has a lot more power to detect adverse events associated with vaccines than a study that enrolls 1,000 people. The 30,000 COVID studies are going to have a lot greater power to look at adverse events than the 45 patients that was just reported in the New England Journal. But because adverse events may be so rare, it may be necessary to actually license the vaccine and then do post-licensure studies to look at the rates of adverse events in that way.
So one of the factors on whether or not a clinical trial can detect an adverse event is the number of participants, which you're referring to as how powered the study is, correct?
That's correct. That's called the sample size.
Thank you. And then another factor would be the duration that safety is reviewed after administering the product, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I assume a third factor would also be whether or not what the control is in the trial, correct?
Well, I think that in order for a study, a pivotal study that may be involved in licensure of the vaccine, there is a lot of discussion with the FDA what the control group would be. So the easiest control group is a placebo control group where someone just gives saline, and that's pretty straightforward. But that also is problematic because, if you're giving a reactive vaccine and the people are getting in the vaccine and the placebo group is getting saline and there's no reaction, then sometimes that can unblind the individuals in terms of, I'm not so sure which, I got the vaccine. So we want people to be blinded for the, and we also need to make sure that the vaccine that is being studied does not have an impact on the disease you're looking for. So a great example would be the recent study by the Oxford group with their adeno vectored COVID vaccine, and what they used in their control group was a meningococcal vaccine. So the meningococcal vaccine had reactions associated with it. So people were less clear what they got. But again, the meningococcal vaccine had no impact on COVID. So those are some of the nuances.
So if you're going to use the Pfizer vaccine in the experimental group, the COVID Pfizer vaccine experimental group, and you're going to use the meningococcal vaccine, right, which would be Menveo in the United States, in the control group, then the meningococcal vaccine needs to have previously been licensed or determined that it doesn't cause a certain reaction in order to make an assessment of whether or not the experimental vaccine does or does not cause that same reaction, correct?
Yeah, but the COVID studies are most of them are going to have the control of saline, because it's hard to get two vaccines that are given within a month apart. So most all of those will be very clear, and the benefit of having a true placebo will be that you will have people who do not receive any active agent.
And then this way you can actually compare the reaction rate between those that get the experimental vaccine and those that essentially are getting an inert substance, correct?
Correct.
That's what a placebo is. It's an inert substance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the pivotal clinical trials, which you mentioned earlier, those are the trials that the FDA will typically rely upon to license a vaccine, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you were going to design a clinical trial of a vaccine given to children 18 months or younger, how long would that clinical trial need to be to determine whether the vaccine caused autism?
In general, the autism is generally diagnosed somewhere within the first couple years of life. And I think maybe the mean time is about 2 years, depending upon the severity. So I think that however, I think that most of the going theories would suggest that autism is really a prenatal event and not an event that happens after the child is born. So I think that what you're asking me is a little bit of a loaded question, so I will ask you, or I will answer in that that the vaccine trials that are conducted always have a tail of about a year that is required for the manufacturers to follow the patients. With the more recent licensure of new vaccines, there is also generally a longer tail with post-marketing surveillance, which may then include 2 or 3 years to look at any adverse event that may occur in that population.
You're talking about the phase 4 trials?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Post-licensure trial.
That's correct.
That occurs after the product's already on the market, correct?
That's after the vaccine is licensed, yes.
In the year 2000, children were typically diagnosed with autism around 4 years of age. Is that correct?
The diagnosis is made much earlier than it used to be, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2000, the typical age of diagnosis for autism was around 4 years of age?
I don't know what the mean age. I didn't review the literature from 2000 about autism, about the rates.
Let me share a study with you. This way you have it, and you can have an opportunity also to review it for the trial. This is going to be...
Mm-hmm.
See, the title of this article is Age of Diagnosis for Autism, Individual and Community Factors Across 10 Birth Cohorts.
Yes, sir.
And let's scroll down to here, in which we can see figure 1 displays the changing age of first autism diagnosis from the 1992 to 2001 birth cohorts. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. But I must say that, I've not reviewed this article, and I certainly will review. So I don't. So you're showing me a table, and I have no idea where this table came from. I'm not saying that it's not correct. But I'm saying that, I think this
is entirely fair. Entirely fair. That's why I wanted to mark it, and you have an opportunity to review it later. Absolutely. If you didn't write it and you've never seen it before, I no question. I just wanted to mark it so that would be plaintiff's exhibit, I believe, 14. Okay. Now,
I have it as 13, Mr. Siri, but you may be right.
Well, I don't know how we're going to do this, but we have the video.
Okay, that was 13 then. Okay.
Yeah. Look at that. I finally got a number right. Okay. So I think the video is 13. This will be 14. Now, for the vaccines licensed, by the year 2000, how many children would you estimate need to be in those clinical trials to detect whether the vaccine caused autism by 8 to 18 months, and how long would the trial need to continue after 18 months of age?
I can't give you those numbers off the top of my head, exactly how they would be. I think that I think one of the, when you have a rare event, although, autism is now felt to be about 1.5% of the population, when you have a rare event, and particularly when it might have been more difficult to diagnose earlier, in an earlier time, then I think it takes larger numbers. But I can't give you that number, sir. And again, I'm not an autism epidemiologist.
Okay. But given what you know about clinical trials, would you agree with me that the clinical trials relied upon to license the vaccines given for Yates were not designed to determine whether these products cause autism when given to an infant or toddler at or below the age of 18 months?
I think those trials were likely not powered to answer that question. I don't recall the actual number that were enrolled in the MMR vaccine trials, and so I can't say that definitively. But I would trust that it likely was not large enough, and that's why large database studies are needed to really assess that in a phase 4 assessment.
Right.
If you're looking for adverse events that are associated with vaccines.
And they would also, in addition to needing to have enough participants be properly powered, they would also need to actually track the children in the clinical trial for long enough so that enough of them could actually get an autism diagnosis such that an assessment could be made, correct?
Yes, or you could do those studies you could also do those studies in a large linked database, which has been done since that time. Looking at
we'll get to the post-licensure after. I'm trying to do this systematically. Let's talk about pre-licensure now. We'll certainly get to the post-licensure period. Sticking with the pre-licensure period, so it sounds like you would agree there weren't. They probably, as you said, are unlikely to be improperly powered, and they would have needed to review safety long enough as well to determine, to capture enough children in the experimental and control group that had or didn't have autism in order to make an assessment of whether the product caused autism, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if the safety review period, was no longer than, let's say, was 42 days, and assessing whether the vaccine caused a child that received the product up to 18 months caused autism, that wouldn't be long enough, correct?
to make sure that it's clear that you understand what I'm saying.
Sure.
I'm saying that if an adverse event were to occur associated with vaccines, that if it were an uncommon event and if it was not diagnosed until later, then you would need a larger number of sample size and a longer period to assess that. I am not saying, however, by answering yes to your questions that I believe that vaccines cause autism. So I just want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying.
Never asked that question. Absolutely. I think the record's clear on that. We are not trying to determine what I am trying to, and hopefully so we can avoid going through each of the clinical trials. I am just trying to establish, and that because of the number of participants, the period the safety was reviewed, and the control that was used, none of the pre-licensure clinical trials for the vaccines Yates received were designed or capable of determining whether or not those products did or did not result in autism.
Did not result in an adverse event.
The one did not result in an adverse event of autism.
Mr. Saunders, I think that I want to make sure, I think he's trying to make me say things that I don't believe. So
okay, well, just listen to the
how am I supposed to respond to the same question repeated times?
Yeah, I think listen to the question, and if you've already answered it, you can tell them I've already answered that.
All right. Well, so okay. Well, let's take it piece by piece then. How long would safety have to be tracked in the clinical trials relied upon to license the vaccines Yates received in order for them to have determined whether the vaccine caused autism?
Object to form the question. You may answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
I'm not going to answer it. I've already answered the question.
I don't recall that you have not provided any period of time. Are you saying you don't know the period of time? Please.
I said that the studies that were involved in the licensure of MMR did not provide an adequate number of patients that had been followed for 4 years to determine a rare event that would happen 4 years after vaccination. That's what I'm saying.
And you consider autism to be a rare event?
Object to form the question. You may answer, doctor.
Yeah, the CDC reports that the rate is about 1.5%.
Do you consider autism to be a rare event when those clinical trials for MMR occurred?
Object to form the question. You may answer.
It was a rarer event than it is now.
See, you say you've answered the question, but you're not really answering the question. I'm just, you say you've done, according to your profile, you have done most of the pivotal trials relied upon to license many of the vaccines, correct, on the market?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're highly experienced at conducting clinical trials, correct?
I'm highly experienced conducting clinical trials.
Okay. And you're familiar with many of the clinical trials that relied upon to license many of the vaccines currently on the market, correct?
I am.
Okay. In your opinion, did the clinical trials relied upon to license the vaccines that Yates received, many of which are still on the market today, were they designed to rule out that the vaccine causes autism?
No. You've badgered me into answering the question the way you want me to, but I think that that's probably the answer.
Is that your accurate and truthful testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Siri, can we take a break at some point? We've been going about 3.5 hours whenever you get to a stopping point.
Absolutely. And let me just a few more minutes and we'll take a break. Does that sound good? Okay. You know what? Why don't we want to take you want to take a 5-minute break?
I think I need a little more than 5 minutes. I'd like to have 15 minutes, if that's okay.
Oh, absolutely, Dr. Ed.
Okay, so we'll meet then at 11:45. Is that okay?
That's wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, we're off the record at 11:26 a.m. All right, and we're back on the record at 11:47 a.m. Central Time.
Thank you. Dr. Edwards, is silent transmission of pertussis within families, has that been demonstrated?
Yes, it has been. I think there have been, yes, it has been.
Okay. Pertussis can be transmitted by breathing, correct?
It's a respiratory pathogen. It can be transmitted by droplets.
Right, as well as by breathing, correct? I mean, the medical literature specifically supports that, correct? I'm not saying it's the only, I know that you want to qualify everything. I'm not saying it's the only way it spreads. I'm asking you, is it a way that it can spread?
Pertussis is most generally spread by people that are coughing, but it can be asymptomatically spread. And there are studies of challenge models where monkeys or primates are put in together and in separate cages right to each other. And one baboon can infect the other. So if you say breathing in terms of generation of droplets, yes.
Right, and also when somebody transmits it asymptomatically, that means they transmit it when they weren't coughing, correct?
Yeah, it's not the usual method. And, you know, for many years, we didn't believe that that actually happened. And then there were some data that would suggest that perhaps adolescents were able to transmit. Most of the time, however, those people that transmit have some type of symptoms. And that's why the organism is so efficient, because you cough, and cough generates droplets and aerosols that infect other people. So in general, not like COVID, most people that are infected with pertussis have some symptoms.
Or they could be pauci-symptomatic, meaning they just have
That's
some
correct.
symptoms.
Yeah, that's correct.
They don't realize they're not sick enough to stay home, correct? They're not, let me rephrase, strike that. They're not sick enough where they think where they would normally stay home and in bed, correct?
Generally not. And again, the most serious pertussis is in babies before they're vaccinated. And then they can die of that.
Right, babies under 1 year of age are at risk. If they get pertussis, they can develop a whoop by which they can't. You're the expert. You know what? Let's strike that. Let's strike that. You wrote this. Let's just move on. No question on the table. No question on the table. Okay. So long-held assumptions by the medical community regarding pertussis vaccine have recently been shown to, by more recent science, to show to have not been correct. Correct? Is that right?
Knowledge evolves in all fields, and so it should be based on science.
Absolutely. That's why you would agree with the statement, I believe, quote, if we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be called research, correct?
Yes, that is actually on my wall in my office.
Oh. The only pertussis vaccine used in the United States and the one Yates received is known as acellular pertussis vaccine, correct?
Acellular pertussis vaccines are a group of vaccines. It's not a vaccine. The acellular pertussis vaccines consist of 3 or 4 antigens. The Infarex consists of 3 antigens. The Sanofi Pasteur consists of 4 antigens. They are combined with diphtheria toxin and tetanus toxin. All of the vaccines that are used in the United States are acellular. However, acellular vaccines are not used all over the world, and whole cell vaccines also are used.
But in the United States, since 2000, we've used in the United States exclusively acellular pertussis vaccine.
That's
not
correct.
Okay, thank you. And I think you mentioned that giving acellular pertussis vaccines to adolescents, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be what's known as the Tdap vaccine, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Versus the DTaP vaccine, which is only licensed up till 7 years of age, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are 2 adolescent acellular pertussis vaccines, correct?
Right. There's 2 for the primary series. There's 2 for the adolescent. They are made by Sanofi Pasteur and by GSK.
All right, thank you. And the 2 adolescent ones were both licensed in 2005, correct?
I can't remember exactly what year each of the vaccines are licensed.
Okay.
All right, can't do that.
That's fine. Now, pertussis vaccines can reduce the symptoms of pertussis, right?
That's the goal for a vaccine, that you reduce the incidence of disease and the symptoms. So that's correct.
So the pertussis vaccine can reduce the symptoms of pertussis, correct?
Yes, it's an effective vaccine.
Yeah, I thought that was a softball. I thought you'd agree with that one. Okay. I thought that was an easy one. All right.
There are no easy questions.
Yeah, let's keep going. That's fair. Sometimes. So for decades, the medical orthodoxy was that the vaccines could also prevent infection and transmission, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after spending decades seeking to eradicate pertussis in the first world countries using acellular pertussis vaccine, the scientific community has recently come to understand that this vaccine can never accomplish that end, correct?
I think that there are a number of deficiencies in the current acellular pertussis vaccine that could be improved upon.
Does the current pertussis vaccine can it exert any herd immunity effect?
Although that's been a little controversial as well. I think, obviously we're all discussing herd immunity about everything. And just like with COVID, there are some controversies about herd immunity. I think that a immunized community is what you want to get. And certainly we know that if a community is highly immunized, there's less pertussis. If there are a lot of people that are not immunized, there's more pertussis. So there is a role for herd immunity. The extent is still a subject of debate.
And when you say pertussis, you mean disease.
Bordetella pertussis disease.
Right. But the pertussis vaccine, the scientific community now understands, does not prevent somebody who's received that vaccine from becoming infected with Bordetella pertussis and transmitting the pertussis, correct?
It probably does. I think that we see the efficacy of the vaccine in young children and probably persist through the period until they get their booster. The efficacy of the pertussis vaccines in studies that we've been involved in is generally felt to about 85%. We also know, however, that with the adolescents, there appears to be more of a problem with waning immunity than we had appreciated before. So that is one of the areas that we're also working on. The other issue, as I talked about before, is maternal vaccination for prevention of disease in infants. So
I appreciate, doctor, that you are very knowledgeable. I mean, you're a vaccinologist, you're world renowned, you know a lot of information. I need to get information in smaller bites, and you give me a lot of information, which is great, but obviously I can't address it all. I just need to take it in pieces. With that said, I want to go back to my question, which was, does it prevent infection and transmission of pertussis? And what I'd like to do is I'm going to mark this as plaintiff's exhibit. Is it 15?
Yes, it's 15.
Thank you. This is an article in the Frontier in Immunology, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're an author on this article?
That's my name.
Along with many other what are considered experts in pertussis and pertussis vaccine, correct?
That's correct.
And also the World Association of Infectious Disease and Immunological Disorders, as well as the Vaccine Study Group of the European Society of Clinical Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, also signed on to this study, correct?
They were part of the authors. Yeah.
Okay. So, and this study was published just this past summer, July 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's scroll down. And you reviewed and confirmed strike that. We can come back to that later if we need to. I'm going to read you a few sentences from this, and I'd like to ask you a question. So the study says natural infection with pertussis evokes both mucosal and systemic immune responses, while acellular pertussis vaccines induce only a systemic immune response. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, sir, I certainly do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Edwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I froze. I didn't hear the answer to the last question.
Yes, I agree that natural infection evokes both mucosal and systemic immune responses, while acellular vaccines induce only a systemic immune response. I agree with that statement.
Okay. And then the next statement, mucosal immunity is essential to prevent colonization and transmission of bordetella pertussis organisms. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I agree with that statement, but it does not exclude the role of systemic immunity as well.
Okay. And then the next sentence, preventative measures such as acellular pertussis vaccines that do not
I can't hear you, sir. I think that you're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Yeah. Mr. Siri, I cannot hear you either.
Let's give it a second. Okay. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I was saying the next sentence says preventative measures such as acellular pertussis vaccines that do not induce a valid mucosal response can prevent disease, but cannot avoid infection and transmission. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Next, highlighted yellow, it says acellular pertussis vaccines do not prevent colonization. Do you agree with that statement?
They do not totally prevent colonization. They have a small role, and that's been shown in baboon studies. I think what you're doing is I have written almost 600 papers. You're taking a sentence and you're wanting me to say whether that sentence is true or not.
That's right. That's what I'm asking you, because it's in a paper that you authored, and at the bottom of which the paper says that everybody read it and agreed to it. So it says acellular pertussis vaccines do not prevent colonization. Now you said there's a baboon study that would seem to indicate. Now in the baboon study, you're talking about the study conducted by Warfel at the FDA, correct?
Jason Warfel and Todd Merkel.
That's right.
Yes.
And in that study, what they did is they they had naive baboons, baboons that had never been exposed to pertussis, correct? They had one group of naive baboons like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then they also had a group of baboons that had been vaccinated with acellular pertussis vaccine, correct?
Yes.
And then they had a third group that got wholesale, but let's leave that one out. And then they got a fourth group of baboons that had pertussis. They were convalescent, right?
Yes, sir. I'm really familiar with the paper. I actually read an editorial about it. Right. So what is your question?
And all three baboons were then exposed, all three groups of baboons were then exposed to pertussis, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And then they used a swab up the baboon's nose to see if they could culture pertussis, Bordetella pertussis, from the baboons after the challenge with Bordetella pertussis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what they found was that the baboons that were naive, as well as the baboons, what they found was the baboons that were naive, they had symptoms, they were coughing, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the baboons that had received acellular pertussis, they had less symptoms. They still had some symptoms, they had a lot less symptoms, correct?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
But they both were able, but Warfel and his colleagues were able to retrieve Bordetella pertussis from their nasal pharynx for the same duration of time after exposure, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I don't understand, how does that study support that pertussis vaccines, how does that study change or add any qualifier to the statement in this study that acellular pertussis vaccines do not prevent colonization?
So that's what it said.
Do you agree with that statement?
I agree with that statement. Yeah, I agree with that statement.
Okay, and then it says, consequently, they, meaning meaning acellular pertussis vaccines, do not reduce the circulation of Bordetella pertussis and do not exert any herd immunity effect. Correct?
It depends. That's what it says. It depends on how you define herd immunity. So herd immunity in this situation prevents transmission from other people. Herd immunity can also define the penetrance of a virus or a bacteria in a population. So we know that that populations that have very low rates of pertussis have much higher rates of pertussis disease. And those are papers that have come from data from California, and those papers have been authored by a number of epidemiologists. So again, the problem is that I wish you would just ask me what you want me to ask. Where are you going with this? You know, what are you trying to say? So
what I'm just trying to establish here is, you know, because I don't think if I asked you directly, you'd agree, is that, you know, there are long-held assumptions or established principles in vaccinology that can go on for 30 years. All right. In this instance, there was a 30-year worldwide campaign to vaccinate children, adolescents, pregnant, expanding the circles of vaccination in an attempt to reduce infection and transmission of pertussis. Correct?
Yes, sir.
But science, vaccinology has finally caught up. The science has caught up, and we now know that, in fact, the acellular pertussis vaccine cannot prevent transmission infection, right? Which is why you're trying to develop a better vaccine, right? A nasally inhaled one that will also prevent infection transmission, right? It's kind of like the COVID vaccine. The Oxford one appears to maybe prevent disease, but it doesn't appear to stop infection transmission. So, you know, what I'm asking you is, I thought I asked a simple question, which is, can acellular pertussis vaccine prevent infection and transmission? Had you said no, we could have moved on. So can acellular pertussis vaccine does not prevent infection transmission, just as you've written in this article, correct?
Acellular pertussis vaccines have a major role in prevention of disease. Babies used to die of pertussis, and because of acellular vaccines, we have we have a reduction in infant deaths. We do not have a vaccine that reduces colonization. So when you ask me a question, I want to make sure that I'm answering the question completely so that you don't take what I've said and change it into something that I haven't said.
Look, I understand. You also want to point out the benefit of the vaccine, not just potentially an issue. I understand that. We're here today to talk about a potential injury from a vaccine. So obviously today is going to focus on those items. And I know that's, not something that you've never appeared as an expert before. You've never had to be challenged in this way. I understand that. But that is the role today. Look, moving on. Let me ask you this. The inter-epidemic intervals for pertussis in the United States have actually gotten shorter over the last 2 decades, correct?
Some people think they have. Other people think they've stayed 3 to 4 years.
Okay. Either stayed the same or gotten shorter?
Yes.
What do you think, doctor?
I think both of those statements can be supported.
Fair. Okay. What is the Global Pertussis Initiative?
It's an initiative that is funded by Sanofi Pasteur to assess the global burden of pertussis and to assist in ways that it can be controlled. We know that most of the global population, we don't have very good surveillance information on pertussis in a lot of the global community. So that's what its goal is.
And you were a member of the Global Pertussis Initiative, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so, for example, as you pointed out, there isn't good surveillance. The point of increasing surveillance of pertussis is to make sure that more people get the pertussis vaccine in various countries around the world, correct?
The goal of pertussis surveillance is to see how much pertussis that we have in the world.
It's also to, isn't it true that there are many articles published through the Global Pertussis Initiative, including in which you're an author, in which there's argued for expanded use of pertussis among, adolescents, pregnant women, and increasing the rate among children?
The recommendations for the use of pertussis vaccine in each of those populations is supported. So yes, if the country has immunization recommendations for pertussis, those are supported. Yes, so with the ultimate goal to reduce disease.
So the answer to my last question is yes.
I kind of forgot what the question was.
No problem. I'll make it simpler. I'm just saying the Global Pertussis Initiative has convened many meetings of pertussis, which is experts, correct?
Yes.
And the Global Pertussis Initiative is funded by Sanofi, correct?
Yes.
And those meetings and the Global Pertussis Initiative has produced many papers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those started in 2000 when the initiative was first started by Sanofi, correct?
I don't know the year that it started.
Okay. And you've been an author on a number of those papers, right?
Yes, sir.
And those authors and those articles have, because you're saying you want to reduce the burden of disease, have argued for expanded use of pertussis vaccine, correct?
Yes. Okay.
There's also a group called the International Consensus Group on Pertussis Immunization, correct?
I don't know that and I hope I'm not a member of that. It's not something I recall.
You're not. You're off the hook right away. You're not. You're not aware that that's the GSK funded equivalent of the Global Pertussis Initiative.
No.
Okay. And you're not aware they did this, engage in the same type of sponsorship of meetings and, and articles and so forth to encourage pertussis vaccine?
No, sir.
Okay. So in 2005, you said earlier you're not aware that Sanofi and GSK licensed their pertussis vaccine for adolescents in 2005, correct?
I'm saying that I don't remember exactly what year those vaccines were licensed, but
Fair.
did license those vaccines.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2006, the ACIP voted to add those vaccines to the recommended CDC childhood immunization schedule?
They were added, I don't know which year they were added.
Okay. Are you, so I assume you're not aware that in the ACIP document in which that recommendation was made to add those vaccines, 34 of the cited studies to support that recommendation from ACIP included one or more members from the Global Pertussis Initiative or the GSK funded equivalent.
I think that one of the things, why are these people on these advisory boards? Because we're the experts. You don't ask people for this advisory board.
But they're supposed to be independent, correct? They're supposed to be independent of the pharma companies, correct? Okay. Well, you said it early. Strike the question. We already have an answer. Okay. What is linked epitope suppression?
Linked epitope suppression is when you have seen a certain epitope on an antigen, and that when you've seen it, then you're introduced again, and there's some suppression of that particular response to that epitope.
Is there a suppression of the response to that same epitope that's already seen and for which there's immunity, or is it suppression of a response to other antigens that usually come along? Let's take it in pieces. It's going to be complicated, right? We'll take it in quick little pieces. So the pertussis bacteria has approximately 3,000 antigens, correct?
Correct.
Right. The whole cell pertussis vaccine that we used to use in the US also had around 3,000 antigens, correct?
Correct.
The acellular pertussis vaccine has about, like you said earlier, 3, 4, or 5 antigens in it, correct?
Yes.
They're selected from the pertussis bacteria, right?
They were selected for their role in disease prevention.
Preventing disease. Yes. All right. And do you know what those 5 antigens are?
Of course. They're pertussis toxin, they're filamentous hemagglutinin, they're FIM1, they're FIM2, and they're protactin.
Okay. Is it FIM1 or 2 or FIM2 and 3? Does that change over time?
2 and 3, I'm sorry. They're 2 and 3, not 1 and 2. Sorry.
That's no problem. I usually start counting from 1, 2, so I totally, now it's been found that those that are vaccinated, as we've discussed with acellular pertussis vaccine, can still become infected with pertussis, because they're only generating a vigorous immune response to the 5 antigens. And whereby previously with the whole cell or with natural infection, they would have generated an immune response to all 3,000 antigens, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe, Dr. Cherry, among others, has found that those vaccinated with acellular pertussis vaccines, when they generate an immune response to the 5 antigens in the vaccine, or 3 or 4, when they actually encounter pertussis, their body develops a vigorous immune response by developing antigens to those 5 antigens.
Antibody to the antigens.
Antibodies, thank you. But there's a suppression in generating antibodies to the other approximately 2,995 antigens, correct?
That is Dr. Cherry's hypothesis.
Okay. And that hypothesis is known as linked epitope suppression, correct?
Correct.
Do you agree with that hypothesis?
I'm not sure that it's been shown definitively. I think it's still a hypothesis.
Excuse me, Mr. Siri, if you're done with that screen share, you might want to take it down.
Oh, thank you. Okay. There was a time when immunity pertussis was thought to be lifelong, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's when adults were re-exposed to pertussis and, after having it naturally. And
Can't hear your question, sorry.
Mr. Siri, you froze up again.
now, hello?
We can hear
I
you.
can hear you now. I just couldn't hear the question, so maybe.
No problem. Okay. Given the issues, let's move on to another topic. Can varicella vaccine cause or result in pneumonia?
Administration of varicella vaccine in immunocompromised subjects can result in pneumonia. Yes.
Okay. What about non-immunocompromised subjects?
Generally not, although there are always examples that may be not easy to understand, but in general, varicella vaccine does not cause pneumonia in normal, healthy people.
But it can cause pneumonia in normal, healthy people sometimes.
It may. I would, in order to answer that definitively, I'd need to look in the literature or look in theirs.
So if are you aware that the IOM report about adverse events from vaccines in 2011 did find that the pneumonia as a result of varicella vaccine was causally supported?
In normal, healthy people or in immunocompromised?
I'm not aware of it qualifying it to immunocompromised.
Okay. Well, I would think probably they would do that, but again,
Okay. Can varicella vaccine cause or result in encephalitis?
It can, particularly in immunocompromised or immunodeficient individuals.
Can varicella vaccine cause an infection of the brain?
That's what encephalitis is, yes.
Okay. I just lay talk. Can varicella vaccine cause or result in meningitis?
Varicella vaccine in some subjects has been isolated from the spinal fluid, so that would be a definition of meningitis, yes.
So so varicella vaccine can sometimes cause or result in meningitis, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Can varicella vaccine cause an infection of the spinal cord covering?
That's the meninges, so that's the same question, and the answer remains the same, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for indulging. Can varicella vaccine cause seizures?
It may be associated with seizures. Certainly you can get fever as well, and if there was encephalitis, it may indeed, although every time you have a seizure, I can't say that it was due to varicella.
But it can, in some instances, cause a seizure, correct?
In very rare instances, and particularly in individuals who are not immunocompetent.
Okay. Can DTaP vaccine cause seizures?
It can be associated with seizures in that it can cause fever and also sometimes, so yes, it can be associated with seizures.
Would you be surprised to know that the CDC has provided that has found that there can be a causal relationship between seizures and DTaP vaccine?
That's not different from how I just answered the question.
Okay. All right. Can DTaP cause nonstop crying for 3 hours or more?
Yes, it can. It's called HHE.
Okay. Can DTaP cause long-term seizures?
It's also called persistent crying or HHE. Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Can DTaP cause long-term seizures?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that the CDC has found that DTaP can cause long-term seizures? Rarely, but that it can.
No, I think that I would disagree with that. It can cause it in patients that have channelopathies, have DeVet's syndrome, but that's not a normal healthy patient.
So it can cause seizures in patients that are not healthy?
With a neurologic encephalopathy called DeVet's, yes.
Any other instances?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, would you be surprised to learn that the CDC's conclusion that DTaP could cause long-term seizures was not qualified in the manner you just stated?
I'd be happy to look at what you just said to make sure that I understand what you're asking me. I'm not sure just you reading it makes me comfortable that that's what it said.
Can DTaP cause coma?
No, sir.
Again, would you be surprised if the CDC has concluded there is a causal relationship between DTaP and coma?
Yes, I would, sir.
Okay. Can DTaP cause lowered consciousness?
Well, if there was a seizure that you had with it and you were postictal, then that would cause lower consciousness. And then also the HHE episodes are associated with less responsiveness. So yes.
Can DTaP cause permanent brain damage?
No, sir.
Would you again be surprised if...
I would be exceedingly surprised because no one believes that.
Then we'll come back to that.
Good.
Can MMR cause encephalitis?
Yes, and particularly in immunocompromised individuals.
Can MMR cause febrile seizures?
Yes.
Can MMR cause chronic arthritis?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't hear your...
Oh, no problem. Can MMR cause chronic arthritis?
It can be associated with short-term arthritis, but generally not felt to be chronic.
Okay. Are you aware that the Institute of Medicine has found that chronic arthritis is causally related to MMR?
Perhaps that's what they said.
Okay, if that is what they said, would you change your conclusion regarding whether MMR caused chronic arthritis?
Probably not.
Okay. Can MMR cause acute arthritis?
Cause true arthritis?
I'm sorry, acute.
Yes.
Can MMR cause thrombocytopenia?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And that's an autoimmune disorder in which the body attacks a portion of the red blood cells, correct?
Actually, it's not really autoimmune. It actually is actually destruction of the platelets in the marrow, and then it goes away, and then so it is an antibody-mediated function, but it's not an autoimmune in the classic way.
Appreciate that. Can MMR cause death?
MMR can cause death in immunocompromised subjects, and that happens, and that's been reported and clearly outlined, and I just reviewed that last week for a conference.
Okay. What about non-immunocompromised subjects?
Generally not, and I'm not aware of one isolated case that has been reported, but again, I didn't do a thorough search before you asked me the question.
Okay. Can MMR cause unusual bleeding or bruising?
Well, if it causes thrombocytopenia, then it will cause bleeding and...
Yeah. Can MMR cause deafness?
I think it's not been well established. It's felt to be unlikely, but I would have to look for that again. I'm not sure.
Dr. Edwards, did you hear the question?
No, sir, I did not hear.
Oh, can MMR cause long-term seizures?
Not in a normal host, no, sir.
So it can't cause it in healthy children? No. Can it cause it in unhealthy children?
I would think it probably could cause it in unhealthy children that have an immune compromise.
Into a coma?
I'm sorry?
Can MMR cause a child to enter into a coma?
Very unlikely unless they have immunocompromise.
Can MMR cause a child to have lowered consciousness?
If they have a seizure associated with fever, then they would be postictal and it would cause lower consciousness, yes, but not persistent lower consciousness.
Can MMR cause brain damage?
not in a normal, healthy subject without underlying problems.
So a child with underlying problems, MMR can't cause brain damage, correct?
I think I would have to assess each individual, the causality of each individual one.
So it's possible.
I'm not sure. Not in a normal, healthy person.
You're aware the CDC has specifically used the word brain damage as a possible cause from MMR.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that the vaccine information statement for the MMR says that the lists brain damage as a possible cause from the MMR vaccine?
I don't have that in front of me. Obviously, if you do, and that's what it says, then that's what it says. That's not been my experience.
Right. And as we discussed earlier, the CDC only puts things on the VIS. Well, let's take a look at it. Now, as we discussed earlier, as you testified earlier, CDC only puts things on the VIS if there's evidence to support that is causally related to the vaccine. This is the vaccine. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'm going to mark this as plaintiff's exhibit. What is it, please?
16.
16, thank you. So this is the vaccine information statement for the MMR vaccine, correct, Dr. Edwards?
That's what it says.
Okay, and it's from the CDC?
That's what it says.
Okay. Section 4 is the risks of vaccine reaction, correct?
Yes.
And under severe events occurring very rarely, it lists brain damage, correct?
Yes, it does.
Lowered consciousness?
Yes.
Coma?
Yes.
Long-term seizures?
Yes.
Deafness?
Yes.
Seizures?
Yes.
Okay. Just pull up one more and then we'll move on. This is the vaccine information statement for DTaP.
I think, excuse me, can I say one thing before you?
No, there's no question pending, Dr. Edwards. Your attorney can ask you questions. I mean, and frankly, you know, we can hear somebody in the background being coached during a deposition is not appropriate. This is the vaccine information statement. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. I mean, I've never had a deposition over Zoom, and you know, coaching a witness while a deposition is not.
No one is coaching me. No one is coaching me. My husband just walked through. I will ask him to leave the room. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I mean, because we can clear somebody saying something, and then you want to add something that's just, you know, not the way that this works. Now, as an expert in vaccinology, you're familiar with how doctors record in a patient's medical records that a vaccine was administered, correct?
Yes, sir, and that I have that in front of me, sir.
Do you know if the doctor is required to record whether the parent or guardian received a VIS?
Well, on some forms it does have that information, and it does have in some of the forms that are, but I don't know. I don't think that it's absolutely mandated. And I actually see a number of vaccine records that come to me from adverse events that I'm asked to review, and I think that in general, it's not always on there. So I think it can be for some and not all. In others, it's not on there. And so I think it's both ways.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever, I'm going to mark this as plaintiff 17. Have you seen this document before?
I believe I've reviewed it.
Okay. And this is facts about vaccine information statements from the CDC, correct?
That's what it says, sir.
I'm going to read the bottom in yellow. In addition to distributing VISs as described above, providers are required to record specific information in the patient's medical record or in a permanent office log. Bullet point number one, the addition date of the VIS found on the back at the right bottom corner, and the date the VIS is provided, the date of the visit when the vaccine is administered. So is a vaccine provider required, as the CDC states, to record giving a VIS to the parent or guardian of a child before giving the vaccine?
So what it states is that in addition to distributing, providers are required to record in the patient's chart or in a permanent office log. So if indeed there might be in a permanent office log the standard procedures of what is always done, that would seem to me to suffice.
So as long as it's recorded somewhere in the medical records in the office, whether it's in the patient's medical records or in a permanent office log, that would meet the CDC requirement, correct?
That's what happens, although as I often say, I don't always see that in the records that I review from doctors all over the United States. So that's what's supposed to be done. Whether it's always done, I don't think it always is.
But if a doctor asks you if it's required to record that information somewhere in the medical records in the permanent office log, what would you tell that doctor?
I would say that those are the guidelines that the CDC provides.
Now, I believe you said you've seen this before. I'm going to mark this as number 18, Plaintiff's Exhibit 18. You have that in front of you, correct?
Yeah, I do. I thought it was 17. I guess we're 18, huh? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I have it in front of me.
Patricia, is this one 18 or 17?
It's 18.
18.
Okay, thank you. Did I say 18 or 7? Did I say 17?
You said it correct and I was incorrect.
Okay. You've seen this record before, correct?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed it as part of your
Yes,
review? Sir. Okay. From reviewing this record, can you tell me if Yates's parents or guardian did not receive a VIS for any of the vaccines Yates received?
Well, it's recorded that it's given, and then a number of them, but it's not recorded in all of them. Now, whether this is if it's a standard operating procedure that's documented in how this is done in the office, and I trust that it was given, but it doesn't say that it was given here. It says that it was given on a number of which it was noting.
Okay. So, would you surmise that it was given for the ones where it says given, would you surmise that it was given on those dates and for those vaccines?
Yes, I would, sir.
Okay, and now what about where there's those ellipses right below given? Would you surmise that the VIS was given on those dates for those vaccines as well?
I'm sorry, I can't understand your question.
No problem. The ellipses right below given for some of the vaccines, do you see that? Would you surmise that the VIS was given for some of those?
Yes.
Excuse me.
That's what that usually means. Yes, I would surmise that. Yes.
So you would surmise that the VIS was given for those vaccines on the dates listed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for the ones that are blank, would you surmise that the VIS was not given to Yates's parents or guardian on the date and for those vaccines listed on the?
I could say that it was not recorded, whether it was given or not. I think that's a harder question.
Okay. So you don't know?
I don't know. No, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
Okay. Similarly, for the ones that are listed as given, could those also be a mistake?
I think it's unlikely those were a mistake. I think when we write things down that we do them, then we generally do them. I think sometimes we forget to write things down.
Got it. So if it's listed, it's highly unlikely that it wasn't given if it says given, correct?
That's correct.
Meaning you give the vaccine, you fill out this chart right after the vaccine is given typically, correct?
That's correct.
And you would know whether or not you gave a VIS, correct?
I would think that you would know, and it would be part of your routine procedures.
Yeah. So for example, let's take a look at Prevnar given on June 6th, 2000. Do you see that row?
Yes, sir, I do.
It states that the Prevnar vaccine was administered to Yates on June 6th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it states clearly that the vaccine information statement was given to Yates' parents or guardian on that date, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any reason to think that that's inaccurate?
Well, I know that the actual vaccine statement for Prevnar, the official one, had not been published yet. So I know that you're concerned about that, and there are earlier forms that are given to patients about vaccines. So if that's your question, I trust that some information was given to the family about the vaccine because that's what it said. Whether it was actually the official VIS because it had yet been approved, I don't know, because it used to take several months. And as I said before, the Prevnar vaccine was licensed in 2000, so it was a new vaccine.
So what you're saying is they might have written given under the vaccine information materials publication date column, even though it may have been not been a VIS, it may have been some other materials, correct?
Yeah, what it states is vaccine information materials. It doesn't say VIS, it says materials.
Mm-hmm. And so what you're saying is that when given was written there, it's possible that some other materials were provided, is that right?
That's correct. It does say that materials were given. So that's what I'm reading.
But you would agree that a VIS was not given, correct?
I don't know that, sir. I have no idea. That's just what I understand as a question because I read, the concerns of everyone. And so that was something I just was going to respond to. So you don't,
right. So just to be clear, the first VIS for Prevnar wasn't actually issued until July of 2000, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. So when I asked you, is it possible the VIS was provided on June 6th? You're saying that it was possible that it was given on June 6th before it was even in existence?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the chart says that vaccine information materials were provided. So I don't know what was provided, but unlikely it could be a VIS because it wasn't official till after that time. So all I'm saying is that based on this record, some vaccine information materials were given.
But you don't know that, correct?
It said, this is what the chart says. So I'm being asked all the time to see patients and to assess patients based on what the medical chart says. So when that happens, I say that I believe what the medical chart says. Now, the medical chart doesn't always answer all my questions, but if it has said something, I take it that it is factual.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this, but is it your testimony that it was possible for a VIS for Prevnar to be provided on June 6, 2000 to Yates' parents or guardian?
That's not what I said, sir. I said,
no, I know that. I'm asking you, is it possible? I'm not asking you what you have said. I'm just trying to make the record clear. Let me ask it to you directly. Was it possible for a VIS for Prevnar to be provided to Yates' parents or guardian on June 6, 2000?
So when did you say that the VIS was officially put out? July what? This is July 6th. When did you say July? What July? What time?
Let's pull up the document. You don't need to rely on my statement. Let's mark this as the 19th. You familiar with this document, Dr. Edwards?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we'll scroll down to Prevnar, or maybe it's pneumococcal. I don't know how they list it. Yeah, pneumococcal. All right. This would be the VIS issuance dates for the Prevnar vaccine, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was the first VIS for Prevnar issued by the CDC?
7/18/2000.
Okay.
That would have been after the vaccine was administered.
That would have been after the vaccine to Yates, the Prevnar vaccine was administered to Yates on June 6, 2000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So it wasn't possible for the Prevnar VIS to have been given to Yates's parents or guardians on June 6, 2000 when he received the Prevnar vaccine, correct?
That is correct, but that's not what the medical record states. It says vaccine information materials.
Okay.
So vaccine information materials could be related or some other information that was provided. So he did not get a VIS, no. And if that's your question, he did not receive a VIS, but it says he received some information.
You reviewed the medical records in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed Yates's medical records in particular, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any material in any of his medical records that would be something that would be provided to parents regarding the Prevnar vaccine and giving the risks and benefits of the vaccine that could have been given to the parents or guardians of Yates on June 6, 2000?
I did see, let's see, there was one record that said information was given. Let's see here. There was one, yeah. So let's see here, there were handouts. So this would have been at, this would have been at 4 months, right?
Would you mind? It would have been at 4 months, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So on page, well, I don't know what page it is. It's at the,
Do you mind holding it up to the camera, doctor? Thank you. Okay.
At the bottom, it says handouts, 4 month.
Okay. All right. Oof. Let me just. What's the number on that document, doctor? Dr. Edwards? You said there was a number on that document. Could you kind of
JC-C8-67.
Is it possible, going back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 17, Yates's medical records, is it possible that this vaccine record was altered after the fact to make it appear as if a VIS or vaccine information materials were given for Prevnar or potentially other vaccines, when in reality they weren't?
Check the form of the question. You may answer, doctor.
Yeah, I see absolutely no indication that that's the case. I have looked at hundreds of vaccine records and they all look like this. So I would believe this vaccine record, there's no reason that it would be altered. Why would one alter a vaccine record?
Well, when somebody's facing potential liability and a lawsuit, do you think that that might incentivize a doctor to change a medical record?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. So in your opinion, doctors will never modify medical records to potentially avoid liability?
Check the form of the question. You may answer, doctor, if you have a question, if you have an answer.
I can say that Dr. Hayes was one of our residents.
Was one of your what? I'm so sorry.
He was one of our medicine pediatric residents.
Okay.
And he was an excellent resident. The MedPeds residents are the smartest of the lot. It's very competitive. And I recall that at least in my interactions, he had a strong moral core. So it would not be consistent with his behavior that he would alter something that was not correct.
Would you say he had the same moral core as you have, Dr. Edwards?
Check the form of the question. You may answer, doctor.
I would hope so.
Okay, let's come. So tell me about your relationship with Dr. Hayes.
I was simply his teacher. I was not a memorable person. I think he cited in his deposition a number of the people he remembered. It wasn't me, obviously, but I do know the residents and I do interact with them, and I have a sense of their of them as people. And obviously, you know, that was a long time ago, but he was well trained.
Okay. Now, a significant proportion of parents with an autistic child over the years have continued to identify vaccines as the cause of their child's autism, correct?
Have said that what's the cause of their autism?
I said, when, you know, there are a number of peer-reviewed studies that have looked at and surveyed parents with autistic children with regards to what they blame as a cause of their child's autism, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And many of those studies have come back with results that show that a significant proportion of parents with autistic children continue to blame vaccines as a potential cause of their child's autism, correct?
Object to the form of the question.
That is correct.
Yeah. I mean, that continues to happen even though public health authorities have loudly and repeatedly claimed that vaccines do not cause autism, correct?
There are a number of misinformed concepts that many people have, including people in high places.
Okay, but public health authorities have loudly and repeatedly claimed that vaccines do not cause autism, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the expert disclosures for this case, it asserts that, among other things, you will testify that, quote, the issue of whether vaccines cause autism has been thoroughly researched and rejected, end quote. Let me ask you, do you believe the issue of whether vaccines cause autism has been thoroughly researched and rejected?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. You have also repeatedly provided interviews in which you stated categorically that vaccines do not cause autism, correct?
That's correct.
When you made those statements, did you mean that no vaccines cause autism?
That's correct.
So it is your testimony that none of the vaccines that you received can cause autism?
That's correct.
Okay. It's your testimony that MMR vaccine cannot cause autism?
That's correct.
It's your testimony that Hep B vaccine cannot cause autism?
That's correct.
It's your testimony that IPOL cannot cause autism?
Yes.
It's your testimony that HIV vaccine cannot cause autism?
Yes.
It's your testimony that varicella vaccine cannot cause autism?
Yes.
It's your testimony that Prevnar vaccine cannot cause autism?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that DTaP vaccine cannot cause autism?
Yes.
How did the concern that vaccines can cause autism begin?
It began with Andrew Wakefield in an article that he published in Lancet that suggested that a number of children that he reported had developed autism after MMR vaccine, and then he made the claim that the MMR virus was seen in the biopsy of a number of the intestinal tissue from the patients.
You're talking about an article published by Andy Wakefield in 1998?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're saying the concern that vaccines cause autism started with Andy Wakefield after publishing that article in 1998, correct?
That's correct.
Before Wakefield's article regarding vaccines as a potential cause of autism?
I'm not aware that others had brought forth that that hypothesis. No, but maybe they had. I don't know. I know certainly that Dr. Wakefield really advanced that hypothesis.
All Are you aware that stakeholders, including parents, were claiming and clamoring that pertussis-containing vaccines cause autism over a decade before the Wakefield article?
Yes, but what you asked me, at least I thought you did, was about measles. So about MMR. So again, yes, there have been a number of false claims about autism from a number of different vaccines, but the MMR is, I thought you were talking about Wakefield. So obviously there were concerns about the wholesale pertussis vaccine. It was very reactive, and that's certainly, we worked to get one that was less associated. So yes, I was aware. I'm sorry.
No problem. And when you say false claims, you mean parents were claiming that based on their experience, their child, a particular vaccine caused their child's autism, but the science was then done to confirm that that vaccine could not cause autism.
I'm saying that there are no scientific documentations that the vaccines cause autism. I'm not saying that parents did not say that they thought that the vaccines cause autism.
Okay. Are you aware that the 1986 Act required that HHS conduct studies on regard to whether pertussis-containing vaccines cause certain conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's because parents were loudly claiming and complaining that they believe their children, those conditions were caused by pertussis-containing vaccines?
Yes, the pertussis vaccines were very reactive. They were associated with a lot of seizures, and and parents were really, very worried about the vaccines, so there was an effort to make safer vaccines for pertussis.
And so one of the conditions that the 1986 Act, one of the 10 conditions that the 1986 Act required HHS to review was whether or not pertussis-containing vaccine caused autism, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that the IOM reviewed whether pertussis-containing vaccine caused autism and issued a report in 1991 with their conclusion?
I was, and there's also been subsequent discussions about that as well.
We'll go through all of them. But in 1991, the IOM did issue a report on whether pertussis-containing vaccines can cause autism, correct?
I believe so. I don't remember exactly what the content of that report was, but I'm sure you have it, so you can pull it up and I can look at it.
Good, we'll do that. But let's do that right now. I presume you're not aware of what the causality conclusion was in that IOM report regarding, let me just finish. Pertussis vaccine can cause autism. We just need a complete record. I presume you're not aware of what the causality conclusion was with regard to whether pertussis vaccine causes autism.
I think you're going to put it up so then I can just review it. I think it was not definitive in terms of the, but again, I'm sorry, but I just have to look.
Sure. I'm going to mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 19. All right. You're familiar with this report?
Yes, I have this book in my office.
Okay, wonderful. And this is a report issued by the Institute of Medicine, correct?
Yes, 30 years ago.
Right. In 1991, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a table summarizing the conclusion with regard to whether pertussis-containing vaccines can cause autism, DPT, or rubella vaccine can cause certain other conditions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And for each condition reviewed, there was one of 5 conclusions that the IOM could have reached, correct?
That's correct.
So starting at the bottom, they could have reached the conclusion that evidence indicates a causal relationship, right? That the vaccine actually causes it, correct?
That's correct.
But they didn't reach that conclusion regarding autism, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Then they looked at what evidence is consistent with the causal relationship, that there is evidence is consistent with the causal relationship. And they found that acute encephalopathy was, that DPT, that the evidence was consistent that DPT vaccine could cause acute encephalopathy, correct?
That's what the chart says, yes.
But it doesn't, that's not what they reached regarding autism, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and they could have also reached the conclusion that evidence does not indicate a causal relation, meaning that the evidence supports it's not causally related, correct?
I'm sorry. It says no evidence bearing on a causal relationship. The opposite would that be evidence indicates a causal relationship. So what is the question?
Right, I was reading number 3. I just wanted to go through the 5 categories so that we could really understand what the first category meant. The third category means they found evidence to show that it wasn't caused by the vaccine, right?
Yes.
And the second category was that they couldn't find enough information to reach a conclusion one way or another, correct?
Correct.
And the first category is that they literally couldn't find any evidence whatsoever whether or not the vaccine did or did not cause the condition, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So this is years ago. This is 30 years ago.
We're gonna take this in pieces. That's the only way I can do it, Dr. Edwards. Okay, so 1991, and in 1986, there was enough concern that pertussis-containing vaccines cause autism that it was included in the 1986 Act, and it was even an issue reviewed by the Institute of Medicine, correct?
That's correct.
That's many years before Wakefield's article, correct?
That's correct. But I didn't say, I said that that MMR was for Wakefield's article.
I never said MMR, though, when I asked you the question, correct?
I don't recall. I guess you could ask the court reporter to repeat it again. But
It's on the record. All right. According to the CDC's childhood vaccine schedule, how many times is a baby injected with DTaP during the first year of life?
3 times, 2, 4, 6 months of age, and at 12 to 18 months.
Okay.
4 times within the first 18 months.
And how many times how many doses of DTaP did Yates receive in that time period?
I believe he received 4. On one of the records, it said he received 3, and then on the other record, it said he received 4. So 4.
So 4 shots. So Yates received 4 shots of DTaP by 18 months of age, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as we're going to fast forward, as I know you want to do, let's go all the way now to 2011. In 2011, the IOM issued another report regarding looking at various claimed adverse reactions and whether they're causally or not causally connected to certain vaccines, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that report was paid for by the HRSA and the CDC, correct?
I don't know who supported that report. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let's pull it up. This is the report from the IOM from 2011, correct?
Yes, I think that is correct.
Okay. I'm going to mark this as plaintiff's 20. It's entitled Adverse Effects of Vaccines, Evidence and Causality. Can you hear me, doctor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what it said. That's what it is. That's
And it's issued by the Institute of Medicine, right?
correct. That is what it says.
And these reports, as they typically do, start with the charge to the committee, correct?
That's correct. I actually been on a number of these committees, so I'm fully aware of how it's set up.
Wonderful. And the committee is a committee within the Institute of Medicine that's set up to answer the question that's in the charge provided by whoever's paying for the report, correct?
Yeah, the Institute of Medicine was set up by Abraham Lincoln to provide the government with expert.
Well, okay, I mean, respectfully, we don't need to go through the whole history of IOM. You could certainly talk about that afterwards. Yes, it was set up by Congress. It was supposed to be the advisor to Congress, but as it stands in 2011, the IOM issues reports upon being commissioned by others to do so, correct? Okay. You said correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this report was commissioned by the Health Resources and Services Administration, correct?
Correct.
And if you look down to footnote 4, isn't it? And funding for this was also provided by the CDC and the National Vaccine Program Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the adverse events that the IOM was asked to look at in 2011 were described by HRSA, the one who is commissioning the report, as the vast majority of adverse events in the claims for compensation that were occurring in the vaccine court, correct?
That's correct.
Right, meaning what our HRSA was asking was they wanted the IOM to review the existing scientific literature to determine, were these commonly claimed injuries in vaccine court, were they or were they not caused by vaccines, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And, you know, the HRSA is also the agency that defends against vaccine claims in vaccine court, correct?
That is?
Yeah, along with the DOJ, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So.
But let me just say one thing. The people that are selected for these committees are not all necessarily members of the Institute of Medicine. And they are totally independent of the government. And each of these people on this particular evaluation had absolutely no conflicts or funding from pharma.
You sat on IOM committees like this, correct?
Yes, but not about vaccine injuries or things that besides. There have been committees that I have not been able to participate because of conflict. So yes, the conflict of interest issue is very carefully scrutinized.
But you have been on IOM committees relating to vaccines, correct?
Yes.
Now, okay. Did this report, did the IOM in 2011 report review whether one or more vaccines can cause autism? Oh, you're muted.
Why don't you pull up the tables that summarize their findings and you know, I have to remember a lot of things, and so I would like to look at the data actually.
But to your best of your recollection.
I want to look at the data. So could I look at the data, please?
I will pull it up, but you know, as this is a deposition, I'm asking just for your best recollection. Do you recall whether or not the report looked at whether the IOM looked at whether or not, for example, DTaP vaccine causes autism?
I believe that it did. I'm certain that it looked at tetanus and a number of HPV and others, but I can't recall exactly the extent to which pertussis was assessed.
Understood. And I assume that means you also don't recall its causality conclusion regarding whether pertussis vaccine caused autism.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is an expert from that report. So let's go to the top. You can see it's the same title, correct?
You got to share your screen, Mr. Siri.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. It's going to be marked as plaintiffs. Are we at 21?
Yes.
Thank you. So, so this is an excerpt from the 2011 IOM report, correct, Dr. Edwards? I'm sorry, Dr. Edwards, you're muted.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, and so, and this is in the section relating to diphtheria, tetanus, and acellular pertussis containing vaccines, correct?
Yes, sir.
And here it's examining the question of whether any of those vaccines, which include particularly DTaP, cause autism, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So 2011 is about 20 years after 1991, correct?
Yes.
And so they're again looking at whether pertussis containing vaccine causes autism. The IOM is again looking at this question, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So first they're going to look at the potential, what epidemiological evidence is available, right?
Yes, sir.
Did they find any evidence whatsoever to support that DTaP does not cause autism?
It's always challenging when the sentence has double negatives. So what they decided here was that there was one study that was an epidemiologic study by the Geyers. It was not felt to be to providing adequate data. So their summary was the epidemiologic evidence is insufficient or absent to assess an association. The fact that you can't assess the association doesn't mean that that there is no association. That what they're just saying here is this particular evidence could not address that given the publications that were present at that time.
Right. It's saying since there's no studies, as you just said, it could be there is an association. They just don't know.
It could be there isn't, or it could be there is. This information is inadequate to make that decision.
Absolutely. That's right. Now, this one study they did find, Geyer and Geyer, it did find actually an association between autism and DTaP vaccine, correct?
Yes, but the quality of that manuscript is certainly one that was deemed not to be of epidemiologically rigorous.
Because it was based on VAERS data, which is a passive surveillance system where the number of, let's put it this way, where the denominator is unknown, correct?
Yeah, in terms of reviewing the Geyer and Geyer paper, it's been a few years, so I would have to, I know that what the bottom line was, but if you want to review that for the trial, I would be delighted to do that.
Okay, bottom line is that they only found one paper. It supported actually, the paper concluded that DTaP was associated with autism, but the IOM committee found that it was not reliable and hence didn't consider it in making a causality assessment regarding whether DTaP causes autism, correct?
Correct, it lacked scientific rigor.
Okay, then it looked at mechanistic evidence, correct?
That's what you're showing me, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, you asked to look directly at it. So.
I know. I appreciate it.
I like looking at the primary sources too. So we're simpatico in that regard, Doctor. So why don't you take a moment to look at that, and then you can answer the question of, isn't it true that the IOM was not able to identify any mechanistic evidence, one way or another, that would help them answer the question of whether DTaP vaccine causes autism?
Well, I think that mechanistic evidence is actually more associated with establishing a correlation. So in general, what you need to do when you assess an adverse event is, does it make biologic plausibility? And basically what they're saying here is that the mechanistic evidence or the pathology of autism regarding the association is lacking. So there is no mechanistic biologic evidence to suggest that there is that there is this association. That's different, actually, than what you're saying.
Well, let's read it. It says, let's read it. The committee did not identify literature reporting clinical, diagnostic, or experimental evidence of autism after the administration of vaccines containing diphtheria toxoid, tetanus toxoid, and acellular pertussis antigens alone or in combination. Correct? Meaning it did not find, meaning the IOM did not find any literature, one way or another, bearing on that would allow it to reach any conclusion regarding on the basis of mechanistic evidence of whether DTaP vaccine causes autism, correct?
I think that it did not identify any literature explaining how this could be called. So the conclusion was that they assessed the mechanistic evidence and there was no information that they could say that could provide a mechanism. That's exactly what they're saying. And based okay, so we're agreed on that. Great.
Right. And similarly, they didn't find any evidence that that would support that it didn't cause autism either. It just, they couldn't find any mechanistic evidence one way or another. We can agree on that, right?
Yes, but I think it's more important to find evidence, biologic evidence, to support something than to refute. But yes.
Sure, but you need to conduct the studies to look for, right, mechanistic cause evidence, meaning somebody's got to, experimental evidence, for example, somebody needs to engage in those experiments to see, is there a connection? Is the aluminum adjuvant in the DTaP vaccine problematic? Is one of the ingredients, is the way it's administered, is it in combination? Whatever, there's probably a lot of experiments. You could do it in animal models. You could inject mice, right? And you can look to see, do they develop autistic-like features? There's all types of studies you could do, and all they're saying is they don't find any one way or another.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Well, and here's their causality conclusion, right? And because they couldn't find any evidence whatsoever, they said, would you like to read it? You're muted, doctor.
The evidence is inadequate to accept or reject a causal relationship between DTP and autism.
Meaning they don't know, correct?
There is no scientific evidence to support or refute, just as it says.
Right. There's no scientific evidence to support that DTaP causes autism that they could find, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no scientific evidence to support that it doesn't cause autism that they could find, correct?
That's correct.
Did you catch that? That she said this is not correct? That is correct?
I just said exactly what it said. The evidence is inadequate to accept or reject a causal relationship.
Okay.
Because you cannot accept or reject.
Mr. Siri, you need to let her answer the question.
There's no question.
No, she's answering, she's clarifying the question. Dr. Edwards, go ahead.
Sure.
There is no evidence to accept or reject a causal relationship. The fact that there is no evidence to accept or reject the causal association does not mean that there is a causal relationship.
Sure. Fine. Not what was asked. Okay. Okay. So given the IOM's conclusion regarding DTaP vaccine and autism, isn't it false to claim that vaccines do not cause autism?
No, sir, because we have a lot of additional information since that time that bears on this question, that definitively does address the question.
So there has been a study that has shown that DTaP vaccine does not cause autism?
I think that the assessment of autism in relationship to vaccine has been assessed in a number of studies and does not show that there is a relationship.
Is there a study that shows that DTaP vaccines does not cause autism? You're muted.
I know I'm muted. I'm thinking.
Oh.
Mr. Sanders, let me interject if you don't mind. Can somebody explain to me why does Dr. Edwards continue to mute her microphone? I want to make
sorry,
sure.
sir. I am sorry, sir. I am sorry. It sometimes I mute because I want to make sure that I can hear what's being, and I don't want to create any other noise. So I will stop muting the phone.
Okay, thank you, doctor. I just making sure we're all on the same page.
Craig, I just feel like I'm getting badgered.
Okay, why don't we go off the record for a minute and take a break, and the attorneys can talk for a minute.
I've got a few more questions, and then we can take a break. There is nothing that is badgering. These are, I understand.
I'd like to take a break. I'd like to take a break.
Mr. Siri, let's just do this, Mr. Siri. Let's take a break just a second, okay? And we'll talk. Let Dr. Edwards regroup, and we'll come back and we'll start again, okay?
What time should we start? 5 minutes?
I think we need to talk for a minute, David.
That's fine. We'll talk.
I would like to talk. I'd like till the bottom of the hour. And Mr. Sanders, if you could give me a call, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we're off the record.
Let the record. No. We're not going off the record yet. Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Sawyer.
That's fine. I
want to make a statement before we go off the record. I would like to make a statement on the record that I understand that Dr. Edwards is not used to being challenged about her vaccine knowledge. She's never been an expert witness. None of the questions here are badgering. They're all directly relevant to the question of vaccines causing autism. She may not like to have to give the answer she's giving, but that's not an excuse to pause the deposition, nor is it an excuse to force a break when we've just had a break fairly recently. This is clearly taking an opportunity to coach the witness in the middle of a line of questioning that clearly the defense finds troubling. So with that, we could take our break.
I'd like to make a statement, Mr. Sawyer, before you go off. We've been going now for over 5 hours. Mr. Siri has repeatedly tried to cut the witness off, not allowed her to answer questions. We've only taken 2 very short breaks within that time. There's no problem whatsoever with the witness needing to take a break. We've not broke for lunch at all, and it's 1:20 here Central Time. I don't know how Mr. Siri does it in New York or California where he practices, but that's not how we do it here in Tennessee, in which we treat the witnesses with respect. And if they need to take a break, take one. I certainly agree that if there's a question pending, we wouldn't do that. And I don't, Dr. Edwards, I'm not going to call you. I don't plan to talk to you during the deposition. I'll talk to you afterwards. But I will let you know that you can take a break at any time. You just speak up and let the attorneys know. If there's a question pending, you can answer that first. And I'm going to make sure throughout the rest of this deposition that Mr. Suri allows you to provide an answer and allows you to take a break at any time that you need one.
Okay.
Before we go off. So Mr. Sanders, I fully appreciate that when a witness needs a break, it's been always my custom to provide a break. I have no issue with that. But when the break is preceded by an insinuation that I am badgering, or as you just said, doing something improper, that changes the tone and texture. I have tried to let Dr. Edwards answer every question fully and completely. There have been times where she's decided to just start providing information that I thought was well off topic, but for the most part, I believe I have. If you think there is a time where I have not let her complete a question, Mr. Sanders, I very much, and I believe you pointed out once or twice, and I believe I've said absolutely I'd like her to finish, and I do want her to actually finish her answer to every question. So That's different than starting to talk when there's no question on the table. And that has happened. And in those instances, I certainly, it's been my practice, and I think it's been my practice in all courts I've practiced in, to just to say, hey, there's no question on the table. So I very much, and also, so I have no issues with breaks. I just, when they're made in the context of these kind of insinuations of, that's a very different tenor in which they're asked for. Other than that, I have no issue with giving breaks or stopping, obviously, when there's no question pending. So I think we were on the same page, Mr. Sanders. Would you agree?
I think we move forward. I would appreciate you, letting her have an opportunity to respond. And all I would request that you treat her with respect and dignity and be kind to her throughout the deposition and give her a chance to respond to your questions.
Well, I certainly am trying to do that. I've not, I think the only disparaging adjectives have been tossed in my direction so far. I've, maybe like I said, maybe the substance of my questions are uncomfortable, but I've tried to be as respectful in the context as I can. I think the record reflects that. The other thing too is that, as far as I'm aware, depositions are 8 hours. That's the normal. And they continue from day to day. Now that's one of the other things, which is, I'm trying to move things along, but if there's going to be, long soliloquies provided that are non-responsive to the question, that just makes the deposition longer. You, of course, can direct and ask her anything afterwards. I just like to get through my outline, and, I ask simple questions and I get 2-minute responses. If you could ask her to just answer the questions on the table, and that you will come back to her later for anything that's needed, that would certainly move this along. And that's been my experience usually.
I certainly will, Dr. Edwards, let you know to answer the question and explain to the extent you need to. And I don't agree, Mr. Siri, that all the questions are simple and that there's a simple answer to them. So sometimes I think there has to be some explanation.
I agree with that too. Certainly not. Some of these questions are not simple. No argument. But there are many that are simple, but yet, there's a lot of information provided that's not relevant to the question. So if we could just, for the questions that are not simple, and certainly where, there's information provided they're not relevant to the question, if we could just answer the questions, we can get through this relatively quickly. But if every question, is answered and then with a story with it, that's just going to take us longer. And I certainly don't want to have to continue this another day. I understand, like, a number of jurisdictions I've practiced, I've done cases, and Tennessee is a day-to-day jurisdiction, so I would like to finish up today, and I think that will depend on whether we can move through, question answers without a lot of additional information. I mean, you'll have the opportunity to get that additional information. Anyway, we'll leave it at that.
How about I interject just a second, Craig, if I can? And
we're not going to have a second day. I can say that. So whatever you need to do, you need to get through today.
Okay, let me just interject for just a second. Craig, the whole purpose of me opening my big mouth during the deposition was I noticed that Dr. Edwards, the witness, was muting her microphone after every question. And if I'm wrong about that, I'm mistaken. That is simply what was shown on Zoom on my screen. And so I was just simply asking if she would just prevent from muting her microphone so that everyone over Zoom understood that she was hearing the questions and providing her own answers to the questions. That was the only basis for me interjecting, and that's all I simply would ask. And we should take a break right now for a few minutes and regroup and come back if that's okay with everybody. That's what I think we ought to do, and maybe come back what time are y'all thinking?
Yeah, David, I think that's a reasonable request, and as far as I know, no one's there with Dr. Edwards other than, she said her husband passed through the room once or twice. I would suggest a 15-minute break, perhaps. Is that too long, Mr. Siri?
That's fine. 1:40 then.
Okay, that sounds good.
1:40. Thank you.
Till then.
All right, and we're off the record at 1:25 Central Time.
is your wife's work vaccine. Yeah, we're not in the market to sell. Okay, thank you. Upstairs? Found what you're looking for? Found what you're looking for? Looking for a book? it's a subjective opinion. How hard that is. Speaking of money, you know where that came from? You can answer that. Right now, prove it in there. Yeah, don't volunteer. Next time you have there's no yes or no answer. You can't prove it. Disprove it. Right? Like, okay. Just keep it short and sweet. I'm just saying, no yes or no answer. Well, I mean, you've already said that once. At the very beginning, yeah. Say vaccines don't cause autism. He said at the very get-go. And then when he had what? Back on yet?
All right, Dr. Edwards.
Yeah, we are back on the record at 1:41.
Great, thank you. All right. So Dr. Edwards, is there a study that supports that DTaP vaccine does not cause autism?
The assessment of the IOM report shows that there is not a study that refutes that association. It is hard to prove a negative. It also, so there is not a study that says a negative.
The IOM, though, has concluded that, for example, MMR vaccine, that the evidence supports that MMR vaccine does not cause autism, correct?
That's correct, because there are more studies that have been looked at that in a larger group. However, there are no studies that support that association.
Right. So it is possible to have a causality conclusion on whether a vaccine causes or doesn't cause autism, correct?
It is impossible for the DTAP. They did not come up with a causality association. Or
right, because they couldn't find any study one way or another with regards to whether DTAP causes autism, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of any study? Strike that. So then let me ask you this. Strike that. Are you aware of any study that supports that DTAP does not cause autism?
No, but I am also not aware of any study that says that it does.
Fair enough. Well, Geyer and Geyer, but it was deemed not reliable, right?
Correct.
Given that the current state of the science is that there aren't sufficient studies or any studies potentially to support that DTaP does not cause autism, isn't it premature to make the sweeping statement that all vaccines do not cause autism?
No, sir, I do not think that that is an inadequate or inappropriate statement. I think we are ignoring a lot of information in the literature that tells us that autism is really a prenatal event, that the abnormalities that are seen on the ultrasound assessing the size of the brain and those differences in children with autism are becoming more and more apparent and becoming more and more established. We also have specific genetic defects, so there is likely an environmental cause, but I think focusing on the vaccine link is not a productive investigation.
All right, but parents back in '86 were concerned that pertussis-containing vaccines cause autism, correct?
Yes, sir. And
please.
And so because of the adverse events associated with vaccines, we made a vaccine that was less reactogenic. Now, obviously, I don't think either of them caused autism, but I think that the safety profile of the acellular vaccines are less reactogenic than the wholesome.
But parents continue to complain that pertussis-containing vaccines might be a cause of their children's autism, and hence the IOM again in 2011 reviewed whether pertussis-containing, including tetanus and diphtheria-containing vaccines cause autism, correct?
There is inadequate evidence to suggest there's a causation.
Right. So if there isn't enough evidence to reach a conclusion, not saying vaccines cause autism, I'm certainly not asking you to say that. All I'm asking you is a matter of science, as a matter of logic. If you don't have the proof that DTaP doesn't cause autism, not saying it does, but you don't have the proof yet that it doesn't, right? Isn't it premature? Let me just finish, thank you. Isn't it premature to say that all vaccines do not cause autism?
No, I do not believe that that is the case, sir. I feel that I have answered this question repeatedly. I do not feel that vaccines cause autism.
Okay. And do you have a study that supports that DTaP doesn't cause autism?
I do not have a study that DTaP causes autism, so I don't have either.
Fair enough. Do you have any study one way or another of whether IPOL causes autism?
No, I do not, sir.
Do you have any study one way or another of whether NGRX-B causes autism?
I do not have any evidence that it causes autism, nor that it does not.
And what about Hib titers vaccine? Any evidence one way or another of whether it causes autism?
No, I think that's really not been associated with it. I don't think there are reports of that, but the evidence is the same. It's neither conclusive or, as I have mentioned before.
Okay, and what about Prevnar vaccine? Any evidence one way or another?
No, sir. No, sir. But Prevnar is used all over the world, and there have been no reports of that in the large link databases.
Are there published studies that say that?
I'm not sure whether they're specific or not. Right.
And how about varicella vaccine? Let me just finish. Are there any studies one way or another that support whether it does or doesn't cause autism?
Part of MMR, but not as varicella by itself. No, sir. No studies that say it does, or no studies that say it doesn't.
Right. There have been studies that have found an association between hepatitis B vaccine and autism, correct?
Not studies that I feel are credible.
Okay, which study are you referring to when you say that?
Well, why don't you show me the study, and then I'll see whether I agree with it.
Okay, why don't we just do one, and then we'll move on. Okay, this is not the right study. Sorry. While I'm looking for this is going to be Plaintiff Exhibit 22. Is that right?
So I think it's actually 23. I think somewhere along 17 to 18, we got a little bungled up.
Okay.
So I think it's actually 23, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
We'll sauce it out afterwards. Thank you. Okay. So this is going to be Plaintiff Exhibit 23. And are you familiar with this study?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. This study was by Carolyn Gallagher and Melody Goodman, correct?
That's what it says, sir.
Are you familiar with these researchers?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the PhD program in population health and clinical outcome research at the Stony Brook University Medical Center, Health Sciences Center?
No, sir, I'm not.
Are you familiar with the graduate program in public health there?
No, I don't know the academic programs at Stony Brook.
Okay, great. So this study found that boys vaccinated as neonates had threefold greater odds of autism diagnosed compared to boys never vaccinated or vaccinated after the first month of life. And it was specifically looking at whether they received Hep B or did not receive Hep B. Have you ever heard about that conclusion?
I'm not, I haven't reviewed this study, sir. I don't know where the database is. I would be happy to review it at another time. I think there are a couple points that, certainly it is more common to have boys have autism than girls. I think whenever you have such a study, you have to make sure that there are not any confounders. What is the database for which this was taken, please?
I believe it was based on a...
Why don't you go to the methods, please?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so that's Ann Haynes, a complex study design, that stratification clustering. And so the parent sample contained 15,000 children, and in each of those years, the outcome variable was autism, yes or no. I don't know exactly how the diagnosis was made and what the diagnostic criteria were. Can you move down a little bit?
Yeah, I want to make sure you can see it all. Can you see it all now, Dr. Edwards? And if you need me to scroll to the next page, just let me know.
Okay, so these included boys with a vaccination record that were available, and this domain to birth prior and was restricted to birth prior to 1999. The vaccination with hepatitis B was determined by subtracting birth month and year, the birth month. So I guess one question would be whether we have documentation of the actual birth record for this, and make sure that the confirmation that the vaccine was received. So I can't see that that's, I can't see that that has been documented. The outcome variable was yes or no. So SAS was used to look at the statistics. Could you go to the next slide, please?
Sure. That's it. And there's the results.
Okay.
So is this one of the studies that you indicated earlier you found to be unreliable?
No, I have not assessed this study. I can't say, sir. I need a few more minutes to look at it.
Absolutely. You know what? This will be marked. You'll have a copy and we can revisit it at trial.
Thank you very much.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Now, one thing though is you're familiar with the Agency for Health Research and Quality?
Yes, sir.
It's referred to as AHRQ, correct?
I am familiar. Yes, thank you.
Part of HHS. It's part of HHS, Doctor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Okay.
it is.
And
Yes.
you're aware AHRQ issued a review in 2014 entitled Safety of Vaccines Used for Routine Immunization in the United States?
I believe I reviewed that, but you can pull it up so I can look at it again.
Okay. As I'm pulling it up, let me ask you this. Are you aware that HHS describes this report as the most comprehensive review to date of published studies on the safety of routine vaccines recommended for children in the United States?
No, I didn't know what they had claimed.
Okay. Okay, so this is going to be marked as 24, plaintiff's 24. Have you seen this study before?
I believe I've looked at this document. Yes.
Okay. And one of the things they reviewed was whether hepatitis B vaccine causes autism, correct?
That's what is highlighted there in this article. It says autism, and it was referring to the article that you just mentioned. And so, yeah.
And this is the only study that they found, correct?
I don't know whether they did. I didn't review this before the deposition to see whether they found any. If this is the only one, if this is the only paragraph, then it's apparently the one that they saw. So I was not aware that there were associations with this that they had reported.
We'll mark this, and so you have a chance to review it before trial, it's been marked. And I'm going to now mark this one. It's a different excerpt from the same report. We'll call this plaintiff's 25. Do you recall that you were a technical expert for this report?
I guess I must have reviewed it. I guess that I must have forgotten about that article. So I've read, probably read since that time, since 24, I probably read 5,000 articles. I read about 3 or 4 a day. So I'm sorry that I don't remember that, but I'll certainly will review it again.
And what association does it provide under your name here?
Vanderbilt Vaccine Research Program. That's the name of the program that I used to lead at Vanderbilt.
Right. It doesn't disclose any of your affiliations with pharmaceutical companies, correct?
I don't know, sir. I can't, since I forgot about the one article that they mentioned, I don't know what it says. So I guess you'll have to look.
Okay. And this is
sure, if it did, you'd show me.
And this is a government report, correct?
It's HRQ. They're part of the government.
Yeah. Okay. Let me show you an article here. I'm going to pull up one of your articles, Dr. Edwards, and I'm going to mark this as 26.
Yeah, my name is spelled wrong also, but it is me.
Yeah, I noticed that. Now, Dr. Edwards, this was So you're familiar with the study, correct?
Um, I remember reading it. I don't remember all the details of it. I have about 600 articles, but if you show me what you want me to look at, I'll be delighted to do it.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Now, this, as it's titled, Causality Assessments of Adverse Events Reported to the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. This was a study in which you, about 100 reports were selected, and reviewers then looked at the medical records that were available for those individuals who submitted the adverse event report to VAERS.
Could you make it a little bigger so I can read it, please? Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the abstract, if you could just move it up and so I can read it. Thank you.
Sure, you got it. Is that better?
Yeah. So this is part of our vaccine CISA studies, and this was 100 VAERS reports, and a number of people reviewed them.
Okay. And what were they reviewing for?
We were just trying to establish whether, how we could establish whether we could establish causality and whether we could establish temporality. So that was, we were just trying to look at that with a, I'm kind of getting dizzy. Can you stop moving and make it a little bigger, please?
I'm sorry. I thought I would help you out here by moving to what I think you're talking about, which is the 5 different causality groups that they would have assigned. I was trying to be helpful.
So could I look at the abstract just very quickly again? I'm sorry, I don't
Absolutely. It's like I said at the beginning, it's awkward because normally you just have this in front of you and you know, you look at it and, but like I said at the beginning, I'm happy to scroll to any place that you'd like, please.
Yeah, so these VAERS reports were distributed. There was a lot of people on the group that reviewed them, and so we sorted them into whether we thought definite, probable, possibly unlikely, or unrelated in terms of causality. So that was how it was done. And there's probably a results section that I'm sure you're going to show. So you might want to turn to that for the results table.
Yes, ma'am. So right, as you just said, these are the 5 potential, right? Definite, probable, possible, unlikely, unrelated. And here was the, and then these were the 100 reports that were reviewed, correct?
So there were 100 reports, and in those 100 reports, there were 108 adverse events associated with vaccines, adverse events following immunizations. So there were, yeah, so these are those that were, these are just the reports. These are not assessment of causality.
Absolutely. These are just the reports, and these were the conditions that were looked at. And in 6 of the reports, there was a claim of autism being caused by vaccines, correct?
That's what it says. I didn't remember how many that had autism, but that's what it says. So I'm sure it's right.
Okay. It doesn't mean that the vaccines cause autism in those 6 reports, right? It was just reported to VAERS by a manufacturer or a doctor or a parent, right?
That's correct. That's
right.
Correct.
So what this study was going to do, it was going to review the existing literature, the existing medical records of these 100 children, and the doctors were going to try to make a causality assessment with regards to whether in these 6 instances, the vaccines cause autism, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's scroll down. And you can see there were these were the causality conclusions. Now, Dr. Edwards, okay, what was the causality conclusion regarding these 6 cases of autism?
I have no idea, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't pull this paper to review it. So I don't know what the assessments were. You'll have to tell me.
Well, you know, based on going back to, please, go ahead.
Say something, or do you want to finish and then I'll say?
No, go ahead. You go ahead, please.
So one of the things that you have to understand with the VAERS reports are that some reports are better than others. Some reports are more comprehensive than others. So what we did in this study was we assessed whether we could, whether a causation could be assessed. So I'm sorry, I don't remember each 6 cases. I do not remember the adequacy of the medical records for each of those. And I don't remember exactly what we came up with, but I could be pretty sure that none of them were definitely caused by vaccines. But again, that's what I would recall, and I would have to read the article if it says specifically about those cases.
Fair enough. Would you be willing to produce the records showing what the causality conclusion were for those 6 autism cases?
So this study was done in what year was this, sir? What this published, 2010?
I think it was 12. Let me look at the.
Okay, so this study was led by a woman in Boston, Anita Laughlin.
Yeah.
Okay, could you put the authors back up so I can just go?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this study was led. So this study was led by Anita Laughlin, who is at Boston University Medical Center. She no longer works there. Her boss, who was the second author, Colin Marchand, has retired. So whether I do not have the primary data for this study. And so I'm not sure how we could get the primary data, but I don't even know how to reach Anita, but I can do what I can, but I just, you know, I have a lot of studies and that I'm on, and I do not have the database for this. She would have that, or someone at Boston. I could see whether they have any of this information.
I appreciate that. You know, I've seen a number of these studies, and usually it will, you know, break it down on a more granular level what the causality conclusion is for each one of these conditions that are reviewed. Any recollection you have of why that information wasn't provided in this study on a granular level? Instead, they provided this flow chart where you have to engage in some kind of, you know, logic game to try and sort of figure out.
No, sir. No, sir. I you know, it certainly wasn't designed to confuse people. You know, it's not the New England Journal. This isn't my best paper, and I'm not the first author or the senior author on this. So I'm sure that I didn't disagree with what it said, but I really wasn't in charge of this study.
Got it. Fair enough. Now, many vaccines contain aluminum adjuvant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are generally 3 types of aluminum adjuvant used in vaccines.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those are?
Yes, aluminum hydroxide, aluminum phosphate, and alum, which is a formulation of aluminum. So those are the 3 forms.
All right. The third one is amorphous aluminum hydrophosphate sulfate. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, which is part of alum.
Which part of alum, right? I mean, these are generally referred to as aluminum adjuvants, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Sometimes I'll ask you questions. I know that seem very simple to you, but, you know, not simple to rest.
I appreciate simple, straightforward questions that I can answer yes or no. Thank you.
Okay. Have you ever published any studies regarding the effects of aluminum adjuvants?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Probably more than a single one, and you know, I'm sure I'd be happy to look at which one you've chosen.
Well, we couldn't identify any, so I was asking.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you some studies that we've done. We've actually We've actually looked at the effect of different kinds of aluminum on our pertussis studies. So if you go to the pertussis studies, you'll see different forms of aluminum on the chart. You'll see different assessments of aluminum. I've also published several papers about adverse local events due to hypersensitivity of aluminum. And because aluminum can cause sterile abscesses. So I have several of those papers that I have studied aluminum and aluminum adjuvants.
And are any of those intended to assess the overall safety of aluminum adjuvants when injected into the body?
They are studies to look at the effect of the aluminum on the immune response, and also in one complication of an adverse event with aluminum associated with hypersensitivity. They are not large database studies to look at aluminum.
How many people were involved in those typically?
The studies of pertussis were several thousand people, and the studies of the local abscesses were just a few patients. I can't remember the exact number.
Got it. And the pertussis studies were comparing a vaccine with one type of adjuvant with a vaccine with a different kind of adjuvant. Is that right?
Yes, and they were also comparing them to whole cell vaccines.
Which also has aluminum adjuvant in it.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any studies that compare a group that got aluminum adjuvant with those that didn't get aluminum adjuvant?
I believe, I can't recall exactly, we had 13 acellular vaccines and 1 whole cell. I think that perhaps one of them was recombinant and did not include alum, but I can't say for sure. I would have to check that, and that was published in the 90s.
Okay. Is that on your CV? You don't know?
Yes, sir, it is.
It
yes,
is.
It is.
Do you recall the title by any chance?
It's the Multicenter Acellular Pertussis Vaccine Studies Immunogenicity. It was published, there was a big syllabus that had all the acellular vaccine studies, and it was the immunogenicity, and it was published in the 1990s. I was the first author on that.
All right. Can you just repeat the title again? Multicenter Acellular
Pertussis, MAPT, Multicenter Acellular Pertussis Trial, Immunogenicity. It was published in Pediatrics.
Okay, thank you.
There's also a paper that looks at the safety of those as well. And the lead author on that paper is Michael Decker, D-E-C-K-E-R.
Were you an author on that one?
Yes, I was. There were about 7 papers from that work, and I was an author on all of those.
Got it. And I can find those in your CV?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, so and so just to close the loop on that, so you've done studies regarding comparing different aluminum adjuvants, comparing different pertussis vaccines with different kinds of aluminum adjuvants. You think maybe one of them had a group that didn't get aluminum adjuvant, and then separately you have some studies regarding local reactions to aluminum adjuvant. Is that right? That's
correct.
Any other aluminum adjuvant studies?
Well, obviously there's other studies I've done that have had aluminum in there, have had aluminum adjuvants. You know, some of the studies that I've done with pneumococcal vaccines, you know, or other vaccines, so again, you know, that's part of some of the vaccines, and it's not a part of the others.
Are there, which studies were that? So which studies would those be?
I can't tell you which of the.
That's okay. I'm only asking for your best memory. You don't have to make it. If you don't remember, that's fine. That's totally fine. I was impressed you remembered the other multi-center study. Okay, got it. So some of the other studies of vaccines, you're saying, you know, one group got one vaccine with aluminum, the other group got a vaccine without aluminum.
Not necessarily. I would have to go through, you know, all of them. In general, the focus on the studies that looked at various vaccines was, are they immunogenic? What kind of adverse events are they associated with? And is there any interactions in the immune responses when you administer that vaccine with other vaccines? So the focus was not on comparing the adjuvants, the aluminum adjuvants, but some of them had adjuvants of different types.
Understood. Meaning it wasn't like it wasn't a primary, outcome that you were looking to assess, but you could maybe, infer safety of adjuvants from those studies. You think you'd have to look.
Well, they were between 2,000 and 3,000 babies, and so we assessed the safety there.
All right, we'll take a look for that, and hopefully we'll just find them on our own. Thank you for explaining.
Oh, if you want after this, I can send the PDFs for that if you'd like.
I would appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Now, do you know which of Yates's vaccines contained aluminum adjuvant?
Yeah, certainly the DTP, and again, I'd have to. Sometimes I have to refresh my memory which of the vaccines other than DTP contain that. So certainly the DTP did as well, and I could pull up the package inserts for the other vaccines if you'd like me to.
Okay. Do you know whether Engerix-B had aluminum adjuvant in it?
I can't remember for sure.
Okay. You've conducted clinical trials for GSK with Engerix-B vaccine, correct?
It hasn't been a primary focus for the studies. It may have been a concomitantly administered vaccine. You've asked me a lot of questions, and I tried to remember everything, but my memory is not encyclopedic.
That's entirely fine. If you don't remember, you can just say so. It's fine not to remember. Now, what's the typical particle size of each piece of aluminum adjuvant in each vaccine, typically?
You're kidding.
If you don't know, that's fine.
Thank you for the levity. I'm impressed that you thought that I would know that.
Okay. Were you aware that each vaccine that contains aluminum adjuvant typically contains tens of thousands of pieces of aluminum adjuvant between 1 to 10 microns in size?
I wasn't aware of the physical characteristics of each particle of an aluminum, no.
Okay. And 1 micron would be about 1 million times larger than a single ion of aluminum, correct?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Now, you said you looked at injection site reactions to aluminum adjuvant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So approximately how many individual pieces of aluminum adjuvant would be present at the injection site directly after injection of aluminum adjuvanted vaccine?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. You've never heard that it would be tens of thousands of individual aluminum adjuvant particles?
I've never heard whether that is correct or not. No, I've not read anything about the number and the size of the particles.
And what's the purpose of including aluminum adjuvants in many of the vaccines on the childhood schedule?
Aluminum is added as an adjuvant. An adjuvant means it enhances the immune response to the vaccine.
Okay. Does it bind to the antigen in the vaccine?
Well, it depends in terms of whether it's an emulsion or whether it's alum, and the physical characteristics of each of the doses of the vaccine and its relationship to the aluminum in the vaccine. I'm not aware of how many pieces of aluminum is in each injection, or the actual physical characterization of the combining of the adjuvant and the aluminum.
Got it. Now, without the aluminum adjuvant, there'd be a very weak immune response in the vaccines that contain the aluminum adjuvant. Is that correct?
Well, sometimes it's interesting, with some of the vaccines that I've studied over the years, some are really enhanced with the aluminum and others are not. So it's kind of it sort of depends upon the antigen.
Mm-hmm. So for example, in the Infinrix or the Engerix-B vaccines, would it be accurate to say that without aluminum adjuvant, they wouldn't generate a sufficient immune response to make such that the vaccine would be effective at preventing the diseases for which vaccination is provided?
Yeah, that's generally correct. And what usually happens in the phase 1 and phase 2 trials is that the vaccines are usually administered with or without adjuvants. And then in that scenario, then if it's found that the vaccine doesn't need an adjuvant and the vaccine response is adequate, then it would not be added. So I think it's fair to say that vaccines that have adjuvants in them have been shown in the studies, in the early studies, and then confirmed in the later studies that they, in order to be optimally immunogenic and protective, they need to have alum.
I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 27. Plaintiff's Exhibit 27. You're familiar with this book, Dr. Edwards, correct?
Yeah, I spend a lot of hours writing this book and editing this book.
Okay. And I'm going to read you a sentence from page 21 of this book.
Yeah, this is an article that's written by Claire Ann Segrist, who is an immunologist in Geneva.
Okay. So she wrote, most non-live vaccines require their formulation with specific adjuvants to induce danger signals and trigger sufficient activation of the innate system. Do you agree with that statement?
I do, but I think you're taking it out of context. You're taking it out of the context of what she's talking about, and she's one of the most eloquent persons to discuss what happens with immune responses. And so what she's saying is that an adjuvant or aluminum in this case, or other adjuvants, will engender more of a local response and maybe be associated with some local irritation or even some fever. And because of that, then the immune system is triggered. And I think with the COVID vaccine studies now, that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing adjuvants that are added or that are added to the vaccines, and we're seeing reactions that are danger signals that says, I need to make an immune response to this. So this is danger signals, but it doesn't say it's dangerous.
Oh, never said that. But it does create a danger signal so that the vaccine, when injected, will assist in producing, various kinds of cytokines, correct?
It will cause a sufficient activation of the innate immune system, just as she said.
Right. And the antigens, when they're absorbed onto the aluminum adjuvant, they're then taken up by macrophages and dendritic cells, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the macrophages and dendritic cells absorb, through phagocytosis, right? They basically eat not only the antigen, but also the aluminum adjuvant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, part of as we discussed, the aluminum adjuvant helps create a danger signal that in this instance is viewed as a good one so that the immune system reacts, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to help it, release cytokines, including IL-1, IL-2, IL-6, or IL-17, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once the aluminum adjuvant, the antigen bound to aluminum adjuvant, is taken up by the macrophages, where do they travel in the body?
Well, they generally stay localized, or the macrophages will begin to degrade them, and if the macrophages are in the circulation, then they will do that as they circulate in the body.
You're saying that it's your testimony that macrophages have the ability to degrade aluminum adjuvant? Well,
they degrade the actual antigen antibody or the antigen complex, and so they do act to process the aluminum, and some of the aluminum stays locally as well.
Okay. Are you aware that there are numerous studies starting in 1997 with the CDC going all the way up to the president that have injected various animals with aluminum adjuvant and then sacrifice the animals to find where the aluminum adjuvant traveled in the body?
Yes, sir, I am. And those actually began a long time ago with Lemoyne and the use of adjuvants. So yes, I am, sir.
Are you aware that those studies have universally found that the adjuvant travels to various organs, and in particular the brain?
I have not reviewed the animal studies, but certainly things happen in animals that don't happen in people. And I'm not aware of studies of post-autopsy in human brains showing aluminum.
So you're not aware of any study that shows, for example, high levels of aluminum in the brains of post-autopsy children that had autism?
Well, I guess if you want me to comment on a certain paper, I'm not aware of that paper. So if you'd like me to review that again, you can show me the paper and I'll look at it and see whether I think it's credible.
Okay. But you said you have seen the studies where they injected animals with aluminum adjuvant, sacrificed them, and have found universally aluminum adjuvant in the brains of those animals.
I have seen those papers referenced too, but again, I can't recall the detail and the specifics about each of those papers, sir. I'd be happy to look at them if you'd like me to.
Okay. Well, we could gladly provide you copies of those. I'll just, but I don't want to spend the time marking them now because there's a lot of them. Okay. Now, as you indicated, vaccines cause immune activation, right? That's what they do. They activate the immune system, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if the aluminum adjuvant is bound to antigen, were to travel to and remain in the brain, it could cause sustained immune activation in the brain, correct?
No, sir. I have no evidence to suggest that I would agree with that statement.
Now, do you have no evidence to suggest that it would travel to the brain, or do you have no evidence to suggest that it would cause sustained activation in the brain?
I have no evidence to address either of the portions of your biphasic question.
Fair enough. What about the animal studies we had just discussed? Do you believe that would provide evidence?
Provide evidence for what?
That aluminum adjuvant upon injection can travel to the brain.
Again, sir, I'd have to look at those papers to see whether I agree. And again, I'm sorry, I didn't review those before.
No problem. Let's just mark them quickly so that we can, this way Dr. Edwards has them and has an opportunity to review them. Let me just share my screen. We will quickly mark them. I want to make sure that you have copies. Okay. So we're going to mark this study as exhibit number, is it 29?
28.
28, thank you. We're going to mark, and this is a study of rabbits injected with aluminum, dissected, and aluminum was found in the brain. I believe it was CDC related. This is a study from, this is a study from 2009 involving mice. We're going to mark this as exhibit number 29. This is a study from 2012, and we're going to mark it as exhibit 30. This one actually shows the macrophages can act as Trojan horses carrying material to the brain. We're going to mark this one as exhibit number 31. It's from 2013. It's another mice one, and it's got actually pictures of the aluminum in the brain of the mice, so you can take a quick look at that. And then here's another one this one's from 2015. We're going to mark it as exhibit 32. This one's again is 155 mice. Again, it has lots of images of the brains of the mice. This is a study from 2016. We're going to mark it as exhibit 33. This one shows the macrophages actually acting as Trojan horses carrying the loads to the brain. In any event, you read the study. Exhibit number 34. And then let's just do one more, and then that should be enough. This one is from 2006 as well, and we'll mark that as exhibit 34. So obviously you have not had a chance to look at these. I'm not going to ask you questions about them at the moment. That's not going to be fair. You will have an opportunity to review those, and we can revisit it at trial. Now, coming back to this, immune activation in the brain can lead to neurodevelopmental disorders. Isn't that true?
Sir, I think that you're asking me to comment on things that I am not a neurologist,
Oh,
nor am I a, so I'm just saying that, you know, if you want me to discuss what the effect of specific questions about animal models or that's really not my area of expertise.
so okay, that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine. So you don't know whether immune activation brain can lead to neurodevelopmental disorders?
I have not reviewed the paper that you're taking that from. That is not my understanding, but I would be happy to read it and review it. But again, I don't, it's hard for me to know what you're talking about sometimes. Which specific paper you're talking about.
Well, I wasn't actually talking about any paper. I mean, there are hundreds of NIH funded papers that, you know, out of Caltech and so forth that study immune activation during pregnancy and during, you know, early phases of childhood development in infants and toddlers, and, you know, finding that immune activation can lead to neurodevelopmental disorders. And I was just curious, you were familiar with that body of literature in general. And it sounds to me that your answer is no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that aluminum adjuvant injected into the body can cause an increase in IL-6 in the brain?
No, sir, I am not. And if that is the case, and if there's a specific paper, please let me review that. I think if you want me to review something that I am not familiar with, I'm happy to do that.
Well, I obviously have to ask first to know whether you're familiar with it. And I'm very happy to give you a copy of it. So, 2013. What exhibit number is this? All right, well, I'll mark this, but at the end I can't find one, but I'll mark one of them, which is, so let me just share my screen. I'll mark this one so you'll have an opportunity to review it. And I believe I have one more, and you can have an opportunity to review that one for trial as well. 102. So we're gonna mark this one as exhibit, is it 35?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we will actually mark this one as exhibit 36. Okay. Are you aware that there are studies that show that an increase in IL-6 has been shown to induce autism-like features in lab animals?
Sir, I am not familiar with the animal aluminum literature in regarding to so you can keep asking me. I'm totally fine with answering that I am not familiar with the paper. So yeah. And I'll just say that, send it to me. I'll be happy to look at it, but I don't want to comment on something that I have not reviewed.
And I'm absolutely, that is absolutely fair, and you shouldn't, and I'm not asking you to, but obviously, again, it's okay to say you don't know or you haven't reviewed it, but I don't know if you don't know it until I ask you about it. So if you don't know, that's totally fine. We're gonna mark this one as 37, and we're gonna mark this one as 38. Okay. Patricia, are you able to see the exhibit numbers on these as I'm opening them?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure because I don't see them on my side. Okay. Let's just do this one. So have you ever seen, I'm going to mark this one as, what are we up to? 30 what?
39.
39. Have you ever seen this paper, Dr. Edwards?
No, sir.
Okay. When I mark this one as 40, have you ever seen this letter from Professor Romain Girardi regarding his opinion regarding whether aluminum adjuvants in vaccines can contribute to causing ASD?
No, I have not, sir. I'm not familiar with this letter, nor was it actually addressed to me, so I haven't read it.
Fair enough. Let's see. It was in 2017, and it was addressed to HHS, NIH, and FDA. In 2017, you were sitting on VRBAC, correct? At the FDA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is another letter from Professor Christopher Exley, who's considered an expert in aluminum. And again, it was in 2017, addressed to the FDA when you were sitting on VRBAC. Have you ever seen this letter in which he discusses what he believes is the role of aluminum adjuvant in causing autism spectrum disorder?
Not that I remember, sir.
Okay. Well, both of these papers provide an extensive list of studies regarding aluminum adjuvant, as well as Dr. Girardi's, that they say support that aluminum adjuvant vaccines can trigger and add to ASD. So I just want to point that out to you. Okay. Now, yet earlier you said you're not aware of any study in which a high aluminum adjuvant is found in the brain of autistic individuals or children. I'm going to mark this as exhibit number 41. Is it?
If the letter from Dr. Exley was supposed to be 41, then you're on 42. But if not, then this current one is 41.
Yes, Dr. Exley will be exhibit number 41. Thank you. And this will be exhibit number 42. And so I'll provide you this as well to review. This is a study conducted by Dr. Exley in which he looked at the brains of autistic children and find the highest levels of aluminum that he has found in any of the numerous cohorts of brains that he's ever looked at, including for various other ailments. But you'll have an opportunity to look at that as well. Okay, so do you know of any specific study involving injection of aluminum into humans or animals, right, and that showed aluminum adjuvants are safe?
Check the form of the question. You can answer,
yeah,
Doctor.
Yeah, it really is such a ridiculous question. I'm not going to answer it.
It's ridiculous to ask whether you're aware of any studies that looked at the injection of aluminum adjuvant on whether it's safe. Okay. Are you familiar with the HPV Gardasil clinical trials?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. What did the control group in the clinical trials to license Gardasil 4, what did virtually everybody, the thousands of young girls and boys and middle-aged girls and boys, women and men, what did they receive an injection of in those clinical trials?
I can't remember what they received in the control group. If you want to remind me, that would be great.
That's fine.
I just don't remember that per se.
Okay. If a study involving injected aluminum existed to support its safety, do you think the NIH Office of Intramural Research at the NIH could find such a study?
I think that the NIH would fund studies that have a testable hypothesis that would allow the sample size and the study conduct to come up with a meaningful conclusion. But obviously, I'm not in charge of the purse strings at NIH, so they would have to look at the studies.
Right. I'm not. I apologize. I must have not said my question clearly. I meant, do you think that they have the ability, the resources to find, if they were to search, not conduct, but to search the literature and find any study that would support the safety of injecting, that involved the injection of aluminum that supported its safety?
Well, the NIH is not really in the position to evaluate the literature in terms of, you know, the way the NIH is set up is that if they have a question that they want to address, then they issue an RFP, which I told you kind of about how that works.
Mm-hmm.
And if a investigator has a hypothesis that they want to test, then they submit it. There is a specific group pot of money that is set aside for studies on vaccine safety within the NIH.
So you're saying if a request were made to the, for example, the National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Diseases, and they said that they had searched for a study that supported the safety of injecting aluminum adjuvant, you're saying that they wouldn't conduct such a review? I'm not sure.
I can't answer. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can't.
That's no problem. Let me ask it to you this way. If the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease and the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development and the NIH Office of Intramural Research all looked for a study of whether or not injecting aluminum adjuvant were safe, do you think they would be able to find such a study?
I don't know, sir. I don't know what their capabilities are in searching the literature, and I don't know the answer to that question. So I can't answer yes or no. I just can't answer that. And, you know, I'm sorry, but it's just not something I can answer.
No problem. Let me mark this as 40, what is it? 44? Is it 44? Patricia?
Count. I can't count that high.
Well, until somebody tells me otherwise, I'll assume it's plaintiff's 44. Now, this was a response from the Department of Health and Human Services. You'll have an opportunity to review it. I just want to mark it here so you have the benefit of it for trial. And this is a letter that was sent to my firm, and it says, you know, this is the final response to your Freedom of Information Act request addressed to the FOIA Office of the National Institute of Health. You requested copies of any human or animal studies involving the subcutaneous or intramuscular injection of aluminum adjuvant relied upon by the NIH to establish the safety of injecting infants and children with aluminum hydroxide, aluminum phosphate, and AHS. And it says that the OIR, NIAID, and NICHD searched their files and no records response to your request were located. You can take a look at that at another time. Similar response was received by the CDC as well. That we can mark for identification. Let's just move on though. All right, so let's take a quick look at the Gardasil trial. Now, when this is the package insert for Gardasil, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I'm going to mark this as plaintiff's 45. Now, we take a look at table 9, and let's take a look at table 9. All right, so this is the summary of the girls and women 9 through 26 years of age who reported an incident condition potentially indicative of systemic autoimmune disorder after enrolling in the clinical trials for Gardasil, regardless of causality, correct?
That's what it appears to show. Yes, sir.
And it shows that it had an AAH control and a saline placebo control, correct?
That's what it says. Yes.
AAH is an aluminum adjuvant, right?
Amorphous aluminum hydroxyphosphate sulfate, which is what it says at the bottom.
Are you aware that of the 9,412 women and girls that received either an AH control or saline placebo, virtually all of them received the AHS control?
I'm not aware of the distribution I do now remember that the control in some of them was the aluminum. So thank you for refreshing my memory. I don't know what the distribution between those two are, but if you could, probably it's somewhere, and so you could show that to me.
Sure. I mean, if we go back to table 1.
So
Yeah.
So
please.
again, I don't know whether that's precisely the same study because the numbers, I don't know whether they add up, but.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There's obviously on clinicaltrials.gov, the saline placebo study is reported, all right? And I'll just pull that up quickly. Mark, this says 40, exhibit 46, I think.
You know, you're throwing certain studies up, and I can't confirm with the number that what you're showing me is the same. So I'm not trying to be difficult, but
No,
me
fair
to
enough.
say something, you got to go slow enough that I know what you're talking about.
No problem. I'll mark these and you'll have a chance to look at them before trial. I think that's going to be fair.
Great. I'll take a couple weeks vacation and spend
Okay.
looking at all these things.
All right. But just going, I'll take a look at this. Just placebo and, well, you know, if we have time at the end, we'll come back to this.
Do you have a specific question about it? Maybe that would be easier.
Okay, well, that would be great. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but, you know, here you can see that, you know, there's 320 girls in the placebo group and 274 boys in the placebo group, saline placebo group, correct? And then if you go here, this is the study of Gardasil in pre-adolescents and adolescents that's reported on clinicaltrials.gov. It's the 018 trial, because there's a number of them, as you know. This is the only one that included a saline placebo. When you go down, you can see the number of participants. It adds up to 561, the same number of boys and girls. And you can look through here and, you know, you can see what adverse reactions were reported. Now, it's just very difficult to do over Zoom. This is why it's very complicated. Like if you have this in your hand, you could look at it and you could flip through the pages, and I would ask you, is there any systemic autoimmune issues reported here? But doing this over Zoom, I'd have to scroll through it, and it's very difficult. You'll have a chance to look at it. What you'll find is that there are none. And then, you know, what I would have asked you, and we could do this again at trial, is so you're prepared for it. You see in the Gardasil group, within 6 months, right, of starting of the injection, 2.3% of the previous healthy girls reported an instance in a condition potentially indicative of systemic autoimmune disorder, correct?
You know, I'm trying to, as quickly as I can. So which of the things you want me to look at? Lupus? Or do you want me to look at all of these? Okay, you want me to look at the numbers, comparing the Gardasil and the control. Okay, so that the total number of events and the percentage of events were comparable.
Right. But isn't it possible that the Gardasil vaccine caused these 2.3% of girls to develop systemic autoimmune disorder as well, and that the AAH control, the AAH adjuvant that was in the Gardasil, is what caused the 2.3% of girls to develop the systemic autoimmune disorder in the control group?
No, that you can't deduce that, because there's a couple of other things you have to consider. First of all, you have to consider what the incidence of these autoimmune conditions is in the population, in the unimmunized population. Lupus, scleroderma, inflammatory bowel disease, many of these things are diagnosed during this time, this pre-adolescent, adolescent, early adulthood time. So the fact that you have equal numbers doesn't mean that either causes the adverse event. The interpretation could be that neither of them do, and this is the background rate of that adverse event. So this is not, you can't make that conclusion from this, at least if you're knowledgeable, you can't.
So these were previously healthy participants in the trial, correct?
They are previously healthy participants, but previously healthy participants can develop lupus, they can develop other things. So the fact that you see these in the population does not mean that they are caused by this.
Do you believe if you looked at the background rate, you would find that during every 6-month period, 2.3% of previous healthy girls and women in America would develop a systemic autoimmune disorder?
I would have to look at that and see. I do not have that at the top of my, and certainly that would be as if you're on a data safety and monitoring committee, that's what you would do.
Right, because I mean, if it's 2.3% every 6 months, that's 4.6% every year. Over 10 years, that would be 46% of all previously healthy women. And,
yeah, it doesn't say that it's additive. That's felonious, that's fallacious or whatever, it's wrong.
But this is showing within 6 months, how many previously healthy girls that previously didn't have a systemic autoimmune disorder reported a systemic autoimmune disorder, correct?
That's correct. It says that you have 1 in the Gardasil group out of 10,000, and you have 3 out of 10,000 in the placebo group. So I don't know, what the rate is in this population, but that seems, 1 in 10,000 isn't very much.
Well, no, it's 245 in the Gardasil group out of 10,000.
No, I said for lupus. You have to look at all of these individual issues. And I'm just saying that for lupus, there's 1 in 10,000 in the vaccine group, and there's 3 in slightly less than 10,000 in the placebo group. So I would have to look at the background rates in that population. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be additive. There's no data to suggest that in 6 more months, you're going to have double, and that just isn't the way it works.
You just don't know, right? Because the study, they looked at it for 6 months. You have the data that you have. Why? But if they had just compared Gardasil to a strictly saline placebo group, then there wouldn't be this unknown of, did the adjuvant cause it, did it not, correct?
But it goes back to what I tried to make clear a number of hours ago, and that is that when you have a trial, if you have as a placebo, a real placebo, then patients often will know what they have received. Now, you may say that they would say that they don't care whether they receive vaccine, and actually, if you look at the information, the actual administration of an HPV vaccine has no impact on people's sexual activity. But you could say, well, if they realized that they got placebo, they wouldn't have sex and they wouldn't get HPV. So this is all part of the complexities of clinical trials. If you choose a placebo that's placebo, it's hard to make sure that your participants do not know what you're getting.
So what you're saying is, you're saying that you should abandon the gold standard of clinical trials, which is double-blind, placebo-controlled. Let me just finish my question. Double-blind, placebo-controlled studies, because those in the placebo group are not going to have, reactions in a way that, let's say, giving them another vaccine would have. And then they're going to, when they don't have a reaction, they're going to be like, whoa, I know now I got a placebo. I mean, why is it, what you're saying is the assumption is vaccines will all cause reactions. And so we always have to compare giving vaccines to giving vaccines. Then you'll never know what the safety profile of any vaccine is.
Back to the form of the question. You can answer, Doctor, if you
I'm not going to
understood the
answer
question.
that. I'm not going to answer that. I think,
Fair enough. If you don't want to answer it.
I think the answers to my questions, to your questions in general, are quite clear. So I think that I've answered that question.
Now, the package insert for each vaccine in section 6 will list adverse reactions to the vaccine, correct?
I can't see section 6. So if you want to show me section 6, I'm happy to look at that.
No, I just mean in general, package inserts for all vaccines have typically, they list in section 6 of the package insert adverse reactions to the vaccine, correct?
There is always a section. I didn't know that it was always section 6. So now I know. Thank you.
Okay, great. We can pull up.
I believe you. I just didn't know it was
No,
section.
that's fine. Yeah, right, but you're aware there's a section that lists the clinical trial experience and the adverse events in each.
Absolutely. I just don't know the numbers which each of those is assigned.
Right. Are you aware that under federal law, the package insert are supposed to include in section 6, quote, only those adverse events for which there is some basis to believe there is a causal relationship between the drug and the occurrence of the adverse event, end quote?
I am aware that's what it states, but I think that a lot of the inclusions in package inserts have really not shown a causation. They have just been reported in the clinical trials. So those package inserts tend to be quite inclusive.
Mm-hmm. Now, the adverse events typically reported are actually post-marketing adverse events, correct?
No, not necessarily. The adverse events are those that are captured both in the assessment of the vaccine evaluation during the phase 1, 2, and 3 trials, but also post-marketing. Now, it may label, for instance, those charts that you showed. There's charts that those are studies that were done part of the actual of the licensure, I would think, but they're generally both studies that results of studies pre and post licensure are in the package insert.
So what you're saying is that even though federal law is clear that the manufacturer is supposed to only provide the adverse events for which they believe there's a causal relationship, is it your testimony that they're not complying with that law and listing adverse events that are also don't have a reason to believe are causally related?
Object to the form of the question. You can answer, doctor, if you understood the question.
I'm not sure that I understood the question, but I will answer what what happens with the package insert. As the paper that showed you with theirs, I think in general, we are often left not being able to assess a causation definitively with a vaccine and an adverse event. So given that difficulty, if there is an adverse event that happens in a clinical study and it is associated with it frequently enough, it will appear in the package insert. So every single thing that's in the package insert has not been established without reasonable doubt that it's causative.
Oh, so the adverse reactions that are listed in the package insert are only included when there is a basis to believe that there is a causal connection between the adverse event and the vaccine, correct?
That's not what I said. That's
okay. Clarify, please.
So please listen to what I say so you don't have to ask again. So what I'm saying is that if an adverse event is seen in a phase 1, 2, and 3 trial or in a post-licensure trial, it is often included in the package insert, whether or not you can prove causation. Because as I showed you in that theirs, it's very difficult to prove definitive causation. So if there's any question of a relationship between the adverse event and the vaccine, it is put in the package insert.
I'm going to mark this as plaintiff's exhibit 47. Thank you. Now, you're familiar with this regulation, Dr. Edwards?
It's a CFR Title 21. I don't know all that's included in it. So if there's something you'd like me to address, I'd be happy to read it.
Okay. All right. This is section 201.57, specific requirements on content and format labeling for human prescription drugs and biological products. This would be the section that would govern what should go in a package insert, correct?
I trust it, so although I can only see a portion of it.
Fair enough. Well, let's go down to what it provides for section 6. So this would be section 6, adverse reactions that would be reported. Can you read the yellow, please?
Yes, this section must describe the overall adverse reaction profile of the drug based on the entire safety database. This definition, I don't know which definition you're referring to. I guess adverse reactions does not include all the adverse events observed during the use of the drug, only those for which there's some basis to believe there is a causal relationship. This is not what you said. This is not, it does say it does not have to be a proved causal relationship. And if there is any question about the relationship or any question about this, it is included in the package insert. So this does not establish that there is a causal relationship between the drug and the AFI.
Okay. Well, you would agree that the package insert only includes adverse events that meet this definition as required by federal law?
I think that what companies put in the package insert is often when there has not been clear establishment of a causal relationship, as I've said 3 times now.
Fine, but would they put something in when there isn't some basis to believe there's a causal relationship?
Check the form of the question, asked and answered several times.
I'm not going to answer it again.
It's not clear to me, but I mean, I think what I'm understanding as you're saying is that they'll put adverse events into the package insert even if they haven't established causation.
That is correct.
But you're not.
That is correct. That is correct.
Absolutely. Right. They'll only put it in when there's some basis to believe there is a causal relationship as required by the Code of Federal Regulations.
Check the form of the question, asked and answered.
That has not been asked and answered. Please, Dr. Edwards.
I'm not going to answer it because I've already answered it.
Okay. Well, you haven't clarified what the minimum standard is. So let me ask you a question I think you'll find easier. Do you believe that there are adverse events and package inserts that are put in for which there's no basis to believe there's a causal relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And what's that? What do you base that opinion on?
Well, I think if you look at the adverse events and package inserts, they contain a lot of adverse events, some of which I've not seen associated with the vaccine. So I think that every single thing that is listed in a package insert does not mean that that particular vaccine causes that adverse event. No, and that's what my answer is.
Right, sure. It just means that as required by the law, that there's some basis to believe that it causes it, not that it actually causes it, right? Let's use something specific. Now, of course, it's the manufacturer that's adding these adverse events to the insert, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you're not are you privy to all of the data and information that the manufacturers each have when they're adding an adverse event to the package insert?
Of course not. You know, certainly I'm not privy to that, but the FDA is privy to that.
Okay, now here's a letter. I'll mark this as Exhibit 57. This is a letter to the FDA from Merck, correct? I'm sorry. Yes, this is a letter from the FDA to Merck, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay. Have you ever seen a supplemental approval letter like this before?
No, sir, I don't work for pharma.
Okay. But you've consulted pharmaceutical companies, correct?
I think we've already answered that question.
Okay. Now, in this, the FDA, please take a moment to read the first paragraph. Let me know when you're done.
I'm finished.
Okay. So in this, the FDA is approving the amendment to the package insert for MMR, correct?
That's correct.
And Merck in 2017 decided to add into their package insert the disclosure of adverse events for these two potential adverse events, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why do you believe they did that?
Well, they probably had, these adverse events had been reported in their, in the use of some of the vaccines. However, as part of my CISA role, I have actually done extensive reviews of HSP with vaccines, and the data is clearly not, does not establish causation. So they must have seen this in certain patients. I don't know how many patients, maybe it says later, but they just wanted to include it in the package insert. I think sometimes things are included in the package insert that you don't really know for sure that are related, and sometimes they can be very helpful. So for instance, the whole rotavirus and intussusception, that was included in the package insert, and then people began to see that. So I think it's prudent to put in things that you think may be associated, even if you're not. But the fact that it's in the package insert does not mean that that adverse event is caused by the vaccine. And I think I've said that several times.
I know. Are you aware that under the 1986 Act, one of the exceptions where you could sue a vaccine manufacturer is if they know a vaccine causes a certain injury and they don't disclose it?
I think I remember that. Whether that was, I don't know whether, I think that certainly the farmer is very, would rather add things to the package insert than omit them.
Do you think that might explain why they added these two conditions to the MMR, why Merck added these two conditions to the MMR package insert?
I think you'd have to ask Merck. I'm not familiar with their motivation for that.
Fair enough. What's encephalitis?
It's a inflammation of the brain.
And what's encephalopathy?
It's a abnormality of the brain. It means a pathologic brain. So there is a difference. Encephalitis is a cause of encephalopathy, but there are other causes of encephalopathy besides encephalitis.
Right. Encephalitis means basically brain swelling. Encephalopathy means actual damage to the brain, correct?
No, that's not what I said. Encephalitis, anything that has an itis after it is inflammation. So inflammation of the encephal, which means the brain, means there is an inflammation in the brain. There are brain inflammations that occur every year in people that have no long-term damage. Those are called aseptic meningitis from the enteroviruses. Encephalopathy is abnormality of the brain or pathology in the brain. The encephalopathy can be mild or it can be severe. Just because it says encephalopathy has no prognostic implication on its long-term impact on an individual.
Okay. Does the package insert for Infinrix list encephalopathy within 7 days of a prior pertussis-containing vaccine as a contraindication to injecting further doses of this product?
I think that contraindications for the use of DTaP basically are encephalopathy, acute encephalopathy, and anaphylaxis. However, encephalopathy in the definition in this is that it has to be persistent for 24 hours and generally the people have to be hospitalized. So encephalopathy in that definition is quite severe.
All right, so meaning if that kind of severe reaction happened from a prior dose of Infinrix, the manufacturer's package insert says don't administer that vaccine again.
If it's, just as I said, if it meets that definition, the vaccine is contraindicated to be administered again.
Does the package insert for Infinrix list encephalopathy in section 6?
I don't know, sir. You'll have to pull up section 6. I think that's a little unreasonable for me to know exactly.
No, that's fine. You don't know is perfectly fine answer. Does the package insert for Endrix B list encephalitis and encephalopathy in section 6?
I would trust that it does, but I don't know that it does. So I can't answer that, sir. If you would like to pull up the package insert, I'm happy to read it.
Does the package insert for Varivax, the chickenpox vaccine, list encephalitis in section 6?
Probably does.
The package insert for MMR list.
You also asked me that question before, which I answered.
Thank you. Does the package enter for MMR-less encephalitis, encephalopathy, acute disseminated encephalomyelitis, and subacute sclerosing panencephalitis, SSPE, in Section 6?
I believe that it does, although SSPE has not been documented to occur with vaccine-associated virus. Are you waiting for me to answer?
Oh, no. I'm going to mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 40, is it 8? 49, thank you. And this is a report from the CDC, the MMWR, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it is regarding SSPE, which we were just talking about, correct?
Yes, sir. Okay.
And you're saying that SSPE is not caused by the measles vaccine, correct?
That is the conclusion. Now, this study, I don't know whether this is older and they didn't find the virus, and whether you also have to make sure that it's not the measles virus from the natural, and make sure that it's vaccine associated.
Sure. Well, let's take a look what it says. So can you please read the portion yellow out loud?
Estimated risk of SSPE following natural measles is averaged by 8.5 cases per million. Estimated risk of following measles average 0.7 per million of live virus vaccine distributed. However, you have to make sure that in that time, when those reported from 63 to 74, that each of those viruses was sequenced to make sure that it is indeed a measles virus. And I don't know whether that was done in this paper.
Okay. But the CDC here is estimating and is stating that is indicating that SSP can be caused by measles vaccination, correct?
This paper was published a long time ago, and my understanding is that this has not been confirmed with the actual isolation of the virus from the CSF.
So the CDC's information here, strike that, fine. I'm going to mark this as exhibit plaintiff's 49. 50, sorry. 50. Dr. Edwards, have you seen this before?
I've not seen this result. I've seen the interpretation of the result by your expert and by another geneticist.
Okay.
And again, I am not a mitochondrial expert.
Got it. So you're not in a position to opine on the accuracy or the meaning of this result?
No, other than the fact that I read an expert said that they didn't feel that this documented that. So I can obviously, and one expert said it did. So I'm not the person to say whether this is what the definitive diagnosis of the mitochondrial problem is.
Understood. Just clear out some of these exhibits. Have you read this affidavit from?
Yes, I have, sir. I have, sir. Yes, I have, sir.
I'm going to mark this as exhibit 51. Do you have any basis to contest the conclusions in this report?
Check to the form of the question. It's overbroad. You can answer, doctor, if you have an answer.
Yeah, I guess that I would sort of prefer if you had a specific question. I don't want to, sort of damn an entire physician for anything. And so if there's a specific question, I'm happy to answer.
Do you disagree with Dr. Kelly's conclusion in this report?
Why don't you show me his report, his conclusion, so that I am sure that I can address exactly what you want me to disagree with.
Why don't you read the summary portion?
So first of all, I can't say that the first conclusion is correct, because an expert on the other side said that the biochemical abnormalities are not consistent with that. So I can't comment on that particular. I think it's an issue of controversy. I think that the degree of that the set of immunizations at 11 months of age, while he was ill at the immediate cause of his autistic regression to further impair the ability of his weaker mitochondria to supply adequate amounts of energy, the highest energy consuming tissue in the body, I would not agree with that conclusion.
Are you a mitochondrial expert?
I am not a mitochondrial expert. However, I feel that while he was ill with the immediate cause of getting his immunizations, I think that he was not seriously ill. He had a respiratory illness and had otitis. I don't feel that and he was actually closer to 12 months than he was 11 months. I think it was 3 days from 12 months. So I disagree that he was 11 months old. And I think that that what he is stating in the last sentence is solely anecdotal. It's his experience.
And how would you determine whether or not Yates's otitis media was severe or not severe when he received his immunizations at 11 months?
Because I have read very carefully, and in my clinical judgment, this child should have been given the vaccinations, and I see no reason for him not to have received the vaccinations.
Have you ever treated any children with mitochondrial disorders?
I have been involved in discussions about vaccines with children with mitochondrial disorders. Yes, and I'm also quite familiar with children with mitochondrial disorders have a lot of problems when they have infections, real infections that are vaccine preventable. So I think that is also a very important thing to take into account, is the fact that children with mitochondrial disorders have difficulties with infections that can be vaccine preventable.
Okay. Have you published any studies with regards to that?
I don't believe so. I think those have been mostly in the individual case evaluations of the CISA, and those are not published. Those are confidential because they involve individual patients.
Do you do any clinical studies? Have you performed any clinical studies with regards to mitochondrial disorders?
Well, I have one paper where Cameron Schlegel is the first author, where we've looked actually at some inborn errors of metabolism, and we've looked at vaccines in relationship to their adverse outcomes, and this was a urea cycle defect. And so what we showed there was that the vaccines were not associated, the administration of vaccines were not associated with adverse events in that particular population. So we have studied high risk people, but this was not specifically a mitochondrial population.
All right, does Yates have a urea disorder?
Sir, I said that we used another genetic condition. I was not saying that he had a urea cycle disorder. I'm just saying that I have experience in doing studies in populations that have genetic defects to look at the safety of vaccines.
Okay. I'm going to mark this as 52, Plaintiff's Exhibit 52. Have you had a chance to review this document?
No, sir, I have not.
I'm going to mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 53. Have you ever reviewed this study?
Yes, I have, sir.
Okay. Do you agree with the conclusion in this study with regards to what caused Hannah Polling's autism?
I do not agree with all the conclusions in this study.
Okay. What don't you agree with?
Check the form of the question overbroad. You can answer, doctor, if you can.
I'm not going to answer till I know what the question is.
In this study, which you said you reviewed, the authors provide their case report with regards to Hannah Polling a discussion, and then they reach a conclusion with regards to what led to Hannah Polling's autism. Do you dispute the finding that the vaccines given to Hannah Polling caused her autism?
I think that there was a temporal association, whether it was causative, I don't know. And again, as I said before, I'm not a mitochondrial expert.
I'll play a video, I guess, which will be marked Exhibit 54.
Mr. Siri, may I ask you a question? We're well over 7 hours into the deposition. Do you have an estimate about how much longer we will be?
Shouldn't be that much longer. We're getting there, I think. Rob, how long, Mr. Sawyer, how many hours are we on record?
It's 20 minutes after 3.
Right. I don't have the exact record time, but I know we took 2 15-minute breaks.
I have the exact time if you need it.
Sure.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. The exact time has been 6 hours and almost 32 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try to wrap this up today. Believe me, I think we all would like that. Okay, so let me just play you this video. Can you hear that?
No, sir, I cannot.
Okay, yeah, I think I know the issue. Let me just try that again.
Hannah Polling, which has been making a lot of news lately. Luckily, we have the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Julie Gerberding, here. We're talking a lot about autism, as you know. I should remind people that from my understanding, the federal government conceded that vaccines caused her autism-like symptoms. First of all, is there a difference? Does she have autism or autism-like symptoms? What's the difference?
Well, I don't have all the facts because I still haven't been able to review the case.
I can't see this. I can't see this. I can't see this. Did you want me to listen or look?
I wanted both. I mean,
I'm not able to see either, Mr. Siri. I just see a list of your exhibits on your computer as of now.
Oh, geez. I shared the wrong. I appreciate that. Luckily, I didn't share a more inappropriate screen, huh? All right, give me a moment. There we go. All right, let's try that again. Oh, no. That's not going to work either. I need to do this. I need to click that. I need to do this. Okay, and here we go. Oh, for God's sake. Did the wrong screen again.
I guess I'm fine. It's Sanjay Gupta. If you want to just let me listen to Sanjay, I'm happy to listen to. I'm also know Julie Gerberding quite well. So if you'd like me to listen, I'm happy to do that, but I can't see.
Okay, last time. You ready? And there we go.
Hannah Polling, which has been making a lot of news lately. Luckily, we have the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Julie Gerberding, here. We're talking a lot about autism, as you know. I should remind people that from my understanding is the federal government conceded that vaccines caused her autism-like symptoms. First of all, is there a difference? I mean, does she have autism or autism-like symptoms? What's the difference?
Well, I don't have all the facts because I still haven't been able to review the case files myself, but my understanding is that the child has what we think is a rare mitochondrial disorder, and when children have this disease, anything that stresses them creates a situation where their cells just can't make enough energy to keep their brains functioning normally. Now, we all know that vaccines can occasionally cause fevers in kids. So if a child was immunized, got a fever, or had other complications from the vaccine, then if you're predisposed with a mitochondrial disorder, it can certainly set off some damage. Some of the symptoms can be symptoms that have characteristics of autism.
Yeah, I have a 2.5.
Dr. Edwards, do you have any basis to disagree with what the CDC director just said on that video?
You listened very closely to what Julie said. Julie said she hadn't really had the ability to look at the case, to evaluate the case. I think that what she said, a lot of what she said was correct, in that patients that have dysfunctional mitochondria, if they are stressed, then they can have more difficulties. I think stress can come from the administration of a vaccine with fever, but stress also comes with a disease. I think that this is a situation where you have to decide what the risks and the benefits of a vaccine are. And this is what you have to decide when there is a patient with this definitively diagnosed disorder, which I don't think that I can convincingly say that your patient has. But again, I think that you have to talk to the neurologist about that.
So what you're saying is that if a child does have this serious mitochondrial disorder, they having an infection or having the vaccine, either of those could actually cause a stress on the body that could potentially lead to autism.
If indeed you had that disorder, that is hypothesized. So there's one case that's been shown in.
Based on the polling and other cases, there is a known causal association between vaccines and regressive autism, correct?
Object to the form of the question. You may answer, Doctor.
I don't, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Based on the polling case, there is a known causal association between vaccines and regressive autism, correct?
Same objection.
Yeah, I don't think you can definitively say that, sir. I don't think I can say an answer yes to that or no, I can't think that.
But you can't rule it out either, correct?
I don't, other than the Hannah polling case, I'm not familiar with any other cases that have suggested that to be the case.
What about this case?
Can't see it.
Okay. So in the
It depends. Okay. It depends a little bit on the diagnosis. So again, I think that you show me a case and I want to, I don't know whether the mitochondrial dysfunction has been definitively diagnosed. So I think that if you show me something, I can't say for sure because I don't know for sure whether they have what they have.
Okay.
And I think this is probably something that you might want to talk about to the neurologist.
Yates was diagnosed with regressive autism, correct?
I didn't hear the first part of the question, sir.
Oh, no problem. I said Yates was diagnosed with regressive autism, correct?
Well, I did review the report from the Vanderbilt CDC and it said autism. I wasn't familiar. I didn't see any other characterization and I'm not familiar with how one distinguishes that from another.
Okay, you're not.
Diagnosis of autism, but I can't say that he has regressive autism.
You don't know one way or another?
I do not know whether he has regressive autism one way or another. Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you have any evidence of what caused Yates's autism?
Yeah, autism is a neuro abnormality. I think that it was likely associated with some prenatal event, and I do not think it was due to his vaccines.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence that Yates's autism was caused by some prenatal event?
I think that those things are always hard to know. I think I don't know what their father's paternal age. There's about in terms of birth There's factors about infections during pregnancy, and I'm not aware of any of those. So I think that I'm not fully aware of the prenatal situation. I'm just saying that the articles on autism say that it's generally a prenatal event. And so that's what I'm saying.
So sitting here today, you don't actually have any evidence of what might have caused Yates's autism, correct?
The form of the question that mischaracterizes her testimony.
I'm not trying to characterize her testimony at all. I'm asking her, sitting here today, do you have any evidence of what caused Yates' regressive autism?
Check the form of the question.
Let me rephrase that, because she never said regressive autism. Sitting here today, do you have any evidence for what caused Yates' autism?
I have no confirmation of what caused Yates' autism, except that I know that it's not from his vaccine receipt.
Now, would you disagree that the best available evidence reflects that Yates has a serious mitochondrial disorder?
Check the form of the question, asked and answered.
I feel that the discussion from the neurologist and the geneticist that addressed that shed considerable doubt on the diagnosis. So but again, I'm not an expert. I haven't looked at the mitochondria, and I wouldn't know a dysfunctional mitochondria from another looking under the microscope. So I'm not an expert in the mitochondrial diagnosis.
Vaccine safety.
I think that I can't hear your question.
Mr. Siri, you've frozen on us.
Says I'm unstable. Okay, I'm back. Now, did you attend the Wellcome Trust London Vaccine Safety Meeting in 2019?
I sure did.
Okay, and who were you invited there by?
I was invited by Wellcome Trust.
Okay. Did the invitation come from a specific person, such as Dr. Stanley Plotkin?
I think it probably came from Stanley.
Okay. And the meeting was intended to discuss gaps in the vaccine safety that needed to be addressed?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the topics discussed was the gap in the safety data with regard to vaccination of children with mitochondrial disorders, correct?
I can't remember specifically whether that was on the program. I know there was a discussion of autism, and Frembone did that. And then there was also the presentation by the Danish group. So if it was part of that, I can't remember. I don't recall that there was a specific person that talked about that, but maybe if you have the calendar there, I could look at that. I just can't quite remember for sure.
I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 55. Patricia?
That's correct, 55.
55, thank you. This is an email chain regarding the Wellcome Trust London Vaccine Safety Meeting in which you were on the chain, correct?
I don't know. I'm trying to find whether, I don't see that I'm on the chain. Yeah, there I am. Okay, yeah, I'm on the chain.
Okay. And does this document look familiar to you? The summary of ideas for future studies proposed by attendees at the Wellcome Trust London Vaccine Safety Meeting?
Probably.
Okay.
I know there was such a discussion.
Okay. Do you recall that the conclusion?
Are these my comments from Dr. Plotkin? Is this something that I've responded to Dr. Plotkin? Are those comments? Are those mine?
You'll have to tell me, frankly,
Okay.
because they redacted it when the government provided it. But do you see here that this is one of the? Do you recall? Does this help remind you of one of the things that was discussed at that meeting?
Yeah, it says to look at reactions in patients with confirmed mitochondrial diseases or metabolic diseases.
Right. And to create a registry of such reactions, right?
Yes, sir, that's what it says.
Okay. And that's in order to better understand, you know, what injuries or issues vaccines could potentially cause with individuals with mitochondrial disease, metabolic disease, correct?
I think it's to better understand reactions to vaccines in patients with mitochondrial disease or metabolic diseases, as it says.
Was Yates receiving vaccines up to 18 months as recommended by the CDC childhood vaccine schedule?
Yes, sir, he was.
Now, the number of vaccines on the CDC schedule increased from 6 vaccines in 1985 to a total of 20 in 2000, correct?
There has been an increase, yes.
Mark this as number 50.
So again, this is from somebody's slide. I guess that's me. You got a picture of me.
It's on YouTube. I didn't have to go far. So does this remind you of how many injections there were in 1985 versus 2000?
Well, that's my slide. So hopefully it's authoritative.
Okay. So between 1985 and 2000, the number of injections has gone from 6 to 20, correct?
Yes. I'm not quite sure what the little cross is, but I guess.
Oh, that's just my mouse.
Oh, okay.
Don't count the mouse.
I thought, oh, I don't remember that cross. Okay. I don't really remember this slide either, but okay.
Yeah. Has there ever been a study which looked at the total health outcomes of children following the CDC vaccine schedule, such as Yates, to 18 months, and those that have not received these products, meaning they were completely unvaccinated?
I think that there have been studies looking at vaccines and vaccine receipt and not vaccine receipt. I think it's problematic because, as you know, most of the individuals, most children receive the vaccines. So about 95% of them do. I think those that don't receive vaccine are often, there's a reason that they're not being vaccinated. And so one of the things that you would have to make sure of is that the underlying epidemiologic characteristics of the children that were vaccinated are comparable to those that are not vaccinated. So that's one of the issues is indeed, are they comparable? And so that's been, obviously a lot of people, say, well, why don't we study people that don't get vaccines and study people that do? But the problem is that they're not often the same populations, and then also it's hard to study something that's recommended, and so those studies are problematic in terms of numbers and comparability of the population groups.
All the studies relied upon to say that MMR vaccine doesn't cause autism are retrospective epidemiological studies, correct?
The bulk of the MMR studies, as we talked about before, are database studies, and there have been repeated database studies that have addressed the rates of autism in those populations. So those are the most powerful studies that we have because they have great sample sizes and they have larger ability. They have a longer time to assess the long-term outcomes.
So in the same way that you can do retrospective studies comparing those, children who are fully vaccinated with MMR and fully vaccinated without MMR, why can't you just do a study comparing fully vaccinated with those receiving no vaccines in those same databases, such as, for example, the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which the IOM said is possible to do?
Because I just told you why. I told you that those, first of all, the sample sizes are not comparable. Secondly, the underlying characteristics of the population that are not vaccinated are often not the same as those that are vaccinated. The delivery of care is often not the same. And some of the databases that do exist are parts of health so that would select for vaccinated children. If you want to look at a study in VAERS. VAERS is an interesting database, and I've spent a lot of time looking in VAERS. VAERS is a hypothesis generator. You know, often you don't have the information that's necessary to have a complete understanding of what's going on. So there hasn't been a, the issues are that it's very problematic because the study design does not have comparable groups to compare.
Right, meaning you're concerned about confounders, correct? Right?
There's concern about confounders and bias.
Okay, so tell me what is the difference in the characteristics between those who receive vaccines and those who don't, such that that you wouldn't be able to control for?
Well, first of all, you'd have to decide which database that you're going to use. The second would be you would have to make sure that the populations are comparable in terms of age. You'd have to make sure that they're comparable in terms of underlying comorbidities. You'd have to make sure that they're comparable in the care that they receive, in their socioeconomic status, in their access to the ability to be immunized, and all of those would need to be looked into. And also, you would have to make sure that, for instance, that the vaccine records are confirmed. So, you may have someone that says that they haven't been vaccinated, but how do you confirm something that hasn't happened? You're sort of asking us to how to confirm. Can I finish?
Yeah, please.
You're asking me how to confirm something that's not recorded. So how can I confirm that they haven't been vaccinated? So that's another problem in terms of how do you confirm that they have not been vaccinated, and some of those issues as well. And again, the issue is in terms of sample sizes.
Okay, well then let's take those backwards. So let's start with confirming that they are not vaccinated. Isn't it true that there's an ICD-9 and ICD-10 codes for when a parent refuses a vaccine, including for religious reasons, correct?
Well, there has been, but that is not, it's not, you'd have to do an audit to make sure that that's correct.
Right. And has that, please.
I'm trying to answer the question, sir.
Yeah, please.
So what you would have to do in that situation is that you would have to go back to the chart, and if they say they didn't get the vaccine, you would have to confirm that they didn't get the vaccine. So you would do that in the chart. There also are some vaccine databases that exist that you would have to go into. So the state of Tennessee has a database called TWIS. So you would go back and you'd make sure that Susie Smith never got a vaccine through the database. But again, it's hard to confirm something that isn't done.
Again, are you aware of the white paper that was produced by the CDC with regards to comparing vax versus unvaccinated populations within the VSD, in which they did identify almost 2,000 children who were not vaccinated, and they confirmed their ICD-9 codes for a large proportion of them, indicated that they weren't, and then they went and they did a sample to confirm, meaning they looked at their entire medical records and they found a very, very high confidence that if a child has an ICD-9-10 code, that the parent, for parent refusal to vaccinate for religious or other reason, that the child in fact was not vaccinated.
So I'm not familiar with the paper, so I'm happy to look at the paper.
We'll send it to you.
Again,
Yeah.
Can I speak, or do you want to just?
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay, so 2,000 people is not very many people. 2,000 unvaccinated people is not very many people. What are we using for the safety database for COVID? 15,000. So 2,000, great, but it's not very large.
Well, wouldn't it be enough to look at an issue, for example, asthma, which is very common, 1 in 6 kids today?
It depends upon what what you're looking for, sir.
So then, if from what you're saying, then if you don't know, if you can't rely on the vaccination records in all of these databases, then how are any vaccine retrospective studies reliable? Because how do you know if the kid got MMR or didn't get an MMR in any database?
You can confirm the receipt of the vaccine. You can go over the chart. You can look at the chart and say that the pediatrician gave the vaccines. You can look at the vaccine record. You can look at twists. There's a number of different ways to do that.
So couldn't they do that here as well in a study that compared vax versus unvaxxed children?
Well, that's what you told me that they were just doing, and they can do it, but it's harder, you know, it's harder. So it's the same argument that you're giving about this vaccine record. You're saying that because it doesn't say that somebody got something, it didn't happen. So, you know, the records are not always perfect, unfortunately. So you would have to, please stop.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stop. I think this is not appropriate. This is rude.
I'm not sure what's rude about it. Look, I've asked vaccinologists before and pediatricians this question, and I have to tell you, I always find it surprising that with the medical brain trust that exists in this country, all the resources that there are, that for some reason, there seems to be an incredible opposition to performing this analysis, which, by the way, the Institute of Medicine, I could show you their 2013 report, said comparison is possible to do, which is why the CDC commissioned a white paper on it. All right, look.
Object to the attorney colloquy that, if you have a question, feel free to ask him, Mr. Siri, but we don't need to be lectured.
Fair enough. All right. There is in fact a study that compared vaccinated versus unvaccinated children that does exist. But from your answer to your prior question, I believe you've never seen it. Is that correct?
I don't know which paper you're talking about. I may have seen it, as you know. Yeah. So if you want me to see whether I know about it, please show it to me.
Sure. Have you seen this paper before, Dr. Edwards?
No, I don't believe I have, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll highlight something for you, and so you have an opportunity to look at it after this. You could see that it's from the professors at the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics, School of Public Health.
I can't hear. You're cutting out, sir.
Oh, sorry. I just want to make sure that I highlight. Do you see here that over here it found that the unvaccinated children had statistically significant higher rates of chickenpox?
Yes, sir.
And do you see that the unvaccinated children had statistically significant higher rates of whooping cough?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Do you see here, though, that it also found that the children had a statistically significant higher rate, the vaccinated children had a statistically significant higher rate of autism?
I don't know what the diagnosis is. I don't know the denominator of the population. I'd be happy to look at this, but I'm not going to sign on to something that I haven't reviewed, and I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, it's a pilot study, and you should have an opportunity to review it. I just wanted to highlight those portions.
Yeah, this isn't probably the most prominent journal, but.
Sure, but sometimes what science. Please.
Paper doesn't refuse ink.
Paper doesn't, I'm sorry.
Paper does not refuse ink.
Fair enough. But at least there's some ink. We'll mark this one 50.
57.
Thank you. And we'll mark this one 58 so that you have an opportunity to review it for trial as well. It found similar issues with preterm babies, higher rates.
What's the database, sir? Can you give me the database, please? So go to the methods, please. Move to the methods.
This was based on parental surveys. It was based on parental recall. So, it's not the best study.
That's not good. That's not good. If you're going to do a study, you don't remember parental recall.
It would be better to do it with, I assume, like medical records, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a journal editor. This paper would never see the light of day.
There are So I'll also mark this one, which is as number 59, is it?
Yes.
So this is a study that looked at the medical records in 3 pediatric practices. And have you ever seen this one before?
No, sir.
Okay, it was just published this year, so you have an opportunity to look at. We'll look at one more and then we'll just move on.
Mr. Siri, I want to state most of the articles, or quite a few of articles you've been using, have never been disclosed in the case, and discovery has long since been over in the case in regards to production. So I just want a standing objection as to any use at trial of these exhibits, and we can take that up at a later time. I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah, well, we'll just agree to take it up at a later time then. And then this is, have you ever seen this article?
I've seen, I've reviewed a lot of work from Peter Abbey. So I don't know that I've seen this particular paper, but Peter Abbey looks at the non-specific effects of immunity with DTP and OPV in African populations.
And he's a respected scientist.
He's a controversial scientist.
Oh, okay.
Some of his work we publish in the journal that I'm an editor. So it depends upon the study that he does.
Okay. Have you seen this study before? I apologize, I don't recall your answer.
I don't know that I've seen this specific study. I've seen a number of other studies from Peter Abbey.
Okay, well, in this study, you'll have an opportunity to review it. He found that children receiving DTP vaccine in the first 6 months of life died at 10 times the rate as those who received no vaccines in the first 6 months of life. Have you ever heard that before?
I'm aware of his studies about DTP, and these are in African countries. This is in Guinea-Bissau in 1980s. So how this is related to the U.S., I think, is a question that we have to address.
Are you aware that in 1994, the IOM stated that, quote, the committee was able to identify little information pertaining to why some individuals react adversely to vaccines when most do not, end quote?
I think that's probably a true statement. I wasn't aware that that appeared in there, but I think there is a variability in reactogenicity.
Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. Let's make it 7 minutes. We'll come back at 3:55 and see if we can wrap this thing up.
All right.
All right, thank you. 1, 2. I'm ready if everybody else is.
All right. We are back on the record at 3:57 p.m. Central Time.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Edwards, do you believe that parents should be able to object to vaccines on religious grounds?
I think that parents should have. I think parents need to be informed about what are the religious restrictions about vaccines or what their concerns are there. But I think that if they choose to say they do not want to be vaccinated and they have the questions answered for religious reasons, then I think that is acceptable.
Okay. So what you're saying is that once they've been informed of the benefits and the risks, if they still want to object on religious grounds, your opinion is they should be able to withhold vaccination from their children?
I think that's not exactly what I said. I said there are
Go ahead, Dr. Edwards.
So there are concerns. For instance, let me give you an example. The COVID vaccine that is made by AstraZeneca is made in a cell line that some people say was from aborted fetus. The Catholic Church has said that is not a prohibition to the use of vaccines. And so if people are not aware of that, then they can be informed of that. And I think that with the measles, there were some issues regarding the use of the vaccine in religious communities. And so I think that it's important to answer the questions, to give authoritative data about what their beliefs are, to make sure that those are indeed correct. If they continue to believe that, then religious objections, I think, can be grounds for not being vaccinated, although obviously it puts their children and other children at risk.
So after being informed in the manner you just said, if a parent still wants to not vaccinate for religious reasons, you would agree that the parent's decision should stand and the child shouldn't be vaccinated.
I think that patient, if it was in my practice, I would continue to discuss the dialogue. But at that particular time, if they did not want to give the vaccines, I might try and explain it. The other option that some people do is that they feel that it poses a risk to the other patients, and they may no longer keep them in the practice, but respect their opinion that they not be vaccinated.
Would you exclude a child from your practice if their parents didn't want to vaccinate the child after giving them all the information that you say you'd like to give them?
I think that there are a number of factors involved in that. One, if I'm the only doctor in the area, the patient has no other access to a doctor, no, I would not. If there are other doctors that would do that, and I've repeatedly talked to them and they are not accepting of it, I may, but I think that most of the time I try and provide information and have a dialogue so that people understand why vaccines are necessary.
I'd like to mark this as plaintiff's 50.
No, we're in the 60s. We're in the 60s.
We're on 61.
61, thank you. So this is Plotkin's Vaccines, 5th edition. I'm going to read you a sentence from here and ask you a question. The issue of purity becomes magnified in adjuvanted vaccines. The adjuvant is added to enhance immune response. It will do so non-specifically in many cases to the target antigen, as well as to any impurities or byproducts of the manufacturing process. Do you agree with that statement?
First of all, I don't know exactly where this is in the book. I hope that, you know, and I don't know whether this is a chapter that I edited or not. I think that there's probably sentences in the book that I edited. It's, you know, I think it's 1,000 pages or so, to 1,400 pages. So I think that if there is an impurity, it can be magnified with adjuvanted vaccines. But again, you're taking one sentence out of a context of 1,400 pages.
Okay. Is it okay? So let me ask you directly. Isn't it
Which
true?
chapter is this, and who wrote this chapter, please? So I can tell whether this is one I edited. I can't remember.
You'll have a copy of this. You can look it up later. I have no more questions about this exhibit. I'll just ask you the question directly. Isn't it true that an adjuvant will bind not only to the target antigen, but also to impurities and byproducts of the manufacturing process?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you know, once it's bound to the impurities and byproducts, the body may also develop antibodies to the impurities and byproducts in the vaccine, correct?
I can't say, I do not know specifically any antibodies that have been looked at to the impurities. So I can't give you a paper that says yes or no.
Fair enough. No, you're a doctor, correct? You're a medical doctor, right?
That's what my CV said, and I'm not an imposter.
Right, and you have a lot of familiarity with reviewing medical records, right?
Yes, sir. As I've stated before, I've reviewed a lot of medical records.
You know how to read and understand medical records. Okay. So
I do know how to read. Yes, I do.
Okay. Like I said, some of the questions you may find to be very basic, but you know, we have to provide a foundation for some of the other questions that we provide. Now, have you seen this medical record before, which I'm going to mark as plaintiff's 52, I believe?
And it's 62.
Sorry, 62. Dr. Edwards?
There's nothing up there, Mr.
There's
Siri.
nothing up there, sir.
Oh.
If you could give me a page, I could look on my medical record. So if you would like, if that's easier, what page would you like me to look at?
There we go. It's right there. Have you seen this medical record before?
Yes, I have, but it's yeah. Can you make it a little bigger, please?
Sure. Okay. What is the date of the medical record?
20801, excuse me.
Okay, and how much did Yates weigh on that date, according to this medical record?
He weighed 24 pounds and 2 ounces.
Okay. Which would be about 11 kilograms?
Yes, and I've looked very carefully at his growth chart, and that's here too. So his growth has been quite adequate, both in height and weight, and he stayed on his growth chart. So so that was very reassuring as well.
Okay. Now, on that date as well, he was diagnosed with otitis media, correct?
So let me look at my chart because you're cutting it off. So the date, let me get my chart so I can make sure that okay. So okay. Okay.
Based on this medical record, was Yates diagnosed with otitis media on February 8, 2001?
Yes, he was, sir.
Okay. And what was he prescribed?
Amoxicillin.
Okay. Looking at the amount of amoxicillin prescribed, do you know whether that would have been for a mild or moderate form of otitis media or for a severe form of otitis media?
That was the prescribed amount. It's 40 milligrams per kilogram, and he weighs 11 kilos. So that's 400. The CDC because of the issues regarding otitis and because of the emergence of more resistant Streptococcus pneumoniae, the CDC made a guidance document that it was important to increase the dose of amoxicillin for all cases of otitis. So the dose of 40 milligrams for amoxicillin was the recommended dose for garden variety otitis media.
Has that CDC guidance document been produced in this case?
I don't know. I was part of the guidance document, and so I participated in that discussion, and that's the standard dose. In general, looking at the PDR is not generally where you find the most definitive information about the doses. Certainly the PDR gives you other information, but the doses that are recommended are often not the best found in the PDR.
And when was the CDC guidance document to which you refer issued?
I'm not sure. It was around this time because we had a lot of problems with pneumococcal otitis, and so the guidance document was issued about for the treatment of otitis media, and it was 40 milligrams per kilogram of amoxicillin.
Okay. And so you're saying, do you know if Dr. Hayes reviewed that guidance document before he prescribed Moxil to Yates?
Well, pretty much everyone knew that the dose of amoxicillin was 40 milligrams per kilogram, which is exactly what he gave here, that's the standard treatment of otitis media. Okay. Getting out the PDR, and I just said the PDR just does not provide the guidance that you need for specific instances.
Understood, but had the guidance of the PDR been looked at for prescribing, the amount given, 40 milligrams per kilogram per day, would have fallen into the severe category for otitis media, correct?
Because it's wrong. This does not mean by giving 40 milligrams per kilogram for amoxicillin that it's severe. This is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Now, this CDC guidance document that you're referring, are you willing to provide a copy of it?
I would be delighted.
Now, generally speaking, do physicians look to the PDR to determine what dosage to provide patients?
Not any that I know of.
Okay, so how does a pediatrician typically decide how much of a particular, antibiotic, for example, to give one of their patients?
Well, I think there's several ways. Certainly people use UpToDate. I think there's something called a Harriet Lane handbook, which is a handbook that is updated every year by Harriet Lane at Johns Hopkins, and it gives doses of medication. We used to always have that. I felt it was like my, it was an appendage, but now we have computers, so most people don't get out their old Harriet Lane. So that's another way. The Red Book can be another way. But otitis media is really common, and so anybody who's finished a pediatric residency would know what the dose is, and that's exactly what we give is 40 per kilo.
So other than the Harriet Lane handbook or the Red Book or the PDR or this,
I said not PDR. I said I don't use the PDR.
Okay, and you're saying in your experience, physicians in Tennessee wouldn't have used around 2000, 2001 wouldn't have used the PDR to determine what to prescribe a child with an infection?
Not if they were well informed.
Okay, and so what would you're saying they would normally look at the Harriet Lane handbook?
I think they would look at the Red Book. They would look at Harriet Lane. They would look at, obviously they didn't have UpToDate then. And they might look in a textbook, and they might look at, and they also go to CMEs, and this is a very common diagnosis. Every child has otitis sometimes. So this is a very common diagnosis, and this particular amount of antibiotic is very standard.
Okay. When you say textbooks, what are you referring to?
Yeah, there's textbooks of pediatrics that are published, and they talk about otitis media and the dosage used for that. There are textbooks of infectious diseases that exist, and they give doses of antibiotics. There's there's a lot of textbooks. There's a lot of sources for information.
Are you familiar with the normal hemoglobin ranges in a baby?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so what would be the normal range for hemoglobin in a baby?
Well, it depends a little bit on how the age of the baby. The baby can, babies are they're very hemoconcentrated. So when babies are born, they can have hemoglobins in 16, 17, 18 because they have a lot of hemoglobin and so they have a lot of blood cells. And over the first few weeks of life, then there is less production of red cells, and then children, the blood count will go down. So children are born with higher levels of hemoglobin.
So by the time they're 2 months old, what would be the normal range approximately?
Oh, maybe 14, 16, 12, 14. I don't know, sir. I'd have to just look at each age range, and I can do that. Again, I'm not a general pediatrician.
I'm just asking for your best memory. If you don't remember, that's fine. How about a 4 months old?
Well, it depends also about issues related to diet. It depends whether they've been in the hospital. It depends whether they've been a premature. It depends whether they've had a lot of blood drawn in the unit. And so it's very dependent upon, I can say in a normal that it may be 10 to 14, something of that nature.
Okay. And that's also true for a 6-month-old?
Well, by 6 months old, then what you begin to do is you start making your own new blood cells. And if you are nutritionally replete and you have the amount of iron that you need in your formula, then you begin to make your blood cells. So again, it's a little variable. There's always a range.
What is your understanding of Yates's medical condition when he received his 6 months vaccines?
I'm sorry, your question is how was it 6 months of age?
Yeah, Mike, it's what is your understanding of Yates's medical condition when he received his 6 months vaccines?
Okay, so let me just pull up his 6-month vaccines because I reviewed that and I just would never want to get misstate it. So here is it 4 months. Here's his let's see. Here is his 6 months. So it said the parents voiced concern about congestion, some green discharge, no parent concerns regarding eyes, ears, nose, throat, cardiovascular, respiratory, GI, and endocrinology, allergic, neurologic, or immunology. So they had some concern about a congestion and some green discharge.
Was Dr. Carlton Hayes the health care provider under whose authority Yates was vaccinated?
I believe so. That's what his name is at the top. So I think that would mean that he was the one who did this.
Okay. I presume you would agree that the standard of care applicable when Yates was vaccinated was to provide written materials, including VISs, at each vaccination visit?
I think we've gone over that before. We talked about that. We also talked about that it didn't have a little ditto sign underneath it. I'm
asking a different question. I'm asking if you agree that the standard of care applicable when Yates was vaccinated was to provide written materials, including a VAS, at each vaccination visit to inform the parents of the benefits and risks of vaccination before the child was vaccinated.
Yes, that's what we talked about before.
Okay. The CDC issues a recommended childhood immunization schedule annually, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pediatricians look to the schedule to determine what vaccines to administer, correct?
They do. They also look to the Red Book, the COID.
Okay. But you would agree that the standard of care when applicable to vaccinating Yates would have been to follow the CDC's recommendations for which vaccines to provide Yates, correct?
Check the form of the question. You may answer, Doctor.
It's a guideline for the administration of vaccines.
Okay.
Sometimes we administer vaccines in slightly different ways. If there has been perhaps a fever or some other reaction to a vaccine, sometimes we separate them. So these are guidelines. They're not the 10 Commandments.
Right. So sometimes the CDC also has guidelines for when not to vaccinate, correct?
They make suggestions, although they make suggestions.
Okay. And back when Yates was vaccinated, when a pediatrician,
Is there a dog somewhere that barks?
Nope. I don't know. I didn't hear a dog. Anybody hear a dog?
I think it may have been your chair hitting the wall or something.
Oh, okay.
It was loud.
It's a better pet than a dog. I don't have to feed it, at least, or deal with cleaning anything up. All right. Anyhow, when Yates was vaccinated, what would Dr. Hayes have looked to to determine what vaccines to administer to Yates?
Well, I think we just talked about that. He would have looked at the guidelines from the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Okay. And those would have been the standard of care applicable for what vaccines to give or not to give to Yates when he was vaccinated by Dr. Hayes, correct?
Object to the form of the question. She's already been asked and answered.
No, she hasn't. Please answer the question.
What is the question? What is the question? And how does it differ from the question you just asked me before that I answered?
Okay, so the question you answered before, so you're saying that you've already answered that the standard of care applicable for when to vaccinate or not to vaccinate Yates by Dr. Hayes can be found in the CDC schedule and contraindication and precaution list and the Red Book that were in effect at that time. Is that correct?
Those are the guidelines, yes, sir.
And that would have been the standard of care applicable.
It would have been, but what you have to...
Go ahead, Dr. Edwards, you can finish.
What you have to understand is that there is some ability to use discretion and medical judgment And so there may be times when you choose not to do exactly what is said you may choose to delay one, you may choose to give, the vaccines or the DTaP can be given at 6 weeks or 2 months. So if you give it at 6 weeks, it's fine. If you give it at 2 months, it's fine. Or if you want to wait a little longer to 10, that's not what it says, but it's not malpractice.
Would the standard of care include parents having an opportunity to review the materials provided with the risks and benefits and ask any questions they may have after reviewing those materials?
That it's important that parents certainly should be able to ask questions, and I think that often doctors prepare parents for subsequent visits by talking about what will be coming up at the next visit, so that they're able to think about what's happening, and certainly if you look at the visit at the 4-month visit, it says the handouts were provided, and then it said reviewed with the parents. The next visit, it is in 2 months. Immunizations will be due. So those are opportunities that families will ask, and if they have specific questions, then those will be addressed.
So the standard of care would be providing the parents an opportunity to review the materials before the child is administered the vaccine and ask any questions about it, correct?
I think that if you give the VIC later, I don't think that's is any way not the standard of care. What I think a lot of the dialogue that happens with parents is about questions that they have about the vaccine and discussion of the vaccine. So the fact that a person has not had the VIC like before the visit or something of that nature, I don't think that is inappropriate practice.
Just to make sure I understand you, federal law requires that the parent or guardian be provided the VIS by the person administering the vaccine prior to the giving of the vaccine. I assume you would agree that is the standard of care, that the VIS must be provided prior to the administration of the vaccine, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been applicable to vaccinating Gates, correct?
Yes, but it doesn't mean that the dialogue is simply based on that. There's also an open dialogue about immunizations that is not part of the VIS as well.
And that would be part of the standard of care as well.
To address the questions that the parents have.
So that would have been part of the standard of care for vaccinating Gates as well, correct? What you just said.
Yeah, they had questions and the questions should be addressed.
Okay. What is CISA?
Center for Immunization Safety Assessment. It's CISA.
Oh, thank you. I'm getting close to finished here. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let me take a quick look, and hopefully we'll get this wrapped up today.
All right, hang on, Mr. Sir. When you say you're getting close, can you give us a little more of a?
Yeah, it looks like we'll be done in less than 8 hours. Ms. Cohen, how far are we in?
It's actually already been 8 hours, I think.
Yeah, I think Ms. Cohen can tell us we're probably really close.
Yeah.
According to my digital recorder, it's 7 hours and 29 minutes.
Okay, so we're close. We're very close. All right, so should we, it's 2:23, why don't we, it's 4:23. Why don't we reconvene at 4:30 in 7 minutes, and we can finish this up.
Okay.
All
Off
right.
the record at 4:23 Central Time. All right. We are back on the record at 4:32 p.m. Central Time.
All right, thank you. Dr. Edwards, if a do vaccine reactions only, if one were to occur, only occur within the first 15 minutes after getting a vaccine?
I'm sorry, the dog barked again. What would you say?
I'm sorry, I leaned back. Okay, I was saying, are there vaccine reactions that occur after the first 15 minutes of receiving a vaccine?
Yes, sir, there are.
Okay. Can you give a few examples?
Yeah, a sore arm, a swollen leg after vaccination. Usually those local reactions don't happen within 15 minutes. They generally happen within the first 12 to 24 hours. So I think what you might be referring to are the more severe reactions that occur, and those are generally anaphylactic reactions, and those reactions generally occur within 15 minutes, and those are more severe. They often need to be treated with epinephrine or something of that nature. So, but yes, there are a number of reactions that happen after 15 minutes.
There are also some severe adverse reactions that occur beyond 15 minutes as well, correct?
Yes, but not contraindications to vaccination.
Not without discussing whether it's a contraindication or not. Just, we reviewed some adverse reactions earlier that, there was a basis to say, sometimes, rarely, or were caused by vaccines. Some of those are serious, and some of those can arise beyond the first 15 minutes after vaccination, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Some of them in fact only arise a week or two after vaccination, correct?
Depends on what the vaccine is. So an adverse event that happens a week later may be associated with a measles vaccine, but it's very unlikely to be associated with a DTP vaccine.
Dr. Edwards, what is your husband's name?
William Edwards.
And what is his profession?
He's a teacher. He's retired now.
Is he a medical doctor as well?
No, sir, he's not.
Does he have any medical training?
No, sir, he does not. Although he's lived with me for 50 years and has heard me talk about a lot of things, and he's quite a patient listener.
That's great. Did he teach at the university level or?
No, sir, he taught at high school level.
And what did he teach?
He taught history.
Okay. Has he recommended any responses, regardless of how minimal you feel that it was, to any of the deposition questions asked of you today?
No, sir, he's not a vaccinologist.
Okay. Has anyone recommended any responses, regardless of how minimal you feel that it was, to any of the questions asked of you in this deposition today?
No, sir.
Okay. During this deposition, did anyone ever speak to you while your microphone was muted about any question that was asked of you during this deposition?
Yeah, probably. I think my husband asked me if I needed anything when he went to Walmart. So I didn't think you really wanted to hear what he asked me about going to Walmart. So I muted that. He asked me something about whether I wanted some water. And I said, yes, I would like some water. I don't know what else he asked me. He's here and he asked me a question. And so I muted it when he said, so you couldn't hear that he was talking about Walmart. But if he talks about Walmart now, I will certainly let you hear it.
Okay, wonderful. Have you been to Walmart or any grocery stores in the last 2 months?
I have not been to Walmart. I've been to the grocery store, hardly any.
Have you been to any hospital in the last 2 months?
Yes, I've been to Vanderbilt on several occasions.
Okay. Have you met or treated any patients while you were there?
No, sir, I have not.
Did you meet with
Talked
anybody?
about patients, but I have not treated any patients.
Understood. You met with other physicians while you were there?
Yes.
How much have you been paid for your services in this case by?
I haven't been paid for anything at this point.
Okay. What is it that you were charging per hour for being an expert in this case?
$500, but I'm going to be giving this to people that have had difficulties during this pandemic. I'm not going to take any of this money myself.
Very honorable of you. Going back to if I pronounce this correctly, is it CISA?
Correct.
Okay. And what does that stand for?
Center for Immunization Safety Assessment.
Okay. And CISA assesses serious adverse events in specific cases following immunization, correct?
CISA assesses reactions after vaccination, yes.
Okay. And it is part of the CDC immunization vaccine safety network. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It's part of the vaccine immunization safety office in the CDC that's responsible for vaccine safety, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's Bible, so to speak, for reviewing whether or not an adverse event is caused by a vaccine is a process described in an article entitled, quote, Comprehensive Assessment of Serious Adverse Events Following Immunization by Healthcare Providers. Is that correct?
Yes, but we also assess some that are not as serious as well. So the severity of them depends upon the question.
Understood. But when it is a serious adverse event, the guidance document that's used is the document whose title I just referenced, correct?
No, so these are questions that doctors ask. There is a line that doctors assess, so they call the CDC, and then we assess the assessment. So this is a paper that was written by Elizabeth Williams, who's one of my fellows. And so it talks about the process by which we assess reactions. So, not all of them are serious, but many of them are. And so it goes through a series of steps, which you've obviously highlighted.
Okay. And this would be these are the steps that will be undertaken within CISA to determine whether or not a serious adverse event following immunization might be causally related to the vaccination, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so in step 1, it says to establish a clear diagnosis of what the potential injury might be, correct?
To establish a clear diagnosis of what the adverse event is, correct?
Okay. And then in step 2, it's to consider whether the timing of the adverse event following immunizations is consistent with prior knowledge and known biological mechanisms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so then an example is provided, right? It says, for example, if a child experiences a febrile seizure 3 days after the receipt of a measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, a parent might consider the immunization to be the cause of the seizure, right?
Actually, this is a little early. Most of the seizures that are associated with MMR are a little later than this. Generally, there are 5 to 7 days in terms of that, because it mimics a reaction. But you may indeed see a seizure, and sometimes when the Prevnar is given with the MMR, that was a seizure that was seen within 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, I just say, however, peak replication occurs 1 to 2 weeks after vaccination. A period of elevated risk for febrile seizure and after an MMR is usually 7 to 10. Thus, it is improbable that a febrile seizure occurring 3 days after immunization was caused by MMR. That's exactly what I just said.
Right. So just to make sure I understand it, what you're saying is that if the child has a fever after MMR vaccine, it can cause a seizure. But that
cause a seizure, yes.
Right. And the thinking is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that had the child had a fever, maybe from some other reason, the child would have also had a seizure.
No, that doesn't say that at all.
Okay. Well, that's why I asked, but correct, please.
So that's not correct. What you said is wrong.
So it's arguing, so is it that, is it saying that it's improbable that a febrile seizure will occur in the first 3 days after immunization because fevers don't occur from MMR in the first 3 days after vaccination?
That's what it says, sir.
Okay. And hence, in this example, you stop at step 2 and don't go further in this example because MMR, has not been shown to cause fever in the first 3 days after vaccination, and hence couldn't have resulted in febrile, meaning seizure, which means a seizure with fever, correct?
Yes, sir. However, we also have to consider were there other vaccines that were given at the same time. So if there were other vaccines that were given at the same time, like a DTP, then maybe the febrile seizure could occur a little earlier, although generally those are between day 1 and day 2. So having an understanding of when you expect to see the adverse, I've got the hiccups, adverse events is very important.
Understood. All right, and here, knowing that MMR, has not been associated with fever in the first 3 days after vaccination, permitted being able to conclude the febrile seizure in this example was not caused by MMR.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the clinical trials relied upon to license the MMR vaccine?
I'm sure there were clinical trials, and it's been a few years ago. But if you want to bring up the paper, I'd be delighted to look at it.
Sure. So the last one would be marked as 64. Thank you, and we'll mark this one as 65. And so, if you take a look here, have you seen this document before? Issued by the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, granting licensure for the MMR vaccine, the current?
In 1978, no, sir. This went to the FDA. I have not seen this letter.
Do you know who Maurice Hillerman is?
I sure do. He's the a vaccine guru that was at Merck for many years.
Okay. And we'll have an opportunity to review this, but you see it provides that this is for the combined MMR, measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, and this is for the purpose of supporting a licensure to manufacture and sell signed by Maurice Hillerman from Merck. Do you see that?
Sure.
Could you enlarge it a little bit, Mr. Siri, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And just going back to the first page, this is, from the Bureau of Biologics, and it says, this is to inform you that the amendments to your product license application to include the use of RA273 strain rubella virus grown in human diploid cells have been accepted for manufacture of the following products, and it includes a measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. And it also includes a standalone rubella and measles, mumps vaccine, which are no longer used. Let's just, as is typical of these clinical trial reports submitted to the FDA, which I presume you're very familiar with. This is usually there's a summary of the clinical trials that were conducted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and does this look like what you would expect to see of a summary of the clinical trials that were conducted when submitting what would now be called the BSA application to license a vaccine?
Well, it lists the number of studies, it lists the age of the subject. It doesn't say whether there's any other concomitant vaccines. It talks about the the seroconversion, the number that seroconverted over the number that were seronegative for the mumps, measles, and rubella.
Right.
And then it gives a geometric mean titer. I don't know what RE means. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have no idea. There's no.
Yeah. Those are just reference numbers. But in the first column, it provides a study number, right? Each of these clinical trials was provided a study number, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then there's also a row that provides a number of vaccinees. It's a total of 834 vaccinees, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, 442 is the first one, listed. I'm going to scroll down, and what this document has done, it's excerpted all the tables that have fever in them and the results of fever in children. Do you see here for study 442 in the first 4 days? Well, the first day and the next, presumably 3 days after vaccination, that there 25.6% of the children did have a fever in this trial.
Yeah, but that's not a fever that's high enough to cause a febrile seizure.
What would be high enough?
Usually 103, 104, and there's one of those. But you also have not provided me with any information about what else is happening in this patient. So I think that it may indeed be something else is going on with that child that may be causing the fever. So the fact that there's one child with fever to 103, 104 does not mean that that was caused by the vaccine. That doesn't mean that it wasn't, and there was, but I have no other information. I have no information whether other studies were done, whether child had a rash, whether had other findings. So the finding of one person that had a reaction after a vaccine does not mean that it's caused by the vaccine.
Okay. Let's go to the next study. So this is study 443. This is, another group of individuals, and you could see that 30% of them in the first 4 days had a fever between 99 and 100.9. 8% had a fever between 100 and 102.9. And then one, as you just said, had a fever between 103 to 104.9 in this study. So
yeah, I don't know whether this study was conducted in the winter when flu was around. I know other, So I'm just saying that the typical pattern for a fever after MMR is not within the first 3 days, which is what we stated, first 3 days.
It's usually between the 5th and 12th day, correct?
That's what I said.
Right, and you can see that those rates are also provided, and they're relatively comparable to the first 4 days, correct?
No, I think that they're more. There's 7 as opposed to 13, 5 as opposed to 9. Those are almost double. So those are different.
Okay.
Again, the numbers are so small that you could not say that there's probably a statistical difference between them.
Right. Well, when they designed the study, they only included a total 800 and something kids with all the, so, this is the data that existed.
I know, but you're separating out each of the individual studies. So each of the individual studies probably has no more than 80 subjects.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the way they designed it. Like, here's another one, right? And so, again, there are children that had in the first 4 days fevers in this one as well, correct?
Yeah, there's one in both of those groups, one.
Right. Just like there was only one in the 5 to 12 day period.
No, but there's five in the 5 to 12.
Right. But you said that it's fevers of 103 to 104 that would cause a febrile seizure.
Febrile seizures are associated with higher fevers.
Right. So in this instance, there's one in each in this category right here, which you said is the category where one would expect to get a febrile seizure. Let's take a look at another, look at another one where here's one and there's none here, and you're saying, So, I mean, based on the clinical trials that were done for the MMR vaccine, do you believe it was accurate to state that it was improbable? Let's go that
Yes, I do, sir. Yes, I do. You're taking one study from 1978. You're not telling me anything else that happened in each of those individual patients. You're taking studies that have no more than 80 people a thing, and then you're looking at the numbers. There's no statistics here. There's no comparability. You're just looking at numbers, and that's just not the way that you do things.
Those are the clinical trials relied upon to license the MMR vaccine, though, correct?
They were relied upon to license the MMR vaccine, but they were not the ones that characterize large numbers of patients with reactions that are associated with MMR. A larger study with more power would be able to define more clearly what the time you would see fever. And when that has been done, it's been 5 to 7 days. That doesn't mean there's 1 or 2 patients. You know, this is kind of quibbling over irrelevance.
So, but the study that you said would be needed to really even determine what time periods or fevers are associated with MMR, you're saying the clinical trials relied upon to license MMR weren't even powered to do that.
That's correct.
I have just a few more questions for you.
I'm sorry, you have no more questions? Is that what
I just have a few more for you and we're done. Vaccines are grown on various growth mediums, correct?
Yes.
And those growth mediums are removed from the vaccines by the end of the manufacturing process, so that as part of the vaccination process, antibodies to these substances aren't generated, correct?
Well, we've already talked about that. These are impurities in the vaccine, and you're asking me to comment on all vaccines. So that's not, I can't be very precise.
How about bovine? How about calf bovine serum? That's used as a growth medium for some vaccines, correct?
Cells need to be supported by nutrients. So bovine serum albumin can be added as a growth to help support the cells that would then support viral growth.
But the calf bovine serum that's used as a growth medium would be removed from the final product so that the body wouldn't then develop antibodies to calf bovine serum, correct?
Yes, that would be the goal.
Okay. You know, similarly, there's caseins from cow milk that's used as a growth medium in at least one vaccine, and that also is removed from the final formulation of the product, correct?
Yeah, the products are purified to have as pure product at the end. Whether there's a microgram of BSA, you know, I can't comment on the final excuse me, amount of each of the impurities that are in the vaccine. That's in the package insert, but I don't remember all of those.
Okay, fair enough. Final topic. You lecture to doctors about vaccine safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you provided lectures to rooms with doctors and them about vaccine safety, would you estimate?
I do it in so many formats that I can't even comment. I lecture on this on the wards when I take care of patients. I lecture to the medical students. I lecture, and they're not always informal lectures. I give lectures to the fellows, and I give lectures to large groups of doctors. And so I can't tell you, I probably have talked to thousands of doctors about vaccine safety.
Okay. And the purpose is to educate them about vaccine safety, correct?
Of course.
To frame the way that they think about vaccine safety, correct?
To educate them so that how they think about vaccine safety is informed by research and data. I don't not try and brainwash people.
Okay. Are you aware that there is one of these lectures available on YouTube that you gave to a room full of doctors at the Vanderbilt Kennedy Center in January 12, 2011?
Yeah, I think you got some pictures from that.
Right.
So it was one of the earlier ones. Yeah.
You recall it? You recall that presentation?
I recall giving that presentation. I don't recall what was included in that presentation.
Okay. So, well, let me ask before I play it. Do you recall stating that that an article that we looked at earlier with regarding the polling case brought up the whole controversy of whether vaccines are safe in vulnerable children?
I don't know that I said that. That sounds like something that I may have said.
Do you think that the Haddon polling case brought up the whole controversy regarding whether vaccines are safe in vulnerable children?
I think that yeah, I think it was a topic of intensive discussion.
Ms. Cohen, can you tell us the time that we've been in again, please?
7 hours and 56 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
4 minutes left. All right. Do you recall telling the doctors that, quote, "I'm going to go over this morning the process of vaccine licensure so that you can understand how comprehensive it is so that you can explain that to your patients"?
That sounds like something I would say.
Okay. Do you believe that you said that?
Well, sir, I think it's something I said. I don't remember whether I said that 20 or 15 years ago during that lecture, but it sounds like something I would say. So that sounds like a reasonable statement, but whether I said it in that lecture, I don't know.
Fair enough. Let me play you one clip since we're pretty much out of time.
So a mandated system called the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS, where physicians are mandated to report adverse events after vaccine, but they can be reported by parents, by teachers, by the neighbor, by grandma, so that an adverse event could be reported by as many as 20 people if little, Susie had an adverse event.
Dr. Edwards, isn't it true that most VAERS reports are not filed by parents?
I don't know the distribution. I think probably most VAERS reports are filed by the manufacturers, but I don't know the exact distribution of the reports.
Your implication, though, was that, let's pull up the document. So,
I don't think that my statement had any implications. I'm just saying that a lot of different people can report adverse events.
But isn't it true that most are not filed by teachers? Isn't it true that approximately 80% of VAERS reports are filed by doctors and pharmaceutical companies and state health agencies?
That's probably correct, but I didn't say, I said, well, better.
Yeah. So most are not filed by neighbors, correct?
No, but some of them are.
Okay. And most are not filed by grandma, right?
No, but some of them are. Particularly, I'm a grandma and I file them. So yeah, I file them.
Mm-hmm. What percentage of adverse reactions are reported to VAERS, approximately, according to a study conducted by AHRQ, if you're familiar with it?
I would say, I would say a fairly low percentage. I don't know what that paper says. You can probably tell me so I can read that again before I prepare for the trial.
Okay. How much time is left? Are we at 8 hours, Ms. Cohen?
We're at 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Okay. Well, Dr. Edwards, you and I could probably spend another 2 days together, but our time together has come to a close until the trial. I thank you for sitting with me today and answering our questions.